One of the most historic rivalries in all of esports writes its latest chapter as T1 marches closer and closer to defend their World Championship crown, and KT look to get on the right track. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the space for this week's Saturday Showdown. I'm Degon alongside Ox and Wolf. Gentlemen, another one in the biggest rivalry in esports.
Yeah, rivalry spanning decades here in Korean esports has been very close in the past. If you go back to the early 2010s and before that, of course, in StarCraft Brood War, KT getting the better hand sometimes then. Very strong rivalry. Over the last few years, it's been very T1-sided with the exception of last year. But today might be the least excited we've been for a Telecom war in a while.
Which, you know, I feel like with KT, severing expectations is kind of their vibe. So I'm kind of throwing a little caveat. Maybe we get a miracle, but I think expectations are an all-time low.
Ox setting the stage perfectly, which is unique this time in this Telecom war because it is at the Goyang Sono Arena. It is the T1 homestand, one of the first times where it is literally a home game for one of the squads in the LCK, where it should be completely sold out for T1 fans.
Yeah, it does mean that KT have the added pressure of the entire crowd is going to be against them, as it's an arena which is quite large, filled with T1 fans. So, you know, there's a lot of pressure there. I think trying to turn the loss streak around, they were successful against Bro, obviously, but now we're going from basically bottom of the standings to second place.
Yeah, big step up, I feel like, and honestly, if KT just make it competitive, I think that would be enough for me to feel better about them. They obviously still have a lot of catching up to do to make their way up the standings and secure a comfortable spot in playoffs.
Well, the stars will definitely be out for this one. Papa Smithy coming out saying that KT will get the win. That's right, Papa Smithy, you're caught. You're now on record for saying that. 87-44 is the overall LCK match record between these two historic organizations. One win back in 2018, and last year, although very KT dominant, still T1-sided.
Back in Champions, there were a lot more close matchups there when we had the sister teams. You had multiple rosters for both of these teams. That's back in the Faker versus Ryu era. But once we moved to League format, T1 definitely pulled ahead in a big way. We had the Super Team in 2018. But as of recently, as we mentioned, T1 has been getting the better of KT.
Yeah, it's only really that last year when obviously KT really had a fantastic summer where they managed to get close. That's the closest they've been outside of 2018. And unfortunately, this season so far, this year so far, hasn't really set themselves up to match the record, but obviously hopes are they can maybe make it up today.
Well, part of the reason why KT haven't been able to is the strength of schedule. As much as maybe the Kwangdong Freaks loss was a shock to start, Kwangdong Freaks ended up being pretty good, and then they played D+, Genji, Hanwha Life, and if you look at the rest of the schedule, a little bit easier after this T1 match.
I mean, for T1, you know, the rest of the schedule, they have 2 out of these 3 matches seem pretty straightforward for them, but then you have Hanwha Life, and I think T1 probably is on pace at the moment to beat Hanwha Life. If they do, they're on track to finish the round robin in second place. KT on the other side, it's been a bit of a rough start. Yeah, tough strength of schedule, but with what we saw from them, I'm not even sure if these quote-unquote easier matches at the end are actually going to necessarily be a good one for them.
Yeah, I think everyone is losing to Genji. Hanwha Life Esports, justifiable for them to lose to them. Kwangdong Freaks, they've actually been in pretty good form, but I think it's just the manner in which the games have played out have really made us question where this team is at. They just haven't looked, even after a spring, which is pretty rough and below expectations, they haven't even been at that level.
And after their matchup against Bro, both teams looking for their first win was not convincing. But who has been convincing is the jungler for T1. Owner has been very, very good. Multiple pogs through multiple different champions here. Despite it being an AP jungle meta, he's made everything work.
Yeah, and I think a big thing for me is that Owner, when things have been rough for T1, often receives a lot of the criticism externally. Particularly when Faker was subbed out for his injury, Owner really didn't have a great time, which is kind of understandable. Mid-jungle synergy is so important. But in this meta where we've seen so much more emphasis put on these junglers, and we've really seen it be about not just the tank players, where we saw in spring, even Canyon was playing things like your Sejuani's, your Rels. It is about those carries now, and Owner's really started to take over games and have a huge impact.
I think Owner has had a great season so far, and right now is looking like he's probably our second best jungler in the league, next to Canyon, of course. And Oh, this is the great escape that we did see in the Nongshim series, which gave me a lot of pause, but Dindon tried his best. But even moments like this, which don't, aren't revolving around his team or lane pry or anything like that, he's just playing it super well, is able to predict where Gnar is going to come in and look for the flash there, just jukes him, goes up. On the other side for KT, I think Pyosik has looked a little bit weaker, right? A lot weaker than he looked in spring, where he was arguably the most consistent member. And we're seeing what matchups, or rather what mid-jungle duos he's looking for here. And when it's a matchup where you can play through BDD and set up stuns, like, for example, setting up the Talia, or when he could just go in there and follow up on an Ahri charm, it looks really good for him. But unfortunately, I don't think T1 is going to be giving him, especially the Vi going to this, but something like the the Ahri coming through here, I think absolutely could be a good pick for him.
I think it makes sense when a team is struggling. These are the sort of pairings that are really strong in skirmishes. You have that point-and-click CC from the Vi with the Talia to follow up. The skirmish power of the Viego Ahri, the resets in these fights, really allow you to move that momentum forwards after that initial kill, and was what helped them take out Bro so convincingly. I think for me, this makes sense to lean into these because things like the Nidalee can be a bit more harder to pilot, more nuanced. If your team is struggling, you want the straightforward team fight carriers to make things go successfully.
Yeah, I'd love to see BDD lean into the Azir potentially more as well, the Talia pick, instead of going into the things like the Tristana, the Corki, where you really have to play that kind of micro lane matchup. And one of the big trap picks for me for Pyosik has been the Sejuani. He's been trying to rely on that synergy in terms of mid-jungle, and it hasn't been working. We saw BDD attempt to play the Yone with this. Didn't really work out for him. He's playing, when you're trying to play with the Sejuani power, you often don't have that same sort of kill threat in lane until post 6, and I feel like BDD's laning phase has left us a little bit disappointed compared to where he was in spring, and then especially last summer. So Pyosik, maybe stay away from those AP picks, the Zyra, the Nidalee. I think it's a little bit too complex for KT right now.
Yeah, and with a lot of the bans on the top side of the map focusing on the Cassante, on the Skarner, on the Rumble, the tanky boys had to come from somewhere, so both these guys have had experience on the Sejuani, and then Pyosik showing off the Viego that last game. He's still got the carry pants, but it's going to be a very, very big effort from everyone on the team, including the young guy in the top side of the map, Perfect, who got thrust into the spotlight after Keen left last season, coming on into the spring split, and he had his growing pains, his lumps that he had to take in the first Telecom war.
Yeah, I think it's heavy shoes to step into. Obviously, Keen has gone from his performance in KT to Gen G now, where he's looked like, at times, and a lot of the time, particularly MSI, best top in the league. And I think initially, Perfect struggled, especially when he was targeted heavily. You can see in this example, T1 really bullied him out. Zayas completely managed to run over the matchup. But I feel like we saw a lot of growth from him during his first split, and his impact in team fights was really there, which isn't something that's always easy for top laners to do in the league.
Yeah, I think filling the shoes of Keen is one of the toughest things you could do in terms of replacing top laners. Zayas would be the only other thing the only top laner you could think of right now that would really make you feel like, wow, that's going to be a really, really big gap you might feel. But the improvements have definitely been there for Perfect, and something that everyone's been saying, analysts, fans, etc., is that he's just been the most consistent part of this KT roster. I think part of that's because he's alone in the top lane, so it's all about him. I think the coordination on the rest of KT's roster has often been a little bit shaky, but his roams especially, he's really kind of emulated Keen with his Skarner play, have been really fantastic to watch. And in moments like this, you can see the impact he's making on the map with that prio he gains. And he's not afraid to actually sacrifice his lane a little bit to get advantages elsewhere. And I think this is a really, really critical point that KT will likely have to rely on if they're going to win a game tonight.
Well, we'll find out if he'll be able to do that again. Tough opponent in the top lane in Zayu says they both have their quotes. I want to defeat KT and keep good momentum for EWC, and Perfect, I want to seize this big opportunity and take down T1. Wolf, what jumps out at you when you see that?
I mean, when I see this, I think about Perfect. I think about the opportunity there is definitely in terms of if you win this matchup, it's one of the toughest matchups you're going to get in double round robin, so that would be massive for them, but it doesn't seem likely. I think for Perfect, he's probably also looking at this as a huge learning opportunity. Not revenge so much, because obviously Zayas, we had that highlight of him earlier this year in spring where he did get crushed there, but to show how much he's improved and how much he could take on a really, really strong team like T1 and maybe come out the better of it, maybe improve, get some more experience.
And I think if they end up winning this matchup, it's a no-brainer they'll win the rest of this round robin and come out with a pretty decent scoreline considering how badly things started. So regardless of the outcome of this match, obviously a win would be fantastic for them. The momentum they set up here by just challenging T1 in a good way could really send them forwards in a way to pick up a lot of points.
Which, last time they went 0-4, which was in 2020 spring, they did rifle off 8 wins in a row after that. So possible, but definitely difficult in this year. Now, a player that has been around for quite some time is going to have a celebration today. It's Deft, and he is sitting on 799 games played in the LCK, so he'll definitely hit 800 in this Telecom war. What jumps out at you when you take a look at all these brilliant stats, whether it's champs, whether it's damage, how long he's been playing?
Honestly, for me, it's the unique champions played, because 34 just seems so high for an 80 carry. Like, when I think of the pool of 80 carries, maybe if I'm really stretching, I can get to like 20. So a lot of times we've seen picks coming in the meta that we haven't seen for a while. Things like the Jace bot lane even Deft has played. And I think he's been around such a long time through so many metas, willing to play so many things. It just shows the depth of his experience in this league.
Things that stand out to me, the Ezreal being his second most played, just 11 games behind his Varus, but one of his most iconic picks, especially after that Worlds 2022. And the pick is so relevant right now. He looked so good on it against Brion, and even in some of the losses they've had this season, he's looked pretty good on this pick. So definitely one I think very relevant right now. And the fact that he's played so many games of Ashe as well, a pick that's very often, when it is meta, banned all the time because it's so oppressive. 2 picks I think that they could try to lean into in their drafts today.
I think it's pretty cool just to see how much damage he's done to champions. Like, how often do you ever calculate that across, like, your career? It's like, yeah, I've done, like, 15 million damage to champions. So congrats to Deft for hitting the big number there, 800 games played. Let's take a look at our coaches' quotes for this matchup coming up. Coma, since it's home ground, we'll show you a winning performance. Hirai will put in our best for a good performance. I feel like these are straightforward coach quotes that kind of protect the players.
Standard Korean esports coach comments here, but I mean, I get it. Coma is trying to big up the home ground, because that's obviously a really cool thing that we're doing for this match, specifically for Hirai. What can he say? He doesn't want to say like, oh, we're trying not to get bodied, but
yeah.
At the other side, he can't be like, yeah, we've got this. It's they're gonna try the best.
I think it's telling he was hoping for a good performance, whereas for Coma, it's a winning performance. I think KT, you just come into this, do the best you can.
These aren't spicy enough. So, guys, Dan, how would you spice up the quote if you're Coma?
Oh, if I was Coma?
Yeah.
I'm like, they may have won against Bro, but we're a lot better than them.
But both of you be Coma, because you already gave me your Hirai quote. What would you say if you're Coma?
Be Coma. He's such a legend. I don't even know. Like, if it were just me, I'd probably say something like, I hope that KT could show up to give us a good game today. Like, that's like the nice way of throwing shade. Basically saying, I don't know if they're going to show up, but I hope they do, because otherwise this will be less interesting. We got this really cool venue. Please give us a good game.
Yeah, I think for me, it's probably about, like, I don't know if it's a Telecom war because it's been so one-sided or something like that. Hopefully, the scales are...
Telecom walkover?
Yeah.
So mean.
Whoa, that's so harsh, Degon. How could you say that?
That's right. Well, that's if I was Coma, I would say that.
I don't think Coma would say
He's
that.
got
That
a
came
good
from
heart.
you.
He would never say that.
Yeah, that came from you. That was mean.
All right. I have a good heart, too. Let's take a look at Goyang as the fans are starting to get excited. As we're a little delayed right now. We've got, I guess, just a little bit more time before things really spice on up here in the arena. Let's take a look at the Preds from everyone here at the LCK. As we can take a look at everyone on the LCK crew. Okay. All T1 so far. And then, yes, so the Korean side and the English side all together in unison. It is a T1-sided day today here at the Goyang Arena.
Very often when we have these one-sided Preds, we all end up looking a little bit silly afterwards, but I think when you consider the form of KT, like you'd almost get your Pred taken away if you actually thought if you predicted they would win this one.
But I feel like we're really amping it up just by having the graphic with everyone.
Right?
I feel like this is... the energy is getting set up there. And, I think everyone is correct that this is extremely likely just to be a T1 win. And yet, who knows?
No. What's the key matchup here that you want to look at here, Wolf? If T1 are going to get the win, because obviously we all think that T1 are going to get the win, where do you think the power is going to come from?
I think the two angles of attack for me are definitely going to be mid jungle and then in the top lane, because I don't think that, even though Keria and Guma have had some shaky moments, especially against Genji, but it's Paisley Hens, like I don't think that's going to be your place. Beryl has looked a little bit shaky in terms of some of his engages. Try to get so far ahead that you have map control early, so where Beryl doesn't have to go make the crazy plays, because that's where things have backfired a ton for KT Rolster.
Quick thought, Dan?
Yeah, I think maybe Beryl on picks like Alistair, where it's a little bit harder to take him down and he can just charge in like a madman and then somehow survive, might be an idea.
All right, let's take a look over at the Goyang Arena right now as the T1 fans have shown up in force. That is so dang cool, and now the players starting to make their walks on up to the stage, and it's just fans on fans on fans holding fans because it's pretty warm out there. But so cool to see.
I've been asking for this for a really long time, for us to have homestands in the LCK, and I think maybe it's only a matter of time in the future. Maybe we have teams that are kind of city-based and they have their own arenas. We've already seen this in the LPL to a certain extent, and you know, we have so many passionate fans of the LCK. We sell at the LoL Park basically every day, like literally every day. So you know, I'm glad to see the fans can actually get a bigger, better chance to watch T1 play live in this really special venue, because this is more seats than we have here, and it's really cool T1 decided to put this on.
Yeah, that was a Korean actress who came on. Again, fan of T1. So cool, again, how it's just all across the Korean culture, not just in the gaming space, but just, you know, as an everyday person here.
And I feel like as well, you know, we have Deft and Faker on either side of this. Players have been around for so long. It's so great to see that so many years later, after these players have debuted, they can still just completely sell out this stadium. And for a match like this, it's super hype.
Absolutely. All right, music change time. Saturday Showdown is underway. Another chapter of the historic Telecom war about to come right at you. T1 versus KT. Let's get into it.
I've seen the darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound.
많은 팬분들이 응원을 해주시는 것 자체가 또 힘이 되기 때문에 너무나 감사할 것 같고, 저희도 또 즐길 수 있는 무대가 될 것 같다고 생각하고 있습니다. 초반에 좀 좋지 못한 성적을 보여드렸는데
장르도 스킬해줄게 내가.
팀적으로 단단해졌고 좋은 모습 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같습니다.
Hello and welcome to the LCK, a very special day that we have today here, as it is T1's home ground for their match up against KT, also Saturday Showdown. I'm Valdez, with me is Maurits Musen, aka Chronicler. How are you doing today?
I am so excited. To me, the fact that, even taking into consideration that T1, you know, a team that is obviously insanely popular, we can fill out a stadium for a regular season best of 3 and see the passion, see the teams. That is so cool to me. And it really, even with the apparent gap between these two teams, as we can see in the standings here right now, don't even look at the game score. I still think that it is so cool to see. I can't wait to see what the match will bring. And I also think that it might actually change how some of the players play. Particularly, I saw Perfect in that opening shot, and he was like, "Oh God, I've played in Challengers and LoL Park.
Yeah,
this is something else entirely."
I'm kind of hoping that KT steps it up, because I feel like, you know, eventually they're going to have to. These players are just too good. The team is too good. They have a very rough start here in summer, but I don't think that they're going to forever be on this level, to be honest. And maybe today is the day where the players, you know, maybe the veteran players, maybe not perfect, but maybe some of those older players say, hey, I really want to put on a good show here at this special day, and maybe they'll show something special here. I think that T1, obviously the big favorites, we all did predict them coming into this one, but it can definitely show off something different here on the day, as T1 versus KT Saturday Showdown at Goyang Sono Arena. Who will triumph in the first Telecom war of summer? We'll just have to wait and see.
T1, sometimes to their own detriment, love playing it fast and loose. And that is something that, if KT is in top form, I think they can capitalize on. The main issue is, will they be? Obviously, Perfect at the beginning of the split had some health issues. Casting had to be subbed in. Unfortunately, the same for Barrel. So I think there's been a lot of external factors as well. And if this match was, you know, a couple of weeks from now, then I would be feeling a little bit more hopeful, as Owner has been having a great split in a very jungle-focused meta. Right now, the top 3 in POG point, it's just junglers. That's it. It's Lucid, it's Canyon, it's Owner. And Pioshik did have a really good performance on the Viego, and it's necessary because I think in spring he was one of the highlights, but thus far this split, especially considering the jungle meta, just hasn't been able to make it work.
Yeah, it's kind of a carry jungle meta with all the AP picks we see, so it does make sense. Jungles have a very big impact on the way the game does play out. Here is Deft, as he is approaching his 800th game at the LCK. This is including, you know, well, this is not including, actually, his time he spent in the LPL. So he'd probably be on a similar level with Faker, maybe a little bit behind, but, you know, pretty interesting that he's going to hit 800 and that he is second place for now, even with that time spent abroad. As we do have the fan prediction here, T1 unsurprisingly favored. I think even if these teams were evenly matched, T1 would still be favored just because of the size of their fan base, but KT's got a big fan base as well, and you can see that at this moment in time still, T1 heavily favored, as here we are at the Sono Arena.
Teams coming in. The amount of fans here, again, I can't overstate how cool it is, how big of a deal it is. As you guys can see, Valdez is doing a really cool dance.
Yeah.
The excitement that we're currently feeling as
Chairs Pog. Very exciting.
I guess they're gonna maybe sit and wait. This is what makes it even better.
Where are they going?
In my opinion. It's like, I don't know why the chairs were brought out, only for them to immediately get up and walk over.
You need to take a seat just to stand up.
It's a power move. And this is one of the cool things about not being in LoL Park. You know, the LoL Park walkouts, we know. We've seen them a million times. Everyone's ready for them.
You'll see them later today as well, because both matches aren't being played at the Sono Arena. This is specifically T1's home ground. And, you know, later on today, we'll also have Hamalife Esports up against Notion that will be played at LoL Park. But, yeah, for now, for this match, for Saturday Showdown, you're going to see this happening here, as we do have, well, that's Zeus. I hear the music for the KT walkout, but
maybe a little bow for T1. Also, again, want to note Barrel obviously dealing with some medical stuff right now. So if you already were like, you saw the KT players and you're like, what's going on? It won't be part as
They're not playing with 4 players.
Carry out. Doing a little look-see there. T1 should get seeded now, and then we'll take a look at their opponents.
Yeah. Should they take a seat, or maybe they take a seat and then stand up right away? We'll have to see. Although it does look like they are going to sit at their computers, so that kind of makes sense. And here are the KT members. As you mentioned, Beryl not here, probably already setting up on stage there as KT. Will be interesting to see how all these players do react to playing on a big stage, because, you know, we often talk about how much experience this roster has, how many world champions they have in their roster. It's 3. And, you know, they've played on really big stages before, so this shouldn't be a big deal. Obviously, the one player, as you mentioned before, Chronicler Perfect, he would be the one player that we might think should have a little bit of trouble with this extra pressure.
And can see there, Beryl ready to go. Him and Deft are going to have to step up big today if we do want to see them step up to T1. Even, I think, an individual game win, just looking good, would be enough for KT to be a win. With how rough this roster has been performing, with how much of a struggle even the series against Rion was, any signs of life, I think, here should be celebrated. Because realistically, not beating T1, not the end of the world, but if they don't start at least somewhat of an upward curve here, we're going to be looking at KT possibly not making playoffs, which is an insane thing. Because last split, they were easily able to make that, as we do see here, Faker and BDD. Faker, I think, a step up from MSI, not a step up compared to where he was last spring. Last spring, he was so insanely dominant domestically, outside of Chovy, who is Chovy, so who cares? And for BDD, unfortunately, he has individually not lived up to what we've seen of him in the past.
Yeah, and that's why I expect this KT team to turn things around. I'm not sure if it's going to be today or if it's going to be, you know, 2, 3, 4 matches from now. Maybe they barely sneak into playoffs if it takes that long, but I would expect these guys, I think they are good enough to eventually kind of shake off the whatever it is and just kind of play at a high level once again. But, you know, T1 at this point in time certainly feeling pretty good about their performances. They're actually in 3rd place because Kwangdong Freaks are ahead of them, but T1 have had, I would say, a more difficult schedule so far, so still kind of putting them at 2nd place in terms of the rankings in my mind. T1 selecting blue side here. We have seen some teams, including that aforementioned Kwangdong Freaks, selecting the red side nowadays, but T1 going to stick to good old blue as their choice.
Realistically, the only team that T1 is expected to have a tough time with going forward is only Hanwha. And I don't think Hanwha right now are looking too good. So, as we already mentioned, Deft, this will be his 800th game. Absolutely having an absolutely exceptional career. And Ezreal being back in the meta should help him out. We saw him already have some really good performances on him, even in games where the team struggled. And the one game specifically where he got caught once and then it was just immediately done.
Yeah. Those aren't very great feels. I feel like Deft is looking exceptionally alpaca-ish today. I don't know if you noticed that. He's got the hair, he's got the fluff, you know?
Yeah, no, 100%. I was thinking the same thing.
He was also oblivious as we were celebrating his 800 games moment, so it kind of, you know, it felt extra good. All the players here look relatively calm. Nobody looking too nervous or anything like that. Everybody's good to go. Owner said that, you know, he especially wants to perform for all the fans that came down to the T1 home grounds here at the Goyang Sono Arena. And, you know, we'll see what kind of performance he has here in this match, I should say. We saw Canyon popping off yesterday with the Nidalee and the Karthus. And we know that Owner loves that Nidalee as well. Will he pull that out once again today? He is one of the owners of the Nidalee card, isn't he?
One of the 3. Yeah, there are 3 players right now. And it's partially player, partially team. I mean, Kenyan at this point could lock in literally anything jungle. And
Teemo?
I'm sure they'd find a way to make... Okay, well, they do have to be able to actually clear the jungle.
Xerath jungle?
I want to, again, refer back to... They have to actually be able to clear the jungle, but realistically, for Gen G, obviously they can play anything and get away with it. But T1 and as we saw, Kwangdong as well actually are able to play around the pick. So I do expect that it will probably be banned. I don't think Pioshik should be playing it with how KT has been performing thus far. As Beryl, I think, especially considering his circumstances, actually had a good performance. Is dealing with some medical stuff, which is why you didn't see him on the walkout, and we should be getting into game shortly. Drafts, I don't have any too high expectations outside of specifically that Nidalee ban. Probably don't want to give over too strong, like the Senna should be taken away as well from Guma. But outside of that, I feel like there are so many picks in the current meta that you can substitute. You know, if you take away the Tristana, they'll go for Corki.
Yeah.
We've seen the Lucian pop up. Yone is relatively strong as well. There's so many variations on the same theme.
Yeah, absolutely. And I still feel like even though KT have been struggling, I think that their champion pool, maybe outside of the jungle, as we do focus in on Pioshik, he has kind of struggled a little bit with some of those meta picks. Outside of the jungle, though, I feel like they can pretty much play anything they want. So I don't think they should suffer too much in the draft there, but definitely a lot of eyes on the jungle to see what Pioshik is going to be playing here, as we get a bigger look at all of the fans that have come down to the T1 home ground here for Saturday Showdown in Week 3. Even have cheerleaders down, celebrities. It's kind of insane how they're able to drag this much attention to this match.
And I love the Saturday Showdown, but it's a regular season match.
Yeah.
It's just the best of 3, and it is extremely cool to see, as T1 going to be banning the Senna here instead, so probably don't want to prioritize pick that, maybe looking towards something like, I was going to say, the Corki or the Tristana, which has been the main priority for mid lane, and then the expectation is that it would obviously get picked up by KT, as a lot of focus being paid there towards Deft and Beryl.
It's probably a good idea. I mean, as you mentioned, even with Beryl having, you know, some medical issues at the moment and probably in a bit of pain, he's still playing really well on the stage. So that's kind of scary, as we do see the Callista and the Rumble also taken off the board.
AD carries really are something on this patch. Tristana would be my expected final ban, because otherwise I'm pretty sure that T1 is just going to snap lock that one in, but that does keep the Nidalee up. It is going to be the Tristana taken away. With Corki and Tristana both banned, I do think the Nidalee loses a little bit of value, but we've seen a lot of teams go for a Hui, so you still have a lot of pressure in terms of ranged damage, but it does make the 2v2 a lot weaker.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And they're not going to pick jungle here. They're just going to take the Skarner. The Rumble already taken away. We have seen Cassante be the very common answer nowadays to the Skarner, especially when the Rumble is off the board. So, I mean, perfect. He plays a good Cassante. I feel like it's a very strong lock-in. Don't necessarily have to pick it here, but maybe want to keeping some stuff secret, as they will go ahead and lock in the Cassante. And what are we going to see other than that? We did see a very high priority on Ezreal just yesterday from the Kwangdong Freaks, even first picking it on blue side. And they're going to lock it in.
Definitely one of the strongest AD carries in the current meta, but not so strong that it's banned every single game. Once upon a time, a hover of Zeri would have led to collective groans from a T1 audience, but I do think that they've been getting a little bit better at playing around it. Two very different approaches, as Guma obviously does love the Raven. My expectation is that they're just going to play for Zeri. Does have all-in pressure on Ezreal if he ever ease forward in a way that he shouldn't. Outside of that, obviously hard to lock him down, as it's going to just be the Azir here, which that is the one that catches me off guard a little bit. BDD should be happy to go towards a Yone, even though I think his individual performance wasn't necessarily that good. I like the Talia here because it both works well into the Azir, but you can still flex. So maybe you can draw another ban. This could, of course, also be a jungler.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty good position to take that Talia and essentially just have all the control moving into your R4 pick, and can even hold on to, counter pick for the support role, just to see what that bottom lane is going to look like exactly. They're going to take Sejuani off the board here. Will we see any looks at the Nautilus? I wouldn't be even surprised if KT want to run like an Ezreal Nautilus lane just to deal with the Zeri, and even just for very reliable lockdown. But the Vi also going to be banned, so maybe they take the Nautilus off the board too.
Are obviously also some fringe cases here where you can even rotate Ezreal mid and then go for the Talia jungle, as mentioned before, but I don't think KT should go that far. Just try and run something that's consistent. The Leona is the obvious R4 pick here. Does have, as you point out, not the same amount of guaranteed lockdown against the Zeri that Nautilus would, but I do think the Ezreal Leona is obviously a really strong lane. My guess would be that that's what they're going to go towards. We'll see. Nautilus wouldn't surprise either, and instead, it's looking to be a barrel lost pick here, with Pioshik locking in the lead.
Yeah, this is what I was saying before. You can hold on to counterpick once you see what the bottom lane is. But as you were mentioning, this does leave, a lot of strength. It leaves the Leona available, leaves the Nautilus available. Maybe they say, okay, we'll just take one of those. There's a lot of things left in the support role, so we'll just let you take the Leona, and Beryl can play whatever once he knows exactly what the lane is going to look like. So they get that powerful Leona on the side of T1 with the Zeri-Leona combo, as now we're going to see the mid laner, or rather the jungler, for the side of T1, looking like a Nidalee for now, and there it is.
Not surprising, not the best Nidalee draft with Azir in the mid lane. That obviously is a little awkward as your double AP, but you do have the setup with the Leona, with the Skarner to at least have some spears. I think it's an amazing Nidalee draft, but I don't think it is the worst either. And again, T1 does love playing aggressive, and Nidalee slots into that game plan as I really like the KT comp. I think the Lee is the only oddball out here, where Pioshik, I think his main job is going to be just get you to the point of the game where you can rely on your extremely solid front line. And if you're in the front to back, maybe KT can stand up, but they do going to have to get through the lanes. And that's where I think things aren't looking too bad realistically, right? You should have a lot of lane pressure in bot with how strong Ezreal is, outside of the first few levels because of Alistar's weak level 1. And then both in mid and top, I definitely think that it is playable. We'll see if KT can actually utilize that, because if you do start losing lanes and Owner just gets to invade Pioshik and the Lee is set behind and you get out-tempoed, things get very ugly very quickly.
It's very true. I think, in this meta where the junglers really matter a whole lot, T1, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to make that a possibility and really try to put a lot of pressure on these lanes. We see the Alistar into Leona very often. We even saw an Ezreal-Alistar lane getting some early tempo against a Leona lane just because the Ezreal is strong at the moment and the Alistar can deal with the Leona even at level 1, as we're getting a very close look at these compositions now.
I like what KT have drafted here. I think that it's not too complicated. It's a relatively straightforward draft, and that's what you need when you're struggling as much as they are.
Well, let's see how this first match is going to go on game number 1, T1 versus KT Rolster, as we hop onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
You know what I think it's time for in our next game, Belfast.
I know exactly what it's time for.
We bring it back.
We prepared for this moment.
Because I am 100% sure that the arena was erupting while this was happening. But if we don't have an audio feed, we got to do our own fan chants again.
And there's a chance that the stream could hear it, but we couldn't, so... we'll do it, and we'll try to get confirmation on that as well. Like I said, we have prepared for this moment. We've had some times in our life here at the LCK. And I think this jungle matchup is going to be very important. Owner on the Nidalee, though, is so incredibly annoying to deal with. It is one of his most strong picks in the current meta, and he was able to pick it on blue 5th pick, after seeing everything, after seeing his opponent's jungle pick as well.
It makes sense that KT didn't want to heavily prioritize it in terms of bans. I think that if you look at what T1 have, Azir with Nidalee isn't really the combo that you're going to be as scared of as you are with what they ended up banning, right? Sejuani is just something that Owner, I think, has been really good at. Xin Zhao just works very well with the comp and also allows T1 to play a really aggressive style, break up those fights. But it still feels bad that Owner gets to play what is currently probably considered the most aggressive jungler if you can play her. I actually want to give credit here to Deft and Beryl, because this is huge. They were actually able to do a really good job of mitigating the weak early level of Alistar, get early level 2, already force out the barrier, and I again want to reiterate, especially with a Nidalee, having some lanes that you can play through as Lee is really, really important. Because if Owner just has free reign to do whatever he wants, he's going to outpace Pioshik, he's going to be able to either invade or set up very aggressive plays. So Deft and Barrel doing a good job here is big. Deft is getting a little bit low on mana, but the poke, at least outside of that last Mystic shot, is doing its job.
Yeah, I mean, you're just able to put on so much pressure with this Ezreal on current patch. Barrel going for the headbutt early on, just saying, okay, well, I'm just not going to interact with you at all. If you want to do something, I'm just going to use this and proc Aftershock and essentially do whatever. Alistar is very strong in the current meta as well. He is currently sitting at 14-4 in terms of win rate and is on a 6-game winning streak across many, many different teams. As you talked about the bottom lane, you talked about junglers trying to utilize the pressure in this lane. Owner's going to get here first with his faster clear, but Pioshik also here. Trying to make a play here for the Scuttle Crab. Well, the spear is going to land, and now a chance to smite it. Yeah, Owner's going to get that smite down, as the knockback also going to miss. As they do engage on a carrier, but that is a Leona.
Barrel!
The flash over the wall as Barrel makes the play! And first blood goes to KT. Faker isolated and will go down. It's 2 kills to KT early on in this game.
And when every single person predicts T1, some might have said, guys, come on, someone's got to take the gamble. And this alone, obviously not enough, but what a sign of life from a KT that up until this point has looked so rough. And the biggest thing to me here is that they're able to win even despite BDD not hitting the flick. Carrier feels really safe, which makes sense. You're a Leona, so with Eclipse, with Aftershock, you're going to feel borderline unkillable, but the bot lane of KT is really far ahead of the play. Zeri isn't there, and Azir is quite weak, right? Talia takes away a lot of the normal mobility that you might have otherwise, and KT, that's a kill on Lee and Ezreal as well.
Yeah. No, it's insane, and I really liked how KT were all in together on that play. Speaking of which, we got a nice little pulverize on it too. If he lands the stun, yeah, that's the barrier utilized from Guma. He knows he's under a bit of pressure here, especially with BDD down in the bottom lane. There's no flash for Carrier, but he will just walk away from that one, utilizing very well the walk strategy just to survive.
They don't get the kill, but they get another barrier. As long as BDD can catch this mid wave, he's not even going to be remotely behind, because again, Faker died in that previous play, and with his passive, it looks like he's going to be just fine to just catch this wave fully. And Deft is just going to get 3 hits here, and again, they have been doing a really good job of tracking Owner at any given point as well. Deft just keeps poking away, hasn't actually backed with his kill gold, so as of right now, not necessarily much stronger. So they will again spot Owner here. But the damage was done. Like, BDD's roam is still successful. Keria and Guma have to go back. Although Guma does actually stay around here, was channeling his back, but is obviously safe. Doesn't really have to face the threat of any dive with enough reinforcements in the area. And then Deft decides to stay as well. Really wants this play, I imagine. And you see, as the moment Deft shows up, Keria immediately was roaming towards mid, immediately walks back to ensure that no shenanigans will be happening towards the bottom side of the map.
Well, there might be shenanigans here in mid. Is Faker going to dash over some rocks? That is not what you want to do. Also a big wave here. Maybe trying to set something up, but Barrel was here as well. So, yeah, that was a 3v2 in favor of KT. Either way, Faker's totally fine. And not going to have to spend anything to get out of that one. Carrier still level 3. Kind of awkward for him. And Deft is going to go on a back finally.
That's Tear and Chi. That's the dream, you know?
Dream.
You don't have to make a trade. I actually got 2 long swords as well. You don't have to make a trade-off of, do I get one or the other? I also want to highlight that they do get the crash, so Deft will be missing a bunch of minions here. I'm not 100% sure if this was on the cannon wave. They'd have to back eventually, so that back timing is a little bit rough. It's also, I think, the reason why we see that Guma is sitting on more XP, as well as the fact that Carrier obviously has been roaming around a little bit more. Barrel gets Swifties on his first back. And Barrel, his performance on the Alistar, obviously, like when Barrel was peak Barrel, is still some of the best support play I've seen.
Yeah.
And thus far in this game, he's making his presence shown, and particularly given the fact that he's dealing with medical issues right now, that's extremely impressive.
I am kind of surprised that T1 did give Beryl the actual perfect Alistar spot.
Yeah.
With it being Beryl and Alistar in current meta,
He's good.
it's kind of insane. Everything just synergizes so well. Like if you're a KT fan, if you're a Beryl fan, you are just loving your life right now because it's a great shout out. I mean, it was 2019, right? Where Dom1 Gaming at the time went over and Beryl just put on such an amazing performance. And then eventually, the following year, they were able to also go ahead and win the entire championship. So the guy's pretty good on the champ. And especially with Elite here, I mean, you're just going to have the Alistar around the map. He's going to be making plays. He's already made a lot of plays. As now up in the top side here, Cassante being a real problem for Zeus. I mean, at the end of the day, it is two tanks butting heads, so not going to amount to too much. They're equal on farm. This first Drake, though, will go over to KT as they have total control over the bottom side river.
Deft firing off his ultimate as well, just trying to maintain pressure on that wave, even in a 1v2 scenario. Do want to highlight, like we're talking a lot about KT, because I think KT already this early look way better than what we've seen of them thus far in summer. If you look at the T1 comp, their team fighting is still going to be insane, right? So for me now, the question becomes, can KT maintain his pressure? And a 4-man dive will be a great example.
This is a lot of pressure, yeah. I like the word you use as they're trying to turn on the Deft, though. He's so low and he will be taken out as no stun goes on Aguma, and PDD can't even get the kill. Flash Rock, no, he misses. And Cario, well, he's probably going to go down here, but they don't get Guma, and a 1-for-1 trade in a 4-man dive is not what you want to see. Guma also picking up a kill.
Oh, really big there. As, the setup.
Yeah, trying to make this play onto the Cassante. He does all out the Skarner under the turret, and now Zeus has to flash away. Going back in onto the all-out Cassante. Not sure about that one. Impale on a both. Do they have the damage? So perfect. Goes in, assassinates the Nidalee, and now he's totally fine. Zeus with 0 mana. And eventually he's just gonna die. I mean, there's nothing he can do here with no mana, no health. BDD picks up the second kill.
BDD maintaining his 100% kill participation. Makes a play towards bot. A little bit scuffed of a play, but it ends up working out. Really well done here. Guma flashes the combo from Beryl, which means that the main damage source isn't locked down at all, and then turns onto Deft. So super well played by Guma there. Keria still ends up going down. BDD, tragic flash there. But it actually ends up being a really big moment for him nonetheless, because even though this play doesn't go the way you want to, you still get the kill. And then here, I think it makes sense for T1 to go back in, specifically because of the fact that the Talia means that you're going to fight anyway. Like, I don't think you have a way of really getting out here. The moment that TP comes through, you know that the wall is going to follow. So I understand Owner and Zeus trying, but there was some miscommunication there as well, right? Because I think Zeus, you saw him go for the impale, whereas we already saw Owner walk out. So if they go one way or another, maybe it works. Maybe you at least trade 1 for 2. Maybe you just sacrifice one person and you make it out, but instead neither happens. And now KT building themselves up to a 2K gold lead here. And this first game, very different from what we expect in the best of ways, Valdez.
Absolutely. I mean, this is making this an interesting matchup. I was worried that we were just going to have, it's T1 home ground. They're going to come in. They're going to stomp. It's going to be a 2-0. That's no fun, right? For Saturday Showdown, we need to have a competitive back-and-forth match. KT, shout-outs to them. They're making it so. And 2,000 gold lead, as you mentioned, here in 11 minutes. They're getting all the objectives as well. We're having the audio put in from the T1 home ground, so you know the cheerleaders are going in and the fans are chanting, trying to get T1 back on the horse here. But at this moment in time, KT, they've risen to the challenge. You know, today's the big day. They've had a really rough couple of weeks, 3.5 weeks, you could say, or I guess 2.5 weeks at this point, and just trying to get their first big win here against T1 after they got their first win.
I'm just saying, Valdez, KT Challengers did beat T1 Challengers in this very arena today.
That just missed his Mystic shot on the cannon.
I tried to ignore it.
I saw you were looking away from the monitor at me, so yeah, trying to save yourself, but I couldn't be saved.
Thanks, Jonas.
Sorry.
No, I'm glad we're pointing it out because again, that's okay, and it happens to everyone.
Recalibrate, okay?
Just a couple of skill shots, going a little bit wide here consecutively.
Yeah.
But no, we saw KT, who is of course currently reigning champion of challengers, has been not having as dominant of a split as they did last time around, but still looking really good, beating T1 CL today here in this very arena, which I also love that they also include the baby team, you know?
Bruh.
Perfect. I thought that maybe the pressure of playing in this arena would get him. So far,
he's
looking great.
Yeah, no, he's looking almost better than he normally looks. So I don't know what I said to them before the match, but everybody's...
Maybe he's got that dog in him, you know? It's like, oh, this crowd, this makes me play better. Watch me.
I mean, when everybody's cheering against you, it's almost like you have something extra to prove, right? So I do like it. I do like it a lot. See KT really playing to another level. And yeah, it's a good point. You know, KT Challengers were the big expected winner in that Challenger matchup, and they did win.
They did lose game one. It was,
yeah.
they did have to fight for it a little bit.
Maybe that happens here. T1 the expected winner in this matchup. They lose game one, come back and win the series. Could happen.
I'd sign up for that though. That's still I could already call this a win for KT, as long as, you know, nothing colossally rough happens. Which,
well, there's one unfortunate loss for KT already. It's that Ox wasn't paying attention, and we do have a Chemtech Soul.
You know that the bottom right of that gold graph looks like a cityscape.
Yeah, it does.
With like a sunrise.
Looks really cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, love the grading.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The gradation.
Gradients.
Gradients. Yeah, that's probably right.
Yeah. Really big fan. And we're talking a lot about KT because I also have to be completely honest. I am also very worried that there's going to be a point where T1 take control and that'll just be the end of it for the rest of the series. As that we are going in on Alistair.
Yeah, they're trying to engage. I mean, Solar Flare thrown into barrel, really?
I mean, you trade ult for ult.
I guess.
Get some pressure towards the bot side turret.
It's still Alistair, like, why?
Yeah, but if you get a turret for it, I do think that it is worth, right? Like, it's a heavy investment, but I don't think they will. Perfect's able to just make this happen, and I imagine they know that the Herald is being taken towards the top side of the map and want to try and go for a cross map.
Well, they're going to try now. Flash for flash. It's now even Owner's going in there. I don't know what Barrel said to these guys, but they're really trying desperately to capitalize on this Alistair with his ult down. Zeus is having a lot of trouble dealing with BDD under the turret right now, and BDD actually going to wall on in. He wants more. He wants the kill, but he cuts it short and jumps off the wall a little bit early, so maybe not wanting to over-push for that.
Yeah, don't be distracted by what looked like obviously a lot invested into trying to kill Barrow and being unsuccessful. The play still worked. The 2-gate gold deficit has now been brought down to a 1-gate gold deficit. Getting that first turret bot, I think, is quite big. And what KT got back is... well, Zeus didn't even have to flash, right? Didn't end up going down. BDD investing a lot of time. They got the Herald. So they might be able to get the mid lane here, which obviously is going to be good as Deft.
He's going to Arcane Shift in, and now here comes Skarner out of the shadows from below. And that was really scary. I love the toggle of the vision there. And he is just going to be able to get away. And it doesn't have to flash or anything like that, so totally fine, but a little bit scary.
One really cool development that we've been seeing is the Liandry's first buy and the changes in Nidalee builds, because initially it was always Lichbane into Liandry's. That was the build that we saw first at MSI. And then now we've swapped generally to going Lichbane and then Horizon Focus, so like really, really heavily opting into just, I throw spears. That's my job. That's all I care about.
Liandry's into
Liandry's into Horizon Focus, yeah. The main thing for KT now is to not give T1 an opening. One of the things that T1 have become known for is the ability to find uncannily good team fights from a deficit. This deficit isn't even that big, and it's exactly these type of positions. But you do see KT, they actually read this pretty well, right? They're very aware that T1's going to be looking to collapse, and Barrel, he's Deft's bouncer.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of trying to get this mid-tier 1. They're not going to quite get it. You see it's living on like 50 HP at this point in time. But Deft gonna keep up the pressure. That's basically his job, to sit in mid, try to take 1v1s against Guma, and essentially abuse the strength of Ezreal in this moment in time in the meta before the Zeri gets too insane. Beryl up in the top lane, trying to make a play here alongside of BDD. But Faker playing pretty safe in terms of his positioning. He's playing very away from those brushes, so not going to hit any danger zones at that top lane.
He already was able to push out the wave, so there's not really a reason for him to walk up there unless they wanted to make a play on BDD, but not going to be the case. BDD also going to be backing here. And these turrets do have to start going down if KT wants to maintain map control. As mentioned, if this was an Infernal, if this was a Hextech like Hextech Ezreal Talia, that would have been really good for KT. Cassante is definitely still going to enjoy the powers of a M-Tech Soul, but outside of that, might be a little bit rough, as we do see the mid lane turret now full, so that's a big win for KT. Will, again, build up that gold lead a little bit. I don't know if T1 is going to be interested in actually contesting this dragon, though. There's a lot of pressure on Perfect, but they do know this is happening.
Yeah, they really want to turn this around. Do KT. The all-out goes in on Owner. They're going very deep for this one. Perfect getting very hypey with it, and now Beryl in a little bit of trouble. He's going to have to go to the Unbreakable Will as they overcommit to that one. Not expecting as many members of T1 to be there, but the entire team did rotate up to the top side, including that TP from Zeus to make that play happen.
KT read the play, think that they have the numbers advantage. T1 is being a little bit slow with setting it up, but just Perfect and Beryl isn't enough damage. If Deft hits his ultimate there, which wasn't his fault, right? Like, it was just the angle of being dragged by Perfect that didn't allow him to hit it. That maybe could have been a difference, but they didn't have enough members. Now the gold's going to be basically even. Yes, KT will get this dragon, but it really does feel like they could have probably done that and just have Perfect leave the top half of the map and not give over the kill.
Yeah.
Because instead, you invest the teleport,
Look at that
trying
heal.
to salvage the play.
The heal is so chunky, man. It's like almost 300. And he went so all out onto the Nidalee, it's like, well, now you're just out of position into multiple members. So we're getting a deep look into the mind and the life of Beryl.
It's just a cow eating some fruit. That got soul point, but the gold's now going to be even. And T1, there is a Baron on the map. So we got a tiny little blue blip there. Just a little one.
Yeah.
But you have double Leandris and you have Zeri. So if they get any time alone with this, it's going to go down in seconds. TP is down for BDD as well. Obviously can rotate very quickly, but I like this.
Oh, the play on a Faker is huge. Will he die, though? He just flashes and he dashes away. He's totally fine. Meanwhile, Keria and Guma, I think we're doing some damage to Beryl there, but he is Alistair with a Celestial opposition, so he doesn't take much damage. But yeah, Faker does have to flash away from that one, trading with Pioshik.
Do you think that's still a win for KT? Looking for these practice plays, definitely a good call as Keria?
Yeah, he's going in. I mean, he can't get out at this point, so just trying to open it up for Guma, but down will go Keria, and now Guma's got to run away. So that's a pick onto the support here of T1.
Keria, second time in a row where he feels very safe, goes back to the plane river as well, and just ends up getting blown up. Again, Beryl making sure that Deft is fine, keeping Guma out of the equation there. As long as KT can keep these aggressive plays up, because T1, again, their team fighting from behind is something that they've relied on in their Worlds run last year. We've seen them do it plenty of times in the LCK this time around as well. Faker not having flash, I think, is quite big. Keria not having flash. Those are big wins for KT if they can actually capitalize on it. As Faker just walks a little bit too close, nicely done. And even with the combo, there just isn't enough damage, right? Pioshik isn't necessarily strong enough to chew through Faker in that short amount of time. And then here, especially against Talia, I don't think you can walk off like that, even on the Leona. Gumayushi doesn't actually get to take down Beryl. I thought for a second that maybe KT were really going to take the gamble and start Nash, but I don't think that they're at the point in the game where that is a necessary risk.
Yeah. they'd taken a lot of damage. I mean, you could say, okay, well, Zerial's down, Faker was really low, and they got Carrier, so might have been an angle, but yeah, just not going to take the risk, as you mentioned, still very early on in the game in terms of taking Barons. Although, I'm sure T1 wouldn't mind if they get some control.
Look at that river control.
Yeah.
They have 3 control wards.
Pretty good.
River already. Oh, 4. Sorry.
Yeah, 4.
One's in the mid lane brush.
So pretty much every brush in the
the
river.
Faker ward. Item bush will get cleared out as well.
Faker currently on top of the gold, actually. And, you know, only has the 1 kill, but just farming really well, has a bounty right now.
Yeah, local gold as well from the turret in bot. So definitely quite big. Looking to get to his 3rd item spike. Also see the Horizon now done for Owner. Spears we're going to be hitting even more. And I gotta say, Barrel isn't really as well suited, I think, as I think Leona in particular. Like, just pressing W means that it's good. You have Perfect. You can take Spears and not be too bothered, especially if he ends up going... we'll go Jackshaw's next, but if he ends up going for Koenig Rooker, you can really take those. But with Alistar, if you're not in your ultimate, if you don't have Aftershock up, you are a little bit weaker. You do need to be respectful. There is an opportunity here for KT to set up. Do you want to trade Chemtech Soul for Nash? Is a question that I imagine they're asking themselves. Now, they are quite strong, right? 2.5 item spikes done across the board. Same for T1. But are you taking that trade? I don't think you do. Particularly against T1, a team that really utilizes the Baron very well. And Chemtech Soul just doesn't have the same oomph. If it was again, Hextech Inferno, it's enough.
Yeah. So they're going to get this Void Scuttle and at least, you know, maintain really the entire gold, or rather vision lead that they have on the top side of the map here. Will KT, you'll notice we talked about the control wards from T1. Those have all been cleared out. There's actually 0 wards on the top side of the map for T1 outside of that 1 on the blue buff. So KT might just say, okay, well, we can try to control both as we have insane vision on the top side, and if you do rush it, we can just run over, especially because it's still very early on in the game.
Oh, the poke, the spears, the rocks.
Well, that's a solar flare. They're going to get the flash here at a barrel. And now the True Shot Barrage is also going to sail wide. So a lot of poke coming in. Onto Barrel, onto Perfect. Even BDD taking a big chunk. But now the damage onto this Dragon getting pretty low. They do want to get this Chemtech Soul before the fight. But Perfect goes low. There's the Chemtech Soul. As Barrel doesn't have his ult, and now the flash on in, and down will go Deft, who had flash available, just gets assassinated, and Barrel will go down too. So the Chemtech Soul does go over to KT, but it's 2 kills for T1, and should absolutely be the Baron.
100%, unless Pioshik can get a miracle steal here. That probably is going to be the trade we were talking about. Mid lane turret going over, 2 kills going over. And T1 picking themselves up the Baron, and yeah, no, he's still not getting there. Realistically, the moment that he just sticks around, there's no way. As Zeus doesn't care about walls, and if he doesn't get Deft, they don't get Nash. Like, obviously KT is low, but I don't think that there's a way for them to hard force a fight and to not run the risk. There's a lot more threat on KT. Deft is their biggest damage dealer, as we saw earlier, together with BDD, so him being gone is a big loss. Interrupt will be, it's nice, but there isn't really a way to follow up, at least for now, so they might be able to use that to get at least a bit of a mid-shove. And if you can clear out like a couple of waves, that alone could be good as well. They're still not letting them back.
All right, the engage code, Barrel gonna get on in there. And,
this
you know,
good.
They're not gonna get any kills, but they're denying backs, they're delaying the Baron power play from really coming in. And essentially just buying time. They're going to be able to, with this map control, push out a bunch of the lanes and delay even further the Red Belt Baron power play. And essentially just buy as much time as possible. They're not that far behind in terms of gold, and you could say that is shored up by the Chemtech Soul. So
yeah,
pretty even game state, I would say, at this point in time.
I would agree, and even though Chemtech Soul is one of the weaker ones, it's permanent, right? Baron is going to run out. As long as they don't lose both inners and or an inhib, I think they're fine. That really, to me, is going to be the key thing as we're taking a look. The poke here between Azir and Nidalee and even Skarner is kind of insane. But then this play from Zay, as you see Deft just the second too late with the E. I think with the flash would have been fine. They didn't want to invest it. ends up going down really crisp there from Zeus because it sets up the play. Now, one inner I think you can give up, but KT, they do still have a really beefy front line. Beryl now does have Warmox done, so I was saying earlier, Alistair generally not the greatest, forgetting the fact that he is an item that just is going to get his entire health bar back in seconds, so
yeah,
not going to be feeling too bad about that now.
It's going to be feeling pretty good. Pioshik is being pushed out of this bush, but I mean, still a minute left on this Baron, so let's see how much they can get out of this. Just trying to siege the top inner, but it's very half-hearted. Like, they're not fully committing to it. They're trying to wait for Zeus to push out bot at the same time and trying to push when he does hit the turret, but saw that BDD, especially early on, is going to be able to deal with that Skarner.
Deft got everything there. I think he queued the big one and then also the big Krug, and then was also able to get them with his ult. Didn't need to do that, but he's getting close to his Cyrilda, so at least that'll be a good spike for him again. For KT, I think they will end up losing this inner in the 15 seconds. That's fine. That's not bad at all. Yes, you're still in a deficit, but it's not the end of the world. You're still within reach. The main issue is that T1, once they gain control, generally don't give it up, and we are going to an elder flip in this game. That's what it's boiling down to.
We had challengers play right before them, so I think the game is still a little confused about, is it challengers, baby, or is it LCK, man? And at the moment, it is LCK, man, but the game is still a little bit delayed, so probably going to get that challengers elder flip. And yeah, the game is in a very even spot. T1 have the extra gold, KT have the Dragon Soul. So really, I think it's just going to come down to the execution in the team fight when we do get to that big objective later on in the game. So, you know, the teams are going to try to set up macro control. They're going to try to set up as well as they possibly can for that team fight to help themselves out. But when push comes to shove, whoever gets that Elder in 2 minutes, probably going to end up running away with a big lead and potentially the game.
I feel like the most important summoner in this game is going to be Barrel's Flash, because Barrel is the only way that KT have to really get great snap engages, and they're going to need one, because what's going to happen most likely is that both teams are going to hold off on making any really big plays up until, as you can see now, like, backs are coming in, right? They're all going to go back, they're going to try and pick up as much vision as possible as red wards in the inventories of T1, and then for T1, the slower the better. If they can set up shop like 45 seconds before Elder spawn and just keep chipping away, right? You have Zeri W, you have Faker.
This ward isn't dying.
Yeah, no, they really do have to take that down.
That's a big problem.
I mean, they will find it.
They haven't stepped in that bush. They've had 3 people walk by it so many times, even the plant missed it. And, I mean, eventually you run through that bush to get to Elder, right? Well, otherwise, Zeus just gets the freest TP ward in the game. Like,
oh, especially a Skarner.
Yeah.
With the Impale, that's a lot of value. They might be looking for a collapse onto him here, though.
Yeah, the timing of this is pretty good. I mean, 30 seconds until the Drake even spawns as, uh-oh, he's going to get knocked by the wall. That's the teleport down. And Zeus is like, well, I guess I'm dead.
He is.
Let's see how long this does take. I mean, if it takes 30 seconds, maybe T1 just go for the Elder, though.
He is Scar. Oh, look at that. KT are realizing, like, we don't have the time for this. Well, I think they do. I think they could have killed him.
Well, they're just going to let him go. Now, they did get the teleport out of Zeus, so now Zeus doesn't have teleport, has to run towards this. And they're going to teleport BDD into the fight early. So KT should have control over this area early on in terms of vision.
All right. Oh, perfect. They're not even going to catch the bot wave. Like, that turret might legitimately fall on the next crash. They know they have to play for this objective. They're not giving T1 time. Zeus made his way back.
Deft just ate a spear. And that's a problem.
That's the worst target out of everyone for them.
Yeah, it's perfect for Owner to hit that onto him, as now it's just going to come down to a straight-up Elder flip. Macro out the window.
Keep him out.
This is just what they're going for. Look at Perfect's health bar. They're just going to impale Deft in again as he doesn't use Flash again. And Pioshik is not going to be able to get it. This game is over. Everybody on the side of KT just going to be isolated and ripped apart as T1, they get the Elder, they get the fight, they will get game number 1.
It is not Challengers, baby. It's just LCK. as KT, they get close, but that fight, basically everything went wrong. Deft eats a spear, gets impaled, Pioshik doesn't get the flip, Perfect goes down before the fight as well and truly began. And it is going to be T1 going up for a much better showing, but game one still going as expected.
Absolutely did. Nice from KT to make it interesting, to make it close, but this is all about T1 once again at their home grounds here for Saturday's showdown. And they're going to put on a nice performance, a nice win for them and their fans there. As you see the flags, it's insane what's going on at the Goyang Sono Arena right now, but yeah, at the end of the day, I think T1, you know, the coaches, they'll watch that game and say, hey, you guys gave KT a really good chance to win that game, actually. And if that were against current, you know, Gen G, Humble Life Esports, a top team, maybe even D plus Kia, you were probably losing that game. I mean, it felt like KT got a nice lead, but they weren't able to do enough with it, and eventually T1 just came back.
It's that team fighting that T1 can still rely on, but at least this game, I think, was a heavy overperformance from what we were expecting.
Yeah.
As we look at the damage numbers here, I think T1 carry out probably the roughest individual game. Outside of that, I thought Zeus was, you know, gonna just randomly die in the sideline, which he's been doing a fair amount of, but actually ended up getting 2 extremely pivotal ultimates on Ezreal World Champions. And for Deft, he was the standout in the previous game, and this game, I think, didn't really make it happen.
Wasn't able to do enough for sure. So guys, we're done here for game number 1. We're going to take a break and come back with the space and game number 2. We will be right back.
이즈 반피 해주면 말해줘.
이즈 반피래? 나 미드 밀고 올게.
얘네가 급해. 이즈 흡혈 없을 거야.
얘네가 치고 싶어한다. 치고 있어.
오케이. 이제 비전 빠졌고. 스마스 보고 싶어한다.
땅 걸긴 할 듯.
스마스 하면 안 나면 좋을 것 같긴 한다.
알리가 나 막을 거야.
내가 먼저 박을까 볼게 이거.
앞라인 서줘. 앞라인 서줘. 리신부터.
아래 탈려. 리신 잡아. 리신.
먹었어.
탈려. 끝났다.
달려볼게.
탈려. 이 미드 가자.
바텀.
Game number 1 of the Telecom War goes all the way to Elder Dragon, and it's a flip that goes the way of T1 as they take the victory 1-0 in the first game. Welcome back to the space, Degon alongside Ox and Wolf. And not the way that we expected T1 to get the win, but they get the win nonetheless here, Ox.
Yeah, and I feel like KT had a pretty strong performance, especially compared to expectations coming in this one. So I think we can still be kind of happy that they're showing more life than maybe we would have expected, but still felt like there were a bit too many mistakes, took a bit too long, and it allowed T1 to find their way to this Elder fight that won them the game.
Yeah, I mean, I really think the draft was pretty good for KT. You know, Ox and I were looking at this going, not sure if they'll be able to pilot it, but they have all the tools, and we were calling for it in the pre-show, putting more Talia emphasis here for BDD. Deft pushing the Ezreal up. Left us a little bit, you know, we had a bit of a pause moment there when we saw that Ezreal priority was this high, but it's a pick that we talked about when it is, you know, champion pool being so heavily Ezreal focused over the years. Not Faker, that's on the other side. Ezreal focused over the years, but his performance here, unfortunately, didn't live up to the performance we saw from him in bottom lane, where he and Barrow made some heroic plays early. Getting caught by 2 Skarner and Pales with flash up were really the 2 big moments, honestly, where T1 took back control of the game.
Yeah, I think for me, it was seeing Pyosik just be comfortable and confident on a Lee Sin that isn't as, you know, I guess commonly seen, but like he was making plays here, Ox, to get them rolling early on.
Yeah, it definitely helped with the early momentum, and I think you have to get the pool rolling early because we kind of saw the Skarner became immortal, the Zeri's a bit of a problem later on. I also think they got a bit unlucky with it being a Chemtech soul, my bad, but just the fact that like any other soul would have given you significantly more combat power in that final fight, and they missed out on that.
All right, well, let's take a look at our first highlight from this Telecom War. It's down on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, so this was actually where we saw the game starting off in favor of KT. We saw the focus being on the Scuttle Crab for T1, but KT is so ready for this fight. And this is kind of that skirmishing power, you know, the Alistar, Talia, and Lee Sin. Those 3 together so strong because if the Alistar lands a combo, the follow-up is there. We saw more aggressive plays from KT. They really set the pace of this game, but there was a moment like this where T1 did manage to outplay in this bot dive.
Yeah, really good flash from Guma. Keria also stunning Barrow there, preventing the follow-up. They do end up ultimately still getting Keria here, but could have been a lot better for KT had those 2 plays from Keria and Guma not gone through. Is end up going to get the stun here with the Zenith Blade, but not actually going to get much out of it. The fight around the Scuttle Crab was really interesting. We saw a commitment not to the Crab to get the Smite secure, but they wanted to stay grouped there to look to see if they could actually find that combo with Alistar. And the cool thing about Ezreal in those early game moments is you actually have the ability to fire over the wall and actually chase over the wall as well. So that's the kind of fight you want to take in those specific positions. And that's, for me, what gave a lot of hope for KT fans, and for me, looking at this, hoping we're going to have a good series, that maybe, hey, look, they're coordinated, they know how to play this early game, but you know, the early game isn't all there is in League of Legends.
No, the game started to stall out here, and he said the hope was through Deft on the Ezreal, and that's our next highlight here. Skarner getting Skarner getting away here on the top side of the map. This was after Ezreal had already gotten picked, then led to the Elder Dragon, and then just KT out of position here.
And you know, in theory, this looks good, but unfortunately, the Elder timer is a bit too soon. BDD doesn't land a lot of damage there, although he stops the teleport. And they commit all these members. Zeus buys enough time, and then suddenly you can see that, like, they could kill him here, but with the Elder spawning, they know they have to get out of dodge. You have to start running over, and that sets up for this fight.
Yeah, and imagine if there was a Weaver's Wall to help zone here, used in that last play, not available, and then, once again, Deft caught by the Skarner. And there's too many ways this goes wrong for KT once they weren't able to get full prio control, because you're dealing with Nidalee Spears, you're dealing with the group up, you don't have the Weaver's Wall. And I think the big moment for me before this, when we didn't get a highlight of it because it's not that interesting, is when they hard committed to getting the soul for the Chemtech soul, end up losing a ton of map control as a result for very little value. They sped up the game because Zeri's becoming a big problem, but it also meant the Elder was going to spawn faster when they didn't have control. So they basically gave up everything for very little value. Any other soul, like you mentioned, would have been well worth it.
And I think an issue as well was Deft kept trying to arcane shift, like buffer the Impale, but the suppression actually, even if you're like mid through the buffer, things like Blitzcrank hooks, you can buffer it. You can't against a Skarner. You just need to pre-flash it, and I think that was something that we obviously saw, caught him out 2 times. So big mistake, very costly.
All right, let's see who the POG is after game number 1, 4-2-1. And yeah, the Skarner was such a problem on the top side of the map. First one of the season for Zeus.
And just 2 really critical plays. This is the Arcane Shift animation just stopped there. You can't buffer that one. And then the second one onto Deft. I think when you look at Deft being the real main character, the real only damage that this team has, because, you know, Talia is more utility in this type of draft, if he gets picked twice in these big objectives, that's it. And like that's why I voted for Zeus. I thought Owner had a fantastic performance as well, but you kill the Ezreal, you win the game.
Well, there's only one person voting for Owner, and we're off to a blazing start there, right, Media? Good job. Boom Boom damage by Guma, also the other vote here. What do you make of that?
I mean, I feel like it's hard in a game like this where, you know, T1 wasn't really in control for a lot of it. And I think it does come down to those key moments, which, you know, as Wolf said, Zeus was the one who led the charge, found Deft in both those scenarios, and really allowed them to get back into it. So I don't think it's a bad vote, but I definitely think Zeus was the frontrunner for me.
You know, land the spike, get yourself a vote from Right Media. Keck W's on out. Looks like KT will stay on the blue side. No subs as both coaches now going over, you know, the changes they want to make. We got to see that KT coach's box cam really early on in this game when they were taking the lead, and they were excited, but it also felt confident. They looked very confident in it.
I think in terms of the draft going into game 2, T1 will probably make some adjustments. I think KT hopes they can get the same draft again. I don't think they'll be able to. Maybe something like a Vi could be an adaptation we see from them. But it was really about the mid-game and how they didn't capitalize well on their lead. And I think that's something that Hirai is probably talking to the players too.
All right, well, let's see how they do in game number 2. Back to the guys to get us to Goyang.
Thank you, other guys on the space, for breaking that one down. As, yeah, the owner vote, pretty interesting, I guess, right? Media cooking a little bit, but what are you going to do? That's kind of his role on that squad. KT will move over to the blue side, and we'll see what the draft looks like now as we do go on to the next start of this game number 2. And we'll see the draft as well. KT starting off well, but trying to get to the end and actually get the win was a different story.
Guma votes make a lot of sense as well. I think I actually had a really good Zeri game. A lot of threat in the backline dives that they were in, and the team fights that they were able to find. It's really interesting to see how Zeri is used in T1 versus like Gen G, where if Pace gets fed, it feels like there's a lot of attention being, you know, keeping him safe. He's the little guy. We need to make sure that he gets to play the video game. And then Guma, it just feels like he's a lone ranger. It's like, I'm going in! And everyone else like, I'm doing my own thing as well!
Yeah.
And it's fine. It ends up working out. So credits to him for, I think, really stepping it up in that regard. I think Zeri in the past was always very whatever. Don't feel like it was actively detrimental, but it also didn't really add a whole lot. And it is a really strong pick in the current meta. And for KT, that early game looked great. And then the mid-game macro was where we started to see some issues. And then the late-game team fights were unfortunately not good.
Yeah. I think Zeus getting some bonus points for dragging the entirety of KT up to the top side of the map right before the Elder Drake as well.
Yeah, it was big.
I think Right Media should have factored that in when he was considering his jungle vote.
Oh, we don't presume to know what Right Media is thinking.
Yeah, I don't even want to begin. Like, that would take longer than a normal day of LCK to try to figure that out.
They work in mysterious ways. We just have to accept that.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
I guess so. And, you know, party's still going on here at the Goyang Sono Arena. Everybody getting up on their feet, trying to cheer for T1 to take game number 2 at the T1 home ground that they have set up here for Saturday Showdown, the Telecom War. So many fun matchups that are all taking place at the same time in this one matchup. All the players and the coaching staff looking around, getting that extra energy from the fans, trying to cheer them on here.
We'll have to see if KT can bounce back after that first loss. Coming into the day, we mentioned what we want is KT looking better. I still think that they really did that in game number 1. This is a team that was struggling with Breon only a couple of days ago. So getting a big early game lead against T1, matching them decently, I think that is in of itself something that you're going to be happy about. But if I look at Pioshik, I don't think that he's going to be happy about that. I think they want more. I think they actually want the win. It's hard though, because looking at what they got in the draft as well, it wasn't a draft problem for me. I think the individual parts worked well. It was just how they moved around the map, plus the fact that they got a little unlucky. And yeah, getting a Chemtech Soul was unfortunate, but realistically, if your team fights go like that, like both of the big team fights we saw were stomps. The skirmishes were great,
Yeah.
the 5v5s were not up to par. If you don't fix that, it doesn't matter what soul you have. You need to step it up. We'll see if KT is going to be able to bring us through game number 3.
Yeah, well, here in game number 2, KT will start off on the blue side. T1 obviously playing blue. The last time around, they were able to get that first pick, Skarner, which they did get POG for. We saw bans on a lot of the, the usual suspects. Senna, Ashe, Rumble, Corki, Kalista, Tristana. Will we see similar bans here after the side swap? Wouldn't be too surprised.
Senna taken away again. T1 freeing Gumayushi from his shackles. We'll have to play Senna every single game. And of course, most likely it would get B1. Skarner is the most likely early pickup here. We have seen the Cassante as the most obvious one. Rumble, I assume, is just going to be banned. And then Mordekaiser, it really did feel like it's okay, but it isn't necessarily something that's going to be groundbreaking in what it does. The Ultima being Q accessible does make your objective control a lot better, but for KT, is that really what you want to play towards? Probably not. Tristana did get taken away there as well. And we'll see what is the deal with the draft.
It's gone.
Because it's gone. Might have a lobby.
Draft.
Maybe a lobby crash and then remake it, and then we'll get back into it.
Yeah. Or maybe someone just hit the wrong button. Obviously, yeah, we're just remaking the draft here, guys. It's a different venue. Brings a whole new slew of problems, as always. And we're getting through it relatively smoothly. So
It has been
nice.
Yeah, it has been way too smooth. So I think we were due just a little bit of a hiccup, but a draft being remade 5 bans in is obviously not going to be the end of the world.
Oh, Faker seems like he's a little bit annoyed that he has to reboot again. He generally reboots right before the draft.
I don't think there's new firmware, though, between when he last rebooted and now. Like, I appreciate him being so thorough and really making sure that he is up to date, but come on. If you did it after the last game, you're going to be up to date.
Maybe he assumes that he might have been the cause of the problem, so he just wants to turn it off and turn it on again. That's generally that's generally what fixes all problems, is just restart.
That's what Deft is clearly doing. It's like, just got to stay away from Skarner, or we B1 it, and then we don't have to deal with it ourselves, and everything will be peachy. Owner, actually a different necklace today. Doesn't have his usual, I want to say giant wolf. I don't know if it is a wolf, but is it a tiger?
It's a tiger.
Giant animal instead of a little T1, which, considering that, it's the home ground, I think is a nice little touch.
Everybody's kind of just looking around. It's a really nice venue they have set up there at the Goyang Sono Arena. Lots of fans packed into that one location. I hope Barrel's doing okay. Looks okay, but that's not always how you can tell if there's a problem. Played really well in game 1, so it seems like his game not too affected, which is always a positive.
Hopefully we'll be getting back shortly, as see that's my favorite emote, actually. I have that one in every part of my emote wheel. I can just always spam.
That sign says Faker is my this, Faker is my that, Faker is, you guys have probably seen signs similar to that. Lots
it's
of
like the
Faker fans.
in geometry, yeah, classic. Fan sign meta has evolved so much over the. What was the latest edition? Was it post-its?
Yeah, somebody was post-itting over the score. They're like, oh yeah, this is not 2-0. Actually, I meant 2-1. Haha, and then just kind of like put tape over the old score and just wrote a new score in. I guess it's cleaner than scribbling it out. So
we're just gonna slowly up the production value of the fan signs. And it's just keep getting wackier and wackier before you know we have entire like LED screens.
Yeah,
the
we
fence
should.
sign.
I mean, they're slacking. Where are the LED screens? Where's the cosplay?
Where's the, you know, like the... I feel like we've had a lot of art, but what if you just, while it's being shown, you like hand paint?
Yeah.
Like speed paint it.
Yeah.
Spin right out, artists.
Yeah, that stuff is always really interesting to watch for me because I cannot do anything like that. I'm like the stick figure guy. It's very difficult for me to draw anything besides that.
So they call you stick figure Velvet.
Yeah, that is why they call me that.
I mean, I heard it all the time. I'm not gonna lie. We've all drawn stick figures. You know,
yeah.
I remember. I imagine those were an international thing. Sometimes we have this pretty often. Chat is that they mention something I don't know because I'm Dutch, not, you know, from the US. But you had like the stick figure fights, like the fighting scenes.
At least you're pretty good at speaking American, so you can be here on the broadcast.
Well, I don't know about.
Shout out to Ox, our
I don't know
Englishman.
about that Valdez.
Yeah.
My American is not what it used to be. Yeah. Guma's just vibing. Did you see the Guma meme? Him dancing.
Which one? Yeah, I think I did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at all their faces on the ground. That's the KT squad, actually. This is the KT section, I guess.
That's how you write perfect. That's so interesting.
Perfect too.
Yeah. It makes sense, but I never really gave it any thought. Because there's no F in Korean, which is interesting because there's a lot of FFing.
Yeah. FFing before they even hit, or they're allowed to surrender. That also
everyone knows that the moment you hit your first wave, you all in, and if you lose the all in, it's go next.
Yeah, it's go next.
It's 15.
It's over.
Yeah.
GG 15. Go next fast.
FF 15.
Yeah.
They're all there.
Seems a little bit warm in the arena.
It's the lights, I imagine.
And all the people. And the fact that it is sweltering outside.
It's a little bit chilly here because I think LOL Park is acting like there's people, but there's no people yet. Like chill down.
Silly LOL Park.
Yeah, like, chill down, LOL Park. Get it together.
Yeah. Can't they see the fact that there's nobody here? And that they're all in Goyang?
So the AC's blasting, which it is getting very hot out there. And I think we're getting more and more rainstorms as well. I think there were supposed to be thunderstorms tonight. So we're getting to the point where slowly the air is going to get more and more saturated with moisture. And it's not going to be a fun time.
Yeah, you know, monsoon season is starting soon.
Yeah. Yeah, post-July, Korea is a bit rough.
Yeah. And be careful with your umbrella. It might, you know, get blown back the opposite way from the wind.
I never used to use an umbrella because in the Netherlands people don't really use them because it just rains all the time. So what's the point?
Yeah. Well, on that note, sorry to rain on everybody's parade, but we do have to go to a short break. While we do fix this issue, we're going to take that break, guys, and we'll be right back.
Flash anymore, of course. You said in the last exchange. He really needs those. Big wave is stacking up, and Deft. Oh no, the grasping roots will connect, but Gotik, he'll turn up immediately to get knocked up into the sky. Canyon locks down that first kill, and there's a hook once more. KT, it looked rough in game one. It is looking absurdly difficult. With all of the lanes, it's always the hardest time, really. But here we are. And yes, Canyon turns up. They have a bit more interesting. Speaking of oh, interrupted. They get the flash out of Envy, but he's not out of the woods just yet. The Ignite goes down. Polu will turn up, and they'll leave the kill for the Carthus. There's that ultimate counter stack you were talking about there, Ox. B&K are in the area. Stendo Beam doing some work here as Execute does throw down the ulti. There's the Impale, but it's onto the count. Not exactly the priority target. It's Sponge gets out of the pit. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but they managed to take down the biggest tank. And Teddy, he still wants to be able to get in there. There's the Killer Instinct, goes golden. Manages to avoid the seismic shot, but now he's in a really awkward spot. He needs to be the one to carry this, and Henna is going to go down. Deft gonna have to give up this turret, absolutely. As Gershik rotating around, you can see Lehans, he really wanted to find that Zenith blade, but Bush Herald is going to fall down. He's getting kited, that is a decent encore onto 3, perfect into the backline, finds his counter-strike on everyone! Strangle Thorns is there defensively, but BDD finds the ulti and KT!
Also providing Warwick a new skin. And here, the joys of playing into Skarner special delivery. Yeah, wow, that's so much CC.
This dragon because they can't stand here forever, but Adil as back up. They're going to see him, and now they want to engage on this front line, but that is a Kazake, and now Adil gets in, and it's a Mountain Soul for Kwangdo Freeze. This might just be the game-winning fight. Leaper going into the back line with the killer instinct. He wants to end the game right here, right now, and he will, as Dew will go down, and he picks up a triple kill. Dudu's going to steal one away, no Penta Hope.
Right angle, but he's just going straight to the turret, and that was like one angle they could have tried to go for, but it's so, the teleport's so far away, we're just gonna collapse on. Here's the ult.
Yeah, just kept in place, and he brings the cow into the back line. Oh no! As yeah, Dudu's just gonna press his Q button and roast everybody once again, and Leaper as well going to assassinate the rest of the team.
Of Final City, you must choose. Either bow before the Primordians, or break before me. We are...
Message deleted. Next message.
It's allowing. I received a report of some new tech spotted on the outskirts. I'm going...
Message deleted. Next message. Message.
Really? Is this thing even on? The darn glass door won't open.
Message deleted! Next message! Hi, friends, it's Seraphine. But, you probably already knew that. Anyway, did you see all that smoke past the outer wall? I'm gonna go check it out. Gotta stay vigilant, you know? Commander out. Ugh, that sounds so grand. Message deleted. End of messages.
Welcome new recruits to Anima Squad! Please pay attention to this briefing for the highest chance of surviving your first day, and maybe even your second! Prepare to face massive hordes of Primordian enemies in and around Final City. Your objective? Hold them off for as long as animally possible. This will require determination, creativity, and a huge arsenal of mega-powerful augments. Calculate your chances of death to be...
Whoa, no need for that, thanks, Yumi. Sorry about her. First rule of Anima Squad, we're stronger together. So always bring your friends along. You never know when you'll run into an extra mean Primordian.
That way you won't be alone when numberless enemy forces overwhelm your squad. Again and again and again.
But don't worry, that's how you get stronger. Keep trying, and you'll discover your true power in no time. Might even get your own suit someday.
Unless the Primordians obliterate everyone, of course.
We're not gonna let that happen, though.
the digital accolades!
Or do it for the last hope of humanity? The whole world is counting on Anima Squad. On you. So get out there and kick some Primordian butt.
We can talk about the meta all we want. We can complain about Tristana. We can complain about Corki versus Azir, which still seems to be a thing no matter what we do. But what I think that we have to complain about now is the state of the LCK and the teams and our ability to predict what the LCK is going to look like.
Max's ability
Atlas,
to predict.
I just want to remind everyone, public, you weren't lost. You were fine.
Now he's trying to pick on me, man.
But he's
he should have been last,
he's
dude.
bringing
Nobody
in
checked the
such,
Well,
such a serious.
The thing that happened, the thing that we do most of the time,
he should have been last.
Yeah. Well, actually, that is very true, and I still feel lost regardless of the result. You know, because I put KT in first, and that was like I was thinking that I would be Giga Brain. It reminded me of, you remember that time where I managed to get the Hanwha predictions right randomly out of nowhere? I was like hearkening back to it. I'm like, this can be me again. I can be that again. That was me in spring. And then that feeling, that euphoric feeling of feeling like maybe I know something, it happened to me again last week. And it was very immediately slapped right in my face. But the thing is, we've now got a different format. We have a different way of doing this for the Pog State, and I think that this one is going to hurt way more. I mean, I think this one's way cooler because what we do is we filmed a video of our predictions before this week's games, and so now we've seen a week. We have a bit of added information, double the information, in fact, now, and now we get to show those videos and we can discuss them.
I think we should start with Valdez.
We should start with
we should. He's not here to defend himself, so it's more funny. Yeah. Let's. We can rip the Band-Aid off with that.
Let's do it.
That's the best way to do it, I guess. So, take it away, Valdez. Let us know who you think's going to win.
What's up, Poggers? We're here. We got to do our list for Week 1 predictions, and I got it right here.
Is like I got to do my
nice
homework.
Little pad. A little spoiler there. Let's go ahead and start off with Gen G. They are the best team right now. It is very obvious. I think they're just going to win it all. Here for Summer, once again, we do have T1 after them. I did end up putting up T1 ahead of DK or Home Life Esports just because I think it's kind of inevitable that they do get second once again. And then I actually put DK for third. I think that they're looking really good. I think that Aiming's focus is coming in. Lucid's getting better and better. Home Life Esports not looking as impressive as Spring, let's say, so far.
Okay.
It is still Week 1, but after them I did have Home Life Esports, and then I had Hungum Freaks ahead of KT. I think they're looking really strong right now, and I think the developments they have in the AD carry role are really good with Leaper as well. After that, I did put KT. They snuck into playoffs. Sorry, Max, that I did not put them higher, but they will make it at least. And then after them, I did have BNK, and then DRX, and then Noshim, and then finally, Bro.
Cut the video.
Oh man, he's a front runner in comparison to my predictions.
Do we have to write these down? We need to write these down, right?
I think it's okay.
The thing that really burns is that he put Nongshim ahead of Bro, and I think that's smart.
Yeah,
I think that's smart.
I think we should watch all of them and then
we should like watch them all, then discuss once we have all the information.
Look like Luke Skywalker.
Because it's my defensive look. This is the hair down that I went for. Are we doing me next?
Yeah.
Wait. I need to introduce myself because I was trying to be funny.
All right.
I think. So
a long video.
Oh
my
my
God. A lot
gosh.
to say.
All right, Atlas, take it away, brother.
Thank you very much, Atlas. This is past Atlas. I know you, future Atlas, you're going to be extraordinarily proud of me. I am without my hair done, and that means that my brain is unhindered.
Dang, he tackled everything that we already talked about.
Ever. Let's get straight into it. First off, we're going to have Gen G. They're doing the Golden Road and stuff like that. Like, they already look really, really good. It's absolutely fine. This is where things get a little bit crazy. Next up, D plus Kia.
Oh no.
I said it. I believe in this team. I reckon they're going to do extraordinarily well. And even though I mock Chronicler incessantly about his love for Lucid, the guy is extraordinarily good. And I reckon he's only going to get better. Third, Summer Life Esports. They were really good at being third in spring. Probably going to be third this time around as well. That brings us to the most contentious point, T1.
Yeah.
Week one,
hurts,
week one overreactions, right? So, yeah, I'm overreacting. That hot right now.
True.
I think that they're going to be a playoff team, but it's just not going to be the best. Let's go to fifth. This time, I realized exactly where you should put a coin flip team, and that is fifth. I was an idiot in spring. This time, not going to be an idiot.
Still an idiot.
Still an idiot,
though, yeah. Still an idiot. Oh my God.
Will then round out the playoff teams. They look phenomenal in week one, but we all know that, yeah, first couple of weeks, that's where they're good. And it's probably about sixth after that. Next, DRX. I believe in this team. I believe they're going to be the best of the bottom four. They looking around. I reckon there's a nice future there. I think Platter is absolutely amazing. I think he's probably going to get them ahead of the bottom three teams.
Didn't H super
Fearless
good.
Fox is coming in next. B&K FearX.
Still might.
Yeah, I don't even think it's a free willy situation. I just think the team's not necessarily working out all that well. And it's a little bit sad.
Intense.
But that's fine. Next up is going to be Bro. Look, Bro.
Ooh.
We love to get your chads, and I would prefer to be absolutely wrong when they come third in the LCK this season.
I know.
Than be right. You know, I want it to be a surprise. I want people to realize that this is unprecedented when they find all of that success, and I still really
I watched Karis today.
Lastly, it's going to be Nongshim.
Yeah.
Look, week one wasn't kind. Last time around, they came out with a bang, and that got them to like 7th on our lists. This time, they didn't come out with a bang, and I think they deserve last. So that's going to be it. That's going to be my predictions, and I hope you really proud of me, future Alice. Yeah.
Past Atlas was so happy about it.
Oh, future Alice is really disappointed.
Future Alice. Yeah.
How we doing?
Yeah, fine. Actually, to be honest, it wasn't as bad. Like, at least my reasoning was like, okay, let's go to the next one.
Why do you look so serious?
I know, everyone.
Wait,
Everyone
were you
looks
talking
so
about
serious.
yourself as a different person? That was so confusing.
Hey everyone, it's
wait, that looks
here.
like you though.
I am here to provide video evidence of my week one
There's a
overreactions.
microphone that's like
filming
pointing
this
straight downwards.
on the day of week 2 starting.
That's like the things on the side.
I will quickly
How
go
is
through
mine
my
the
list,
longest and he's taking
in
so
Proxy
long to
episode
get
we'll
to
discuss everything in more
guess it's
detail.
only maybe
So
the
my
KT
list,
guild
first and foremost, Gen G in first, shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone. T1 second, even though I think they've looked rough, I trust them to get it together throughout the split. DK third, it's a big adaptation of where we were last split, but I think that so far they've earned that. Hanwha Life fourth, I think even despite their inconsistencies, they're still going to be quite solid once they get their act together. Kwangdong fifth, that's the biggest risk I think I'm taking, as I do think that they've looked a lot better with Leaper.
No, I
KT sixth, I feel like this team will, even though they've looked really rough, kind of get it together and hopefully contest for a playoff spot still. Otherwise, it'd be really bad. Self-explanatory. The new members have really inspired any confidence. Free Willy, so hopefully he'll come back, even though he's not doing too well on challengers. Direk 8th, Nongshim 9th, and unfortunately for all the believers out there, I will keep Brion on 10th.
Oh man,
that's my list. Gen G,
I'm gonna be
T1,
such
DK
a
Hanwha,
believer
Kwangdong, KT,
this
FearX,
season. Yeah, you are.
DRX, Nongshim, and Brion.
So
hopefully I'll be.
I'm not giving any additional reasoning because I thought we were going to do it now.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
But yeah, I didn't give any reasons in mine. I thought we were just going to give the list only. That's why mine's really short. You can do mine now. I won't waste anybody's time. Watch this. I just want to prove I did this before week 2.
Hello, Poggers. It's June 18th.
Another video evidencer. Good for you, Wolf.
Are my LCK Summer 2024
With the zoom.
overreaction?
Damn, you got like the production value.
Hope it goes a lot better than last time. I'm trying not to get Comic Sans again.
That's it. I'm like, here's the thing. I don't want to get Comic Sans.
What did it say?
It's good. Genji first, T1, Hanwha Life. I think Hanwha Life. This was Hanwha Life versus D+. That was the toughest one for me because I was like, ooh, Hanwha look a little shaky.
Yeah.
And then Kwangdong Freaks, I felt pretty confident about. KT, I was like, I'm probably just going to be 6th place because there's a big tier break between KT and DRX. That was definitely wrong. And then DRX seemed to be the best of the bottom 4. I think I disagree with Chronicle on that point. Like, that's a big difference in our lists. And then, yeah, Bro, sorry, I'm not Bro leaving.
Yeah, looks
after week 1. Like, because I was saying this earlier, it's so much easier to watch Bro when you're at home on Twitch chat.
You never had to live through it.
Yeah. Chronicler prepared me. I was like, no way, man. Like, I'm sure it'll be great. You know.
So basically, what you're saying is
roster.
it's so much better to watch Bro if you don't have to watch Bro.
It's so much better to watch Bro when it's on your 5th monitor.
Yeah. You know, you just go into the chat, you hit some Giga Chads, you know.
You go make a coffee, and you come back, you're like, oh, they're down 4.
You throw some channel points away, highlighting your message.
I also watch Bro on chat only on Twitch.
Don't have to do it like that, man.
Yeah, I wish. So otherwise, I would have had them higher, but having sat through this week 1 predictions, they too will find themselves in a pretty precarious spot.
Let's cut right to it then. I don't know why, but that was it right. Why did I say it like that? It was weird. Anyway, let's go to Digon.
14.
Damn, he was shorter than mine.
All these big brain analysts are complaining they don't have enough time to do these predictions, so I'm going to do it the fastest. Ready? Genji D+, T1, Hanwha, Kwangdong KT, DRX, FearX, Nongshim Bro. Easy.
Who's FearX?
Yeah, BNK.
And who's Kwangdong?
BNK's not on your list.
Yeah, BNK is in the league, Digon.
Yeah, my bad. BNK FearX.
All right, so like I get shamed from Kastajun because you're studying Korean, but you know nothing about the LCK.
It's only a 2nd week.
Yeah, it was a pretty good list though. It was a pretty good list, and it was very fast. And he did like that was the stipulation was I'm going to be fast. Not good.
Accurate.
You
good.
Know? Yeah.
Watchable.
It's not about quality. It's about speed.
Yeah.
And I think we can all learn from that. Okay. Welcome, Poggers, to another episode of The Pog State. And yes, indeed, we're here in this really cool new location. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Chronicler as usual, Wolf as usual, and we have a new face on the Pog State because we don't like Brennan Valdez very much. It's not. No, sorry. It's because we need to introduce Digon. Digon, welcome. How do you like it? We've got like a new little area here, but so far everything's been new. How's life in Korea?
Life in Korea has been great. You guys have been trolling me since I got here, including what time I need to show up, if there's rehearsal or not rehearsal, if I'm in trouble or not.
There's sheets. It says it on the sheet.
Where are the sheets?
In the chat that you're in.
Yeah.
That people keep tagging you in.
Yeah, Jisun gave you the at Digon troll.
Because
this is exactly where it is.
Because those sheets didn't used to be there. Kion actually has been making those so that we have like in one convenient location who's when and
Chronicler
where.
is so happy he's not the one that's going to get bullied in this episode.
If you call it out,
it's super hard. He's like, we got a newbie here.
If you call it out in minute 1, we both know it's going to shift very quickly.
Yeah.
Give me a little bit of time, Wolf.
And we also know that it's going to shift back in about a week because like we still bully Mao and Orcs got here after he did.
Oh yeah, that didn't change the dynamic at all.
We're going to give him the time. But other than, being relentlessly hazed and bullied and upset, how's it been?
It's been great. I mean, you guys are great. The team here is great. Everyone's so passionate.
We made sure he said that.
I was like,
you guys,
where's the guns? Like,
yeah, you guys can't see the off-camera stuff that's happening.
It's actually, that's where Brendan Valdez is. He's right over there.
I think really getting used to the fact that Lol Park is packed with fans for all 10 teams 5 days a week. is it's just I know it exists, but to see it like every week is just. It's so cool.
There's more Bro Leavers than Immortals fans, is what you're saying.
There are a lot of Mortal fans. We love Immortals. But yeah, the Bro Leavers come out in force every time. The fan meets afterwards when they win. Where we record for the English broadcast, there's like stained glass that opens up when we're on live, and there are fans that come up and say hi and stuff. And it's like this cool interaction that happens. It's just the whole process, everything is to live it is just feels surreal and cool and everything that I'd hope for. So it's awesome. Thanks, guys.
Hell yeah. He was even expecting the hazing because it doesn't sound like he's too surprised by the whole like that part of it. Everything's just pretty good.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, man. Other than the LOL park though.
Yep.
How's just life in general? Have you had like dietary issues and stuff like that? I know there's some people that have had trouble getting the food that they normally eat here in Korea and stuff like that, depending on where you're living, of course.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think spent the last 7 years in LA. Like I've had access to pretty good Korean food in K-Town. And so I live above a Lotte Mart, which is like the grocery store, and they cook food in the back. So I just go to the back, get the grocery food, and then go back home, and it makes it really easy. I've gone out a couple times, and I've been here before, so yeah, not too much of a change there. The culture, it's brilliant. So and I'm learning, so it's really fun. It's really fun, and I'm hoping to make more memories with everyone. So yeah.
And you are learning. I got something I have to admit.
Okay,
and that is because in the changing room, after we finished a day, Caster Jun was like, the new guy. I saw his textbook. He's studying Korean? Max, did you give up? I was like, yes. yes, I did. He's like, are you going to start again? I'm like, maybe. Maybe.
You don't want to let down Caster Jun.
And the last thing that he said to me was, I really hope that new guy isn't like you.
Don't like Caster Jun, I'm not.
And I only laughed to keep from crying hysterically.
I'm sorry. I'm going to continue studying because I'm an extrovert and I need to be able to communicate with people. I'm half Filipino, half Latino, Honduran, which is in Central America. People don't know where that is. And
I didn't thank you for the
so I learned Spanish kind of in high school growing up. My mom tried to teach me at home and I didn't learn a ton, but I got to about like year 4. And then I spent time playing soccer in the Philippines. So I had to learn Tagalog to get around, to travel, when my teammates were yelling stuff at me. So I had to learn a little bit of Tagalog, but I've always stopped. And so to not have a familial connection to the language, but a desire to communicate and converse with people, I need to do it. So I promise I'll keep doing it, but I won't do it in the public area to
just get a
to
newspaper.
No. I actually think you should. Maybe I'll bring a book as well. Maybe that will help, like, because I think shame is my greatest motivator.
Actually, when Max and I were studying, I'm sure that's 90%. Because when I arrived first in Korea, we went to university because we didn't have the space yet, so we had a lot less days.
And also it was COVID as well, so
it was remote.
We were doing remote broadcasts and remote school, which was possible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even then, it wasn't really possible, but
theoretically possible. The day was long enough.
I have to say, I think that both of us only kept up because we kept each other in it, and like neither of us could give up. And then we passed level 1.
We managed to pass level 1.
And then they gave up, yeah.
And then promptly, definitely, we're not going to do level 2 because that was impossible.
That was already really tough.
But we don't need to do it that way. We don't need to do the go to university. We can sit in the cafeteria and we can practice with one another, and maybe that will help.
Well, maybe.
I do know, like, a little bit more than 0.
I did the not really study formally at all and just use the internet and then try and fail a lot, and then I learned it, and now I speak Korean. It took a while. It took a few years to get comfortable, but I just kind of skipped the whole textbook university thing. There was this thing as like Duolingo back then.
Well, everyone that I've talked to on the team that all of you have helped me with a word or grammar and whatnot. So
I don't think I have. I appreciate the shout out.
I feel like
I'm pretty sure.
There was one, like, I know there was one example when we were sitting by ourselves. I know that you did.
Was it busse?
No.
I know he knows that one.
All right.
Yeah.
That one's easy.
That's
There we go.
bus, by the way.
Back to the natural order.
Thanks,
It
man.
only took us 5 minutes to get there.
Oh crap! You really did not get a lot of time.
Yeah,
did you?
and it wasn't me. I was giving a compliment, and Max took that. It was Max's fault.
I mean, it's not a
Well,
good look.
I took it. Yeah, don't worry.
He's just not really a true pug stater, is he? He's trying to be nice to Mao.
I know,
we gotta get him out
so
of here
weird.
next week.
I miss Valdez already.
Valdez is also Valdez. You never see him coming. He always hits
Yeah.
me when I don't. Because with Max, I know what to expect. With
I'm
Wolf, I know what to expect.
I'm the boxer that does this one before
the
I
wind
punch.
up.
You know.
And Valdez just appears out of nowhere. He's like, and you're like, oh,
Kidney punch.
Yeah. He's the rogue. He's the thief.
자, 시크릿 보드룸 회의를 시작해보도록 하겠다. 이제 리그가 좀 개막을 했고 경기가 어느 정도 진행이 됐어. 너희들한테 내가 초반에 눈에 띄는 팀이나 특이점, 뭐 주의해야 될 점 이런 것들을 조사해보라고 했는데 다들 알아서 잘 준비해왔겠지?
당연합니다.
너 오늘 또 마지막이잖아. 마지막 임무 잘 수행하고 가야지.
국장님, 저는 마지막까지 최선을 다할 거예요.
그래, 나는 너의 그런 점이 너무 좋아. 네가 비록 이 최악체 리그를 맡았어도 정말 끝까지 최선을 다하는 모습.
최악체는 제가 아니라 여기에요, 베를린. 저번에 저희가 증명했잖아요.
마지막까지 한번 해보자는 거야?
야야야, 너는 뭐 가는 마당에까지 지금 싸우려고 그러냐? 얘 좀 그냥 그러려니 얘가 좀 예민하잖아 오늘.
제가 이해하겠습니다.
그럼 오늘 한번 발표를 한번 해보도록 하지. 먼저 샹하이.
네.
너의 역할이 굉장히 중요한 거 알고 있지? 한번 시작해봐.
네, 국장님. 현재 LPL 1위가 내 팀입니다.
네?
복사를 한 거야?
아니 뭐 1위가 내 팀이라는 거는 공동 1위라는 건가?
아닙니다. 이번 서머부터 LPL 포맷이 대폭 변경됐습니다. 일단 이거부터 짚고 넘어가는 게 순리상 맞을 것 같아요. 네, 총 4개의 스테이지로 진행됩니다. 먼저 그룹 스테이지입니다. 이 스프링 성적에 기반해서 17개의 팀이 총 4개 조로 나뉩니다. 홀수기 때문에 D조가 5팀입니다.
A, B, C, D.
각 조마다 서로 2번씩 맞붙는데요. BO3로 진행이 되고요. 그리고 이제 이번에 또 핫한 포인트였죠. 소프트 피어리스 드래프트가 진행됩니다.
거기는 뭐 적용을 해서 지금 진행하고 있구만.
맞습니다. 그리고 이제 두 번째 럼블 스테이지입니다. 그룹 스테이지에서 각 조의 하위권 2팀끼리 한 조로 묶이고요. 하위권 조로. 그리고 나머지 팀들이 상위권 조로 묶입니다.
비싼 팀끼리 묶는구만.
맞습니다. 그리고 이제 2개 조 내에서 단 한 번씩 서로 맞붙는데요. BO3로 역시 진행됩니다. 상위조는 9개의 팀 중 7개의 팀이 플레이오프로 진출. 2개의 팀이 플레이인으로 진입합니다. 그리고 하위권 조에서는 4개의 팀이 플레이인으로 진출. 그리고 4개의 팀이 탈락입니다.
하위조에서는 반을 그냥 내치는구만.
좀 경기력 안 좋으면 빨리 보내는 거네. 그렇지.
좋은 선택이야. 왜냐면 우리도 그러거든. 정규리그 4주하고 우리도 2명 보내버려요.
그럼 뭐 LCK도 그렇게 해야 된다는 건가? 좀 약간 말에 뼈가 있네.
그러니까 무서워.
전 세계적으로 확대가 될 수도 있지 않습니까?
네, 그만큼 경쟁력이 중요하다는 얘기겠죠.
2개의 어떤 단계를 넘어왔고.
맞습니다.
그다음이 또 있나?
세 번째입니다. 플레인 스테이지입니다. 여기서는 이제 상위조에서 8위, 그리고 하위조 4위가 붙습니다. 그러니까 이게 어떤 식이냐면요. 상위조에서 아무래도 조금 더 높은 순위를 기록했던 8위가 하위조에서 가장 낮은 순위를 기록했던 4위와 붙고요. 상위조 9위와 하위조 3위, 타이조 2위와 1위 서로 이렇게 붙는데 여기서는 BO5로 순수하게 탈락 혹은 진출 이렇게 결정이 됩니다.
완전 그냥 한 번이네 그냥.
그렇게 진행이 돼서 이제 마지막 스테이지 플레이오프로 총 10개의 팀이 순위에 따라서 유리한 대진을 지명받으면서 마지막 승부를 펼치게 되죠.
굉장히 복잡한데?
국장님 이해 못하신 것 같은데?
2단계까지 이해했고 3단계부터 조금 애매해졌는데 뭐 어렵진 않고 이게 들으면 굉장히 어려운데
네.
아마 이렇게 한번 보고 한번 겪으면 아마 쉬울 거야. 우리
그림으로 보면 이해하실 거예요.
그래. 아 이거 왜 바뀐 거야? 근데 이렇게 복잡하게.
아 이게 또 제 개인적인 생각으로는 팀이 17개나 되다 보니까 상위권과 하위권의 그 격차가 심한 경기들이 소위 말해 좀 죽는 경기 느낌이 났었거든요.
And here we are, guys. We are back at the home ground as it seems like the issues are resolved. And we have the draft done in the back green room, as was stated there by that nice little message. Hope you guys, I didn't give you a startle or anything, kind of woke everybody up all of a sudden. Woo! Back here at the Goyang Sono Arena, where the T1 home ground is happening for Saturday's showdown and the Telecom war between T1 and KT.
We are back. The cheering is still here. My faith in the reading comprehension skills of everyone in chat, they were hurt, but then I remembered everyone was just joking and everything. Okay.
Yes,
and
just trolling.
People definitely read what was on the screen. As we get into the draft, imagine the bans will stay the same from KT. With Tristana third, and then that was about as far as we had gotten, and we should be speedrunning through this.
Yeah, because the picks were already done, so you just kind of go down the list as Ezreal was banned.
Ooh.
And so no Ezreal for Deft. Rumble first pick. Perfect, definitely very good at that pick. And then Zeri and Azir. We've seen this combo before in many metas.
I gotta say, the extremely high priority that is being placed by T1 on Azir, despite the fact that a lot of teams have dropped him in the priority, is really interesting to me. Also, LCK teams have been very happy to just play Rumble into Skarner every single time, so this shouldn't come as a surprise. Are we really going to get like 8 AD carry bans? Is that what we're heading to? Yep, there we go. Okay. I do like the Lulu ban. Are they just gonna go like? I don't think
Aphelios
is good.
Jinx. Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking of Aphelios actually, but Jinx with this type of setup, not the amount of peel that you'd like to have. I think ideally with a Jinx composition, right? Jinx Kench, Jinx Fresh is normally what we see. It's kind of the opposite approach where Vi and Talia are going to try and get a kill for you, and then you just pop off. And the amount of damage that the KT comp have is absolutely insane. A lot of team fighting power there as well with the Leona and the Rumble. And a really strong mid-jungle 2v2. But a lot of that was the case in the last game. The early game was good. But looking at this, T1 still have an amazing teamfight composition that is going to be able to fight their way back from whatever deficit realistically KT is going to put them into, unless they really break open the game early and use that Vitalia combo in particular, because I think it's so insanely strong, very little counterplay, even compared to Lee, because of the Q, because of the R that Vi provides.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Faker and Owner are going to be really important in this game, just to make sure that nobody really gets caught out by the Vitalia, and kind of just try to scale up and wait for those later game team fights and not get picked off. If you have a lead and you can survive some of the insane pick potential that KT's comp does have, you can see the Zeri popping off, you can see the Azir popping off, even Viego getting resets. A lot of power in terms of their damage capability in those team fights as the game comes along. But guys, we are ready. Let's hop into the rift for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Yeah, so Chronicler, we missed our chance. We had to get it done in game 1 if we were going to do the fan chants. As now we have the crowd audio.
This is better, Veldes. I liked the fan chants. video, the YouTube video of the supercut, incredible. Especially the commitment to also take the ones that we messed up one way or another and just put them back to back. I love listening back to it. It is very funny, even though obviously it was a bit of a darker time with the DDoS attacks.
Yeah.
But now we have an entire audience for just a regular season best of 3, and we should enjoy that. We do have BDD swapping up his skin. As I am pretty sure this is this Star Guardian? Might be a Star Guardian.
I think it is.
Chroma.
Yeah, and it's a Chroma.
It looks very Star Guardian. I should know this.
Star Garden.
Yeah. That'd be something.
Chronicler, if you had a garden, what would you grow in your garden?
Okay, so for herbs, mint, basil.
Okay.
I don't really... I know those two are really easy to grow. Basil is basically a weed when it comes to trying to not have it completely overtake your garden.
Yeah.
So that's a bit
It grows so well.
It really does. I don't know if you could do cilantro. Cilantro and parsley, and then I think you have everything that you realistically want. Obviously, it'd be nice if you can do like rosemary and thyme, but I think those are a little bit harder. Potatoes, maybe? Carrots, vegetables are, I think, great.
Tater tots.
And then...
you guys missed the look that Chronicler just gave me.
Spring onions. I never got I get hash browns. I don't get tater tots. They're not...
I was just making a deployed reference, yeah.
I know, but I don't understand it.
They're just easier to eat, because they come in like bite-sized, you just kind of pick them up.
You can just cut the thing.
Yeah, but you don't have to cut if they're tater tots. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Perfect. Uh-oh, he's just going to burn down. That is first blood. Going over to Zeus in the Skarner versus Rumble matchup. And, yeah, we didn't see how that happened, but we saw that Perfect was getting bullied earlier on. And this is kind of the culmination of it.
Oh, that is insanely rough here for Perfect. Seen this before. Skarner can be deceptively strong if you let him. So the big thing here is Zeus plays really well around his level lead. So hits level 3 is going to be up a skill compared to Perfect. And then Perfect just... I imagine he went Q and E so he doesn't have a scrap shield, which means that there's no way for him to stay alive even though he is in the danger zone. So just ends up going down, has to invest his TP right from the get-go, and losing in this matchup, he's not going to lose value on his ultimate, particularly with Vi Leona, that's always going to be fine, but really you'd love to have some topside pressure, and that's going to be a whole lot harder now with Zeus already getting not only his tier, but a mantle as well.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Ignite utilized.
Ignite. That's really good, actually, because Deft is already back in lane with a call. This is very nice.
It's very good, yeah. It may look a little bit troll, as that's not normally where it is used, or how Ignite is utilized, but, in this case, it works out very well. As he didn't want to overcommit, may not have had any, it might not have had his E available, not 100% sure, so at the end of the day, it does stop the back, and now Guma has to deal with the call on the side of Deft. And the comp is very strong. I mean, KT come in here looking pretty good from the draft. I am curious, though, how this early game is going to look, especially, we've had a long delay as well, on top of losing the first game where they were ahead. As that's Azeri, you're not getting on top of her. So yeah, I'm curious to see if KT can kind of run it back and try to get another early lead, because I think from ahead, this comp is so dangerous to deal with.
It's really tough, because they have so much great ways to start off fights, and the CC chain is insane. Between Vi, Talia, and then Leona self-defensive, but even Jinx, I think Chompers, if you have another form of CC, actually adds a lot to these big CC chains. The problem is if you do start falling behind, you get in the territory that we see with Nautiluses as well, where the only one that can realistically face check is Beryl, so then Beryl just walks in. It's BDD actually getting some good trades, but he has already backed, so that looks really good, but it is also a bit deceptive as he has already gone back. As long as Faker doesn't die, not really the end of the world for him, as he now will be just able to make his way back to the lane.
Yep, it's actually a good trade for Faker. Chip away at BDD, who no longer has the TP. The only good thing for BDD is that, his TP will come up earlier, so potential timing there, but pretty unlikely. As Perfect is going to hit level 6, and, he comes back. He has a potion, and he is getting to work here on Zeus. And it's looking much better compared to the first blood that we did see. So that's good news for Perfect, at least. The first pick, Rumble, you definitely want to get value out of that.
Not getting tilted after a obviously pretty big mistake here early on. And he shouldn't, as I love this. KT should realistically be looking to get all these grubs, because you have Rumble. That ult spike is insanely strong, especially if you rotate over the members of your team. That can provide setup. Perfect, keeping his ward safe as well. And I think T1 make the right call here, end up getting the back. There's really, I think, a great opportunity with Deft having the summers up to try and look for a dive, especially because Owner is towards the top side of the map. Not going to be the case. And KT pick up the first cut and should be able to just get all 3 grubs here with the protection given. It's a nice win for them.
Yeah, feels very good. We've seen BDD trying to hit seismic shoves against Faker, and it's just not happening. I don't know. He's not able to hit it. Faker's dodging a lot of them, and so if you're going to utilize that aggressively, it kind of feels bad, as you're not really putting much pressure on the Azir, who will just begin to push eventually. And yeah, it's a pretty balanced matchup. But at the end of all things, kind of funny we land on Azir versus Taliyah once again. Kind of makes sense for this matchup, Faker versus BDD. As Pjocic is going to find an Owner in the jungle. Don't know if he's going to commit to that. As the choppers come down, that's that combo you were talking about. Guma's level 6 though, and pops a Zeri ult. So that's going to be a 1 trade actually for the T1 bot lane, even though the engage came from KTs.
Trade is favorable. We'll see if Owner wants to try and make a play here towards the bot side of the map. He is running, so he can either go for an invade, he can go for Dragon, or he can look to make a play. 6 is about to be hit though, already hit by Deft. I imagine Barrel is also relatively close, so Owner not going to run the risk. There's also no ultimate on Guma, which I think is a good call. As what we saw there, I really like the Viego pick into the Vi because it denies a good target, right? Like, you just can't, as long as the Viego knows what he's doing, can't reliably lock him down with ult. I do think that, as we see there, in these type of matchups, whoever gets the jump on the other one is always going to feel great. So there, Pjocic got the time to charge a Q and actually hit Owner. For Owner, it's the same. He's waiting in a brush, and he gets to get his W off and already get a couple of autos in. Can really change how that 2v2 is played. As Keria is just showing that he's not afraid of turrets. He might have to, as they are coming in.
Do they not see them? I mean, this is going to be really big. They get the kill on Aguma for sure, and they're going to hand it over to Deft as well. So the Jinx already starting off excellently here. A little bit down on CS, but he has a call, and he just got a kill, so that's a pretty big Jinx already.
Not sure what happened there with Guma and Keria, because I agree. If you see Deft and Barrel walk up like that, I imagine that they maybe could have made it out if they immediately started walking. Guma would have had to invest the summoners though, and that's the one thing I do like that he doesn't use those, because that would have definitely been a disaster. But I guess they maybe didn't see them as early as we thought that they did, because the moment that they woke up like that, you should have a reasonable doubt that they are not alone. You know, like, back off. Keria gets out. It's not the end of the world, but it is, as you're saying, a really good moment here as Keria tries to get the cancel on Deft. They're mad that Guma didn't get his back earlier. They're really trying to make, and it was also, I think, a nicely set up trap by Deft and Barrow, because what I imagine happened is they were waiting in the brush where there was no vision. Guma and Keria made the read, because remember, Keria actually walked into the turret, which I imagine was to check, are they backing? And then it caught them off guard. So also credit to KT for setting that one up.
Yeah, using hide on bush against them. And just a good timing with Pjocic coming over. Get that kill on Aguma. Kills now tied up, and the gold score also tied up rather, as Deft and Guma just going to be 1v1ing for now. We do have the second set of Void Grubs coming up here in 40 seconds. Might see some of the supports roaming up. We already see Keria level 6 up there in the top river.
Also, the gold will, I imagine, still be very even because of the kill, but Perfect has actually been able to fight his way back into the lane. We'll have a decent CS, like nothing crazy, and again, the early kill means that he isn't able to be as aggressive as ideally you'd like to, but I was a little worried, particularly because he is a newer player, that kind of mistake can snowball, but happy to see that at least for now that isn't the case. They're going to really rely on him as well to make his way over. We are also on track for yet another Chemtech Drake, and I just really, I would really like, because we already have taken off Cloud, which is sad, but you know, Cloud's more subtle in its power level.
Yeah.
Then we have Ocean, which isn't that great. So Hextech is amazing. You know, I would love that. Infernal is really cool. Mountain, if you're playing into like a dive composition with Vi, Mountain gets a lot of value. There's tanks on either side, although obviously it's a little bit better for T1 because they'll have Skarner building infinite resistances. If it's Chemtech, then, you know, it's Chemtech again, which is cool for stats. Because it's statistically unlikely.
It is, and I feel like we've had a lot already so far this season.
Yeah.
So, Ox, you know, still a little bit sleepy even into week 3. It's okay. We only blame you for everything. Drake not up yet, so we still got a minute 20 until that does happen. The buffs, the Void Grubs also did spawn here. I thought they would try to fight for them, but actually it does look like T1 a little bit late to the party if they do want to get up there. I mean, Carrier is coming into the mid lane, and Owner is angling towards the top side, but that's the 4. That key number to the side of KT, and Pyosik will say, okay, I'm happy with that, and just backs off with him.
It's already a nice win, as Zeus, pretty sure, yeah, actually nicely done, is able to ensure that he doesn't take the minion aggro earlier so that the plate goes away. Perfect. Finishes his back, has a Leandry, so still a really good back for him. Definitely nice to deny some gold there. Gold's basically, I say basic, it's dead even. It's just, I don't know, like 20, 30 gold in between. We do have more grubs for one team, Dragon for the other. And I want to see a 5v5. See how that is going to look as Guma catches this wave. Shiv done for him. Deft, a lot weaker as of right now. Obviously, the 6 spike for Zeri is always insane, but then when you finish Shiv as well, it's especially scary, whereas Deft not sitting on anything too freaky just yet, and also is about to finish his call. But he won't be able to get it back in before this dragon fight is going to happen. We'll see if they rotate perfect over, either with TP or him just walking, as I do think he should have prior towards top, how serious they are about contesting this dragon.
Yeah, it is a good question. Deft not going to be allowed to back. And Carry going to hit level 7 on that minion as well, so...
Yeah, I like this read. Because they know Deft really wants to back, because I'm sure he's sitting on a ton of gold.
Yeah.
And then with the Faker TP, they're basically saying, we're going to trick the dragon now.
Faker just going on in, wants to take a 1v1. He has Owner coming over as well. BDD in a bit of trouble, does flash, still dies as Owner takes him down. And the 2v1 is set up there in mid. Nice little play from Faker to get them ahead, and that should be another dragon going to T1.
That is going to be a 2 Drake lead here for T1, right?
I mean, BDD does have TP, but I don't know if they can delay for 15 seconds.
Oh,
wow.
Double TPs.
No TP, and Carry is just going to charm everybody up. The Zeri, nice angle, but they do just press the R button on him, and Guma just burning to a crisp as the Drake. We were right, it does go the way of T1, but a big fight potentially. Over to the side of KT is the Impale here. Zeus just trying to peel for the team. Carrier decides, well, I'm dead too. He's going to go down. As Faker just going to flash the wall, trying to survive here. T1 get the Drake, but it is a huge fight for KT.
And KT says we don't care because it's another Chemtech. So who cares that we don't get the dragon? And I gotta be honest, I saw that TP from Perfect and I thought that was gonna be the end of it. BDD or makes a big mistake, pushes his E down. Faker has a really easy path around it. And the Viego has a ton of innate safety. The Barrel gets a big charm here. And then they get the Vi ult. They're on top of Gumayushi. The reason why we see this Vi is to lock down the Zeri. Well, she's strong in general, but specifically came up because of how prevalent Zeri was. And Perfect, man. From first blooding to hard 1v9ing a teamfight, because the amount of roasting he was doing there, absolutely nuts.
Yeah, I mean, the Vi ultimate was put on the very edge of the equalizer as well, so I believe Gumo was just burning the whole time, and I mean,
and then he got queued back into it, I think, as well.
Yeah, I mean, imagine a world where you don't have the Vi to hold him down on that. He just dashes away from it and keeps his distance. He's going to be doing insane amounts of damage, can kind of push them away. But yeah, I mean, the power of the pick, we've seen it so many times, and that was a beautiful team fight for the side of KT, and a really great example of what this composition can do as well. I mean, this is so difficult for T1 to fight into if one of their carries is just going to die immediately because of the fed carries on the side of KT, plus all of that crowd control that you cannot get away from.
It's the confidence from KT as well, which means a lot to me because this is a team that has been struggling so much. So them being able to be like, guys, I know this is a 4 versus 5, but we can win this. And they could. Really, really big moment there. The problem is, and we immediately see the counterpunch when we get out of the replay, is that T1 have already taken first turret blood. And again, they lose the fight, but they still got 2 dragons, which obviously it's Chemtech, but that does mean that you can also give over more objectives to play for other objectives on the map, play for turrets, play for gold, as opposed to being kind of forced towards these dragons. And we'll see. KT, they're gonna continuously try and accelerate us. Oh my god!
You think they care? You think they care about the Viego? No, it's just a dead Faker. And they use a lot to get him, but it's a kill, and it's tempo, and it's trying to really utilize every piece of their kit that they have in this composition.
Deft by himself, holding off the mid wave, whereas the rest of his team now towards top 4. Grubs ended up being taken. Pioshik didn't want to run the risk of trying to play for more earlier on.
Are they going to send it?
No, I think they definitely shouldn't. They don't have that much control in the enemy jungle. But Perfect's able to catch the bot wave. That's a really big win for KT. Do remember though, we got to see what happens. Thus far, the 5v5 we had, that was amazing. They got to keep that up.
Oh, going for Deft here, and you know what? I mean, there's the Impale just barely out of range. They get a TP though, and a flash, and a cleanse out of Deft.
Oh, yeah, that's still worth.
Pretty huge.
No, that's a very successful gank. I think obviously ideally you'd get Deft and get the mid lane turret, but you get so much for just the flash from Zeus. Love this play though. Faker very often feels safe because he has reinforcements on the way. Unfortunately, there's no outplaying Vi once she gets on top of you. And the Talia wall from BDD really nice. It both zones off T1 by simultaneously getting him out of the play. So very well done there by KT. Deft not having sums though, especially with how Zeus has been playing Skarner. That's a worry because the composition for KT, even with how much damage they have, I think really rely on that Jinx popping off and getting excited and really chewing through what might otherwise be a pretty beefy front line here between Zeus. Owner, I imagine, is going to be going for kind of an off-tank build as well, now that he has his blade. You know, the Bruiser, Starex, Cleaver, and whatnot.
Yeah, strong. I mean, the front line for T1 is also pretty strong. They don't have, like, the point-and-click uncleansable CC with the Vi, but, you know, we talked about it a lot. If the summoners are down, you don't necessarily need that. I mean, they have a Rakan. It really bolsters the amount of hard engage that they have in this composition. And that job is going to be on Keria. He's found a lot of nice angles, but there hasn't been a lot of good follow-up on them. So yeah, I would assume that as we get into more standard, you know, structured 5v5s, the Rakan's role is going to play a pretty huge part in them.
And that's KT don't want to play straight-up 5v5s, right? They want to have someone flanking, they want Pioshik in the back line. They want to try and create as much chaos as possible and keep him in his corridor where the Equalizer can do a whole lot.
So Barrel's going to go in. The TP immediately channeled here as a lot is used to try to get on top of Owner, but he just gets away with his ult, and now it's a 5v5 without Equalizer, without the Solar Flare, as now Faker's coming in. Keria also going to proc that ultimate. Seri over the wall here, but a lot of low health bars on the side of T1, and now getting into that backline is perfect, doing so much damage, and now Faker and Guma have no front line anymore, as everybody just died outside of those two. They have to back away, and KT get the Drake.
And this time around, KT step up from game number 1, where they weren't able to fight the team fights, win 2 back-to-back, 1 4v5, 1 5v5, with Perfect roasting them. And they're going to try and take the Baron here. A T1 Classic 20 minutes in. We'll see if they're able to pull it off. There's no jungler, but there is a lot of damage. And oh, this is very early.
It is very early, and Guma's going to try to poke them down. Keria and Faker also coming over the TP as well.
God.
From Zeus, this is getting so spicy. Pioshik, though, is able to get the objective. Should be at least 2 kills to the side of T1 as they take down both Pioshik and Barrel. But Keria looking for a bit more. BDD Somehow he did not get knocked off that wall. Maybe he had a shield or something on top of that, but either way, he is going to get away, and KT will hold on to 3 Baron buffs.
As we see, the initial blow is actually absorbed really well here by T1. Owner is able to ult out, and then the equalizer is gone, so they feel really confident. But there is still, because of Perfect, no way for the damage. Like, Duma and Owner barely get to play in that fight. Duma has to E in, but at that point, it feels like the front line of T1 has already vanished because of the Rumble. And then here, things get a little scary, as this is such an early Baron. I really like the buffs they did to Baron, because it actually feels like a threat now, especially in the game. We see that here. But unfortunately, they're not actually able to get the lockdown. There's obviously no Owner available to try and go for a Hail Mary steal. And KT, this is the first time that they've been able to actually build a sizable gold lead, and it's only going to go bigger and bigger, as they should be able to, at the very least, get these outer turrets. So mid now falling. Imagine they want to look towards bot as well.
Yeah, and eventually, from this far ahead, they have so much damage that if you pick anyone, you know, even the Skarner at a certain point, if you have enough penetration, you're just going to blow them up, and you have so much to follow up on it that you don't necessarily want to target him, but it gives you a lot of freedom in terms of, you know, just being able to isolate targets, take them down, make it a 5v4 real quick, and essentially do whatever you want. And perfect. So you talked about it, you know, eats first blood, kind of a rough trade, and now he's on top of the damage dealt. Not a big surprise for a Rumble, but at the same time, he's very far ahead of everybody else, and he's really built up a massive lead for himself in this game.
Also, imagine this is one of those games where Orcs saw the Rakan get locked in. It was like, oh, there's Vi, there's Talia. I'd have wanted to look for a different angle, because right now, it doesn't feel like T1 are getting any of the fights that they're looking for. And now we're getting to the point where before I'm like, if Deft dies, you know, I think KT might be in trouble. That's not the case. Like, BDD, Deft, and Perfect all are perfectly capable of just 1v9ing a team fight.
Well, they're trying to go on a Zeus. They're trying to test my theory, and you know what? I think it's going to work, especially with the Talia wall. They can pick anyone on the side of T1. And Faker, you know, he's doing his thing over on the left side of the map here. He's trying to trade an inner turret, and he might just be able to. Only 14 seconds left on the Rebel Baron power play, but KT are going to utilize that last little smidgen of it, and they should be able to take this inhibitor. And look for more. Actually, they're going to force the TP out of Faker.
Deft is excited.
They will get it.
That's a bot lane in it. A really good Baron power play coming through here from KT. Able to knock down mid-outer, mid-inner. Then the 2 bot lane turrets as well, and the inhib to boot. Colossal winner, and this is what we're seeing as the rest of the team just has to respect great use of the Talia wall to ensure that everyone has the time to actually chew through. And Zeus is like, yeah, no, I'm dragging them just away from my team. There's no way that I'm ever getting out of here. A small win for Owner. That's when you're a jungler, you know, and you're in this type of game state and you get the blue buff, you're like, at least I'm getting something. Yeah. Because life has not been great.
You got to get something, and take a look at that level difference. It is a full 2 levels ahead for Perfect. He's almost level 16 on Rumble, 24 minutes into the game. And at that point, you drop an equalizer, and you might not even need CC. Like, people are nearly going to die. This is going to target people down, as now, speaking of which, the flash on into Guma, and he's going very deep for that one. As Guma does have to flash and dash all the way over the wall. But now at least Guma is down a flash.
We'll see if that's enough. Didn't use the equalizer, crucially. That's the cooldown we're going to be looking out for, is Perfect.
Yeah, the wall is good. Zeus isolated once again. We're fighting over a singular Chemtech Drake as the Impale. This time pretty good, but the follow-up is not there. Finally, Keria gets in, but look at the damage already as Faker goes in. They take out the Jinx, but now the Rumble is just melting everyone. As he is full health, Guma desperate to try to do something, but it's not gonna matter. You talked about it, Chronic. There's so many threats on this KT roster. From this far ahead, they will absolutely destroy you, and that might just be the end of the game.
And the Telecom war delivers, Feldes, as we're about to go to a game number 3. KT got control in the early game in game 1 and then weren't able to close it out. And when Perfect died, I'm like, oh no.
Yeah.
That's not what you want to see, but he bounces back. Pioshik on the fly has an incredible performance. Beating these walls were great. And we're going to game number 3.
Game number 3s are real between these two teams. Not really what I was expecting, but KT, they have stepped up to another level here in the Telecom War on a big stage for the home ground, you know?
Oh, and Perfect and Pioshik in the back there giving each other, you know, some shoulder taps. Good job. We did it. We got a win against T1, and if you asked us this 2 weeks ago, that would have seemed impossible. I don't know if this is going to go the way of that Challengers, you know, where T1 won first game and then KT closed out the series. That might be a little bit too much to ask for us. T1 is going to go back to blue side, and I think even in this game, we saw some of what the threats that normally the team would rely on, but man, KT bouncing back in a big way.
I'm glad that we have KT back at the LCK, because we were missing them for a while. Perfect eats first blood, does double the damage of almost everybody on the side of T1. Gumayusi, the only one who is half the damage, more than half the damage of Perfect. So just insane amounts. And, you know, the team helped set him up. He's able to say, okay, there's one target. I put my equalizer on them. But the fact that he was able to build up a lead to be a big threat in this one, definitely big-time points, and maybe he picks up the POG. But either way, guys, we're done for game number 2. We're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
하나 높여. 네, 조심. 나 호응 되고. 오케이. 나 아래에서 가려는 각 볼게 이거.
나 위치 좋았다 이거.
갈라볼게. 좀만 더 아니라 볼각 할게 이거.
원래 말로.
스카너 앞으로 스카너 높을. 야, 나 죽기는 볼만해. 비에고 높을. 비에고 조금. 아, 나 이거 높으려고. 다음에 펼치갈게.
끝내.
아, 나이스 잘했다.
이거야.
나이스.
Citizens of Final City, you must choose. Either bow before the Primordians, or break before me. We are...
Message deleted. Next message.
It's allowing. I received a report of some new tech spotted on the outskirts. I'm going...
Message deleted. Next message. Message.
Hello, can you hear me? Is this thing even on? The darn blast door won't open.
Message deleted. Next message.
Hi, friends. It's Seraphine. But, you probably already knew that. Anyway, did you see all that smoke past the outer wall? I'm gonna go check it out. Gotta stay vigilant, you know? Commander out. Ugh, that sounds so grand.
Message deleted. End of messages.
Well, the Telecom war is not done yet as KT come back and take game number 2 against T1. It's all tied up. Welcome back to the space. Degon here alongside Ox and Wolf. And that was an impressive KT performance.
Yeah, for sure. I really want to get stuck in the draft because I have some strong thoughts about this.
Same.
I honestly think that if KT couldn't win with this draft, they couldn't win at all. The Rumble Vi Taliyah Phase 3 is so strong for leading team fights, and it almost ensures you're immediately going to get a kill, which gives the Jinx resets. Like, the composition works so well together. Rumble is banned so often, and we've seen so much Skarner Cassante trades, but like in the right hands, it's picked us so much. And Perfect even got solo killed and still had a huge impact. And then my real issue is this R5 Rakan into Vi, into Taliyah, and even just like the Rumble Leona as well. It's so easy to die on this pick. Like, there's so much CC flying around. Vi can just ult you if she really wants to. And the Unraveled Earth, I genuinely think that if Taliyah is picked on the enemy team, you should just think of Rakan as being banned. You just shouldn't pick into. It's so hard to play that without getting mangled.
I mean, for me, I had issues with some of the earlier parts of the draft as well. Like, the Ezreal ban in isolation seems fine, but you give over the Rumble, you're still opting into the Skarner into it. Now, to be fair, Zeus got a solo kill in the top lane, so it ended up faring better than expectations were for it, because we very rarely see this happen. Usually the jungler has to come up for the Skarner to make an impact there. But then picking Zeri and Azir with the Vi open here, meaning that the Zeri, you're automatically going to give lockdown over, because of course Pioshik's going to play the Vi. Taliyah is up, so you're giving over an insanely strong mid-jungle duo, plus the fact that they can now play any sort of pick-based composition bottom side. Didn't even have to be the Jinx, for example. Could have been like a Draven. There's so many other picks they could have even played here, but they opted into the Jinx because Deft has a ton of experience on it. It's one of his best picks all time. So I feel like this was kind of a draft disaster for T1, and even KT, as weak as their current form is, it's pretty tough to mess this one up.
Yeah, great draft by KT and then T1 with those questions. You had the B emote in there. I want you guys to make the B face. What's the B face that you'll make? Yeah.
Like, oh, that's how I felt. That's how I felt.
Yeah, all right, let's take a look at the first highlight here. As both of our highlights will be down at the Drake side. This one's at 14 minutes.
Yeah, and so the initial CC actually comes out from T1 with Rakan ult, but the turnaround on the Zeri is so swift. They immediately just delete her. Again, you get the resets. The Viego is the next target, who is one of the champions where if you don't track him in a fight, he can get those resets himself. And the cleanup is just so swift. It's so explosive. And it's honestly a very short fight for how early that was in the game.
Yeah, I think also Zeus being very late to join the fight itself was a huge problem because he couldn't actually peel or make any sort of impact there. Maybe if he's there a little bit faster, you can actually pull someone in with Pioshik's engaged there and maybe actually split up the fight, but he kind of shows up to impale and buy time, but the fight is ultimately already over.
Remember, that was after the first blood solo kill on the top side of the map against Perfect and a kill in the mid lane that Faker and Owner doubled up on. So very impressive fight by KT to take that one. And here's the second highlight that we have where KT really took control of this game, again, at the Drake.
Yeah, and I think the big one for me in this is tracking Pioshik, because he does a really fantastic job of utilizing the Vial to like avoid incoming CC. So initially just put some damage to the Skarner. You see the Rakan comes in, he ults to dodge the CC, which knocks him onto the Unraveled Earth. He then flashes up, gets his double knock up there, and manages to get away, and they just let the rest of the team clean up. You can see Deft just free firing. Really well played from him in that fight.
Also, at the same time, because he ulted Faker, is able to prevent any sort of follow-up while the Rakan CC comes through, so there's no big angle for Faker to actually layer that damage down. So while the Rakan CC is good on the backline, the real damage dealer in this fight is the Rumble, and Deft is like, cool, I waited out, we move forward, I get excited, the Jinx blows up the rest of the team.
Yeah, close attempt there by T1, but just the tankiness at the front line and then Deft free firing on the Jinx. Huge, huge, huge. Let's see who the POG is. Multiple candidates here by KT in this victory, but it goes to the top lane. The guy showing resilience, getting solo killed, coming back and having a huge, huge impact in the game. It's perfect.
Yeah, his impact in team fights was really big, and we kind of had this clip at the start of the day where we showed him getting punished in lane by T1 in spring, but I think we talked about then, and it's true now, his team fighting has been really solid, And bouncing back from an unfortunate situation like that shows a lot of mental fortitude.
I feel like his positioning in fights as well as his Qs, like he did so much damage in these fights. Sometimes when you have a Rumble Vi, you think, okay, well, it's got to be the Vi, right? The Vi presses R and sets up the Rumble equalizer, and you have so much CC that's really easy to play Rumble in these scenarios. But the fact that he was able to carry these fights as a big secondary damage dealer to me was also a big standout point. Plus the fact that he bounced back, as we've talked about so much after that solo kill in the top lane. So again, perfect. Looking big here for KT. I think these jungle votes, though, well-deserved.
Yeah, split here, sir.
Yeah, no, I think he had a really good game, set up a lot of the combos, and also, we highlight that team fight. We did really, really well, but I think both votes are very valid.
Well, we said earlier in the day with the lower third, the successful jungle mid duo that KT had, Talia and Vi, they get it here again in this previous game, and they look pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, I assume T1 now having side selection, like, you can't bank on getting a draft that good again, but hopefully this has given them a confidence boost, and you look to get some of those strong combos. Something we highlighted earlier was the Viego Ari. That one might be a bit easier to get your hands on, but you're never going to draft this good again.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of felt like that was going to be the case after Game 1, but they ended up getting a better draft in Game 2. I think this one is great drafting by KT, but a bit of a whoopsie twice in a row here from T1, so T1 really going to have to tighten this up in Game 3.
So as we turn to game number 3, game 3 drafts will be done the same way as game number 2, which will be done in the green room first, then redone on stage due to some of the issues that were happening over at the stadium. Maybe a reason why the drafts were a little different, but highly doubtful. These coaches and these players have been doing it for such a long time.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to make excuses like that, and I'm sure T1 wouldn't themselves. They'll be looking to have a better draft coming out here, and obviously, as cool as it is, having everyone in this arena, sometimes technical issues happen when you're making new steps with things like these, so it's good they have a solution sorted out for it.
Yeah, and this is what is in the LCK rulebook, so this is not like, hey, how do we figure this out? This has already been figured out by the officials.
It's also common for teams to actually practice drafts in like lobby chat or like via text, when you're setting up for scrims and stuff like that, where you actually just run drafts faster than the client can actually do. So it's something that people do all the time, so I don't think this is really going to take either team by surprise. I mentioned it to you guys off camera. I was like, I hope we don't see some wonky draft because something's going on where it's not what they're used to, but I really agree with you that I don't think this is really going to be something that affected too much, but T1 is going to have to tighten it up.
Any flip-floppers? Anyone want to swap on back over to KT, or are we all still confident? Because every single analyst here on the LCK whose livelihood and job is to talk about LCK voted for T1.
I'm never a flip-flopper, but the more people are in on T1, the more you kind of get the feeling like, like that's what we show the graphic at the bottom. You have to do it. You have to cement it so when everyone can look at us and laugh if it does backfire.
I think it's just super obvious with the coaching staff that T1 have and the knowledge that Faker has as well, his experience. You can mess it up once, right? They definitely had a bit of a draft debacle in game number 2. I think on the third time around, they'll get it right. They have blue side. They have that advantage. I think T1's still taking game 3.
The greatest rivalry in esports history, T1 versus KT, the Telecom war going at it. Game 3. Who will win? Let's find out.
Thank you, Spacers, for that awesome breakdown. I don't believe we would have any flip-floppers over here either. I kind of agree with what Wolf had to say. You move back over to blue side. You kind of fix up what happened in game number 2. And you've also got all these fans here at the T1 home ground that are mostly cheering for you. There is a KT section. They're kind of the away team at this home ground. We'll see about in round number 2 what that looks like. But yeah, I mean, in general, I would expect T1 to kind of go over, but it can't be overstated that we're just really happy to see that KT is a team again, right? Like, they're actually playing like they should be.
It really is, because I genuinely believe that KT from 3 weeks ago could have gotten that draft and still nothing would have happened, right? And if you didn't catch and you're like, man, why are these guys bigging up KT's? If you watch the earlier KT games, you'll know.
Yeah.
It was painful. And I think you put it best, fellas, when you said, I'm just glad that KT is back. Because it felt like for the first couple of weeks in summer, they weren't here. The team we had in spring was by no means perfect, but they were a team that at least could have moments where you're like, man, they still have what it takes at times. That wasn't there. And that's back here, and regardless of what the outcome of the series will be, if this is like the game 1 win through a team fight, and then game 2, we had I imagine the draft is still being done as we speak, and then when we see the players on, we will actually get the draft done in person as well, and then on the client, and then we'll walk you through.
Yeah. That thing at the bottom, I assumed it would just, they translate it real quick. Same thing we had before. There was an issue with the communication, so they're just doing the draft in the back room, as our spacers did say. So a little bit of a delay. You guys get to see all the fun stuff going on at the Goyangsono Arena, and it's a really fun time. I like how things are developing here for the Telecom War. If we could have this every time, would be awesome. Just to really big up the hype between this rivalry. And it kind of feels like we're watching Korean baseball. This is kind of what happens over there. You got the cheerleaders, you have the fan chants for the certain players that come out. It kind of feels like we are heading in that direction slowly but surely at the LCK.
So cool to see. And even if you're a T1 fan, if you're there, you're getting a third game. I think that's a win. It's an outing. It's a Saturday. You're there. You might as well get a full day of entertainment out of it. We'll see what is going to happen in that game number 3. I don't think realistically KT are going to get the same draft gap, but do remind yourselves that in game number 1, KT's early game was still quite good. I think in particular, Carriaz not having the best day today. I think the Rakan was kind of self-sabotage from the draft, but even the Leona performance wasn't necessarily what you'd expect it to be. Kuma also having a bit of a drop-off in the second game, but he was also playing into Vi. So don't give them Vi to Leah Rumble again.
Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good idea. Just don't let that happen
Did you see the smiling? Look at that, smiling BDD there on the left. That was great. Happy BDD.
Is this Pioshik? Here on the left.
I guess that's Pioshik, and then that's Deft.
Yeah, Deft, of course. Not just any old random alpaca.
Never gonna give up. Does remind me of one of the most famous songs of all time.
Yes.
But it's not
but
the
it's
same.
not. It's not the
different.
same. It's not exactly the same. We are missing one word in there, so it just ends up being the slogan for KT. Never gonna give up. And we don't know what they're not ever going to give up. Again, guys, if you're wondering why there is this delay, it's because we're doing the draft right now. And then we'll show the draft to you guys. Once it gets done, let's hope that guy doesn't lick his fan again. That wasn't a good idea. And it's pretty hot in there, I guess. That's a very small fan.
Yeah, I don't...
I'm talking about the thing that
there's no way
holding.
that's enough to actually...
Does that even do anything? Like,
no, I don't think it does.
Generally, the radius of the actual fan part is like at least twice as big, if not 3 times as big.
Yeah, I can't imagine it does a whole lot. As the KT fans, they can really use a win. Valdez, last year the summer of KT was something glorious, and yes, they didn't stick the landing, but for a while there, it was great.
It was, and it could be. Again, whoa, what's going on there?
Look at that!
What is happening? Wow. Okay, now we got a real show going on. Okay. All right, but now we're just commentators at like a dance competition, Chronicler.
Can we call in Emily Rand? I don't feel equipped for this, Valdez. This is not my area of expertise.
Can you analyze his dance? How about a score out of 10?
To me, to my untrained eye, that was a 10 out of 10.
Wait, what's going on
here?
We
got... Okay.
All right. Okay, all right.
Yeah, a little faker tumble.
A little tumble, okay. I'll give him a 2 out of 10 because I'm not going to be mean and give him a 1 out of 10.
No, I agree. There's
1 point for effort.
There's such a thing as timing and contrast, and doing that after the guy.
If he did that on the space, we'd be like, whoa, that was so crazy.
That was fun.
That was really fun. Wow.
A for effort, though. You know, respect D-Gun. He's only been here a couple of weeks and he's putting his best foot forward.
Yeah.
I think just the tumble might have been a better angle.
Yeah. You know, it is the T1 home ground. Faker's there. It kind of makes sense after all.
Get some broccoli for this man.
Maybe he can tumble on to the next space segment.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, the players are back on stage, which means the draft is done, and we'll get to see it here ourselves. It will be revealed to us. Will Perfect get Rumble again? I would say that is the one thing that 100% should not happen in Game 3.
I am still so bummed that we don't have the Perfect versus Lucid Rookie of the Split race. Because, like, it would have been so good. Because Perfect has been such an... Like, again, and we keep coming back to this because it is so insane to me. Like, compare him in week 1-2 of LCK Spring to now. Compare how more consistent he is than the rest of his team members who, to be fair, a lot of them are known for being inconsistent, right? Bioshik and Barrel have basically made a career out of it. Have won 1/2 World Championships doing so. Made a final as well in the case of Barrel in his in 2021.
Yeah, but we don't like to talk about that final.
Yeah, it was so because I don't know if you remember.
It was a Game 5 incident.
It was a Game 5, but also it was night in Korea.
Yeah.
We were walking. I'll tell it later because we're getting into draft. But it was very sad. It was walking home alone in the darkness, listening to DK lose.
Yeah.
It was painful.
It was rough. But thankfully, it's 3 years later, and we have this wonderful Telecom war. And let's take a look at the draft so far.
Hey!
T1, they did this, same bans in Game 1 when they were on blue side.
Tristana. Yeah. Obviously, guys, this draft has already been done, so everything's going to be snappy. But we knew that Tristana was immediately going to come through. So the Viego, I think, is preemptively a pick to give the possibility of a Vi less value. Owner hasn't really been as enamored with AP junglers outside of specifically Nidalee. Now, I don't think it's necessarily a thing of can't play, but it is what T1 has been prioritizing. Owner is generally more facilitative roles, unless it is the Nidalee, in which case he does get to be the main character for a little bit. Lulu taken away again, obviously with the Zeri coming through, no surprise. The Nautilus is still up, so my expectation would be that it's probably going to be Ezreal Nautilus as it turns out, Owner going to be playing Zyra here, and it's Braum to finish off the draft. R5 Braum here for Barrel.
I don't know what to expect from that.
Okay, this is a bit too many curveballs with the speed that this draft has gone.
Yeah, so I just allowed, there wasn't a lot of time. I didn't get to talk. I was writing the whole time.
Oh, no, you have to. Okay, gut feeling, Feldas.
I mean, I think T1 are very far ahead in this draft. I don't think the Braum does a whole lot, to be honest. You already have a decent amount of range on the side of T1. I think, he's kind of going to stand there and block some plant bullets and maybe throw down an ult and then just die. I don't really see the counter pick value out of that pick, and I feel like as a whole, the T1 draft looks really strong, and I feel like there's no such gap that we saw in Game 2.
Would agree with that, and also agree with you that the T1 comp, when we look at just champions that currently are in the meta, Tristana with an AP jungler is basically a recipe for success. Additionally, you have a very beefy front line. It's going to be a bit of a tough one here for KT. I do think, though, if you can get BDD and or Deft ahead and you can just sit there, fire off skill shots, and maybe use that as a way, and then they can't really engage as much because of the Braum. But it's pretty narrow. Maybe the level 1 invade to flip the game with that Braum. Could be an angle, Veldas.
Let's see how it goes. Let's hop into the rift for Game 3.
Oh, KT fans.
KT fans are going nuts. I mean, they were definitely a bit more quiet, but they were the intensity of it.
It was visceral.
Yeah. They know they have to make up in terms of quantity, and they did a great job. Faker is, he's found the enemy team. There's a Braum there. Barrel absolutely going to flash there. Trade
level
flash
1!
to Faker, and you know what? Over the wall, that's the Sun. Faker's dead!
It's the level 1!
And it goes to Deft as well! And
Gonna
Guma,
get another?
one auto. Yep, there's the
Gonna
stun.
have to use his cleanse at least.
That's the cleanse, and now he's going to be late to lane. Faker should know about the Braum level 1. That should not have happened.
That's actually so big as well. Like, perfect with that invade. Actually, no plans. So that's going to substantially slow down. So cleanse gone, flash gone, owner's clear, which is one of the biggest advantages that you have, already going to be put on the back foot. Has to invest his smite right from the get-go. This is basically as good of a start as you're realistically going to get for KT.
I mean, yeah. I mean, everybody's there. So you can't be there. It's as simple as that.
Oh, Barrel. Oh, and you always have to mention it whenever Braum is picked because he is arguably the best level 1 champion in the game. Like, his passive is so insanely strong. And that late invade is something that T1, I think, got caught off guard by. Now it means that Owner, I imagine, will still be able to just clear towards the top. Will get spotted, though. And if you do get on top, Pioshik does have a lot of power. It says a lot about Zyra's clear that even with Pioshik getting a leash and Owner like being slowed down, he's still pretty, like, what, 10 seconds ahead on the clear. So it's just going to be some vertical jungling here, but I don't think you mind that, given that Deft already sitting on Elite. And Gumayushi is going to have to be very, very careful here, because with no cleanse, maybe they want to look for an early dive if they can get more poke down.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many things that were taken away from T1, the cleanse, the flash, the late to lane stuff, but yeah, the fact that Deft gets this first blood and gets to lane in a really good spot is pretty huge. I mean, you just don't have any pressure from your bottom lane now. On the side of T1, they're going to be relatively far behind. We saw that Zeri Alistair, very strong bottom lane duo, and just in general, those two champs have been winning a lot individually as well. You know, they get that, but it's not going to quite look the same with how far they are behind at this point. You know, as the game comes along, I'm sure Guma will stabilize, but he's still going to be behind the 8-ball when it does come to some of this stuff. As, okay, going to dash that.
I think we missed it, but I think either Guma or Keria got one of the medium-sized Krugs, because Pioshik actually is down a creep, and like he didn't hit level 3 until he actually finished his own blue, even though he did a full-side bot clear. So that actually ended up mattering a decent amount, because, you know, with the lower level, don't have as many points in your abilities, so it is really going to hurt your ability to clear. As we do see here, it's time spent in enemy jungle, but it's basically just a split of the jungle. The main question is, can we get anything out of it, as Faker did just go in.
Yeah, he's going in. I feel like he's almost trying to make up for what happened earlier, but that's going to put him behind even further as BDD picks up the kill. No flash for Faker, hops in, immediately punished. As Pioshik, it was like the perfect timing for him to go back, buy up, and run straight to mid lane and get the gank.
Remarkable as well that he walks into the brush, gets spotted, sees the ward as well, and I think the timing are just impeccable. I imagine Faker just jumped in. If you get the full autos, then obviously you get the reset on your jump. As yeah, look, oh, that timing. And he can't walk up, like BDD does a good job there, walking away, ensuring that you don't actually get, as even in the picture-in-picture, like even if he doesn't die, it doesn't matter, he just TP back to lane. That's a huge win for KT.
Yeah, no, it's massive. I think that's, I don't really know the idea, but really trying to put on as much pressure as possible and at least help the rest of his team get into a position to, you know, have at least an even lane state. He's still trying to trade here on top of soldiers. BDD's like, thank you very much, I will enjoy that. As Owner's also going to be spotted, so that's a nice amount of information as to where exactly he's going to be. And there's another ward to spot him, has to be scanned.
The tracking is good, but that ward from BDD, I think, not the best, because the chances of getting spotted is relatively high. You already know he's going to be pathing towards the top side of the map. Most notably, though, Pioshik's early activity is really good for his lanes, but it also means that he is actually falling pretty substantially behind, right? Is now just hit level 5 as well, but is still pretty far behind when it comes to experience compared to Owner. Obviously picked up his Faded Ashes. The difference maker, though, is that Barrel was already out on the map. So at the very least, they're going to be able to get, I want to say 2, And it looks like with that confirmation, they're probably just going to trade free grubs for the dragon, as owner should be able to get through that relatively quickly.
As we do have a pause. We'll see what this is about. And, you know, generally audio issues are relatively easy to fix, but if we have another audio issue on top of what we had with the draft situation, could be a little bit of a rough spot, but we don't have any information at the moment, guys, so it's just conjecture from me. We'll have to wait and see exactly what the issue is, as the fans are desperate to try to get T1 back on their feet after that really rough early game.
Looks like Faker taking off his headset there. Imagine that's just going to be a headset swap, and then hopefully all the issues will be quickly resolved. Thus far, KT in the early game taking control, very reminiscent of game number 1. The main issue that they had there that they were able to fix in game 2 with Perfect going monster mode on Rumble was that they weren't actually able to win the 5v5s. And that's where I do look at the composition that is available for T1, and I still would exercise a little bit of caution. I won't have to tell KT fans because they live in a perpetual state of caution.
Yeah.
But specifically the ability of T1 to find just straight front to backs, very boring. Like one good scoop into a Zyra ult can lose you the game. So it is going to be really, really paramount that KT doesn't group up necessarily, or that everyone is ready to either, you know, interrupt Faker when he tries to go for a play like that, to not get multi-man comboed by the Alistar. As long as they do that with the lead that they have, it's nothing insane, but particularly with champions like Viego, if you do get early leads, you can really run away with the game.
Yeah, you definitely can. You know, just got confirmation is an audio issue. Faker's headset is being tested at the moment. Nobody on the other side is able to discuss the game. Nobody on the T1 side is either. So they just sit and wait and hope that the issue is resolved and we get back into the game. I'm curious about what kind of impact Faker is going to have in this one after falling very far behind already 0-2 down a teleport. And, you know, getting chunked out in lane at the same time. We'll have to wait and see how this does develop through the mid lane, because Pioshik, you know, he identified the weak target early on, knowing he didn't have flash, was able to punish it already, and might be looking for some more.
Early grubs are going to go over here as expected. T1 clearly not wanting to contest for that. Deft also is in the great position of not facing Skarner this time around. He also had a much better game individually on the Jinx, but that was, I'd say, the biggest reason as to why the team fights went as poorly as they did.
Well, here's the scoop. Very nice buffer here from Faker. And he's going to trade his W for a ultimate ability from the Azir. Obviously, the damage still goes through, but looks like he is able to stabilize quite a bit there in that mid lane. The CS still very comparable, very even here between those two.
Right now, looking at the lane states, top doesn't matter, it's 2 tanks. They're trading grasp stacks. Their TPs are on the same timer. Mid, we do see Faker going in aggressively. BDD, if he had his ult, could have maybe done something there. Not going to be the case. And then Faker probably gone in. Would have been a bit higher, but almost out of mana as well. So I imagine both of them are going to be looking for a back. BDD looking to go towards Nashers again. Do note, though, that there wasn't really a possibility for T1 to go for this Dragon. Me and the KTs both going to get 3 grubbies as well as an early Drake.
Yeah, I mean, you saw them kind of hovering around it and trying to get some pressure around the Drake, but Beryl just kind of had to stand there, and they were denied of any real entry into the river. As there is a Skarner here. Owner is in a lot of trouble. He gets knocked up against the wall. The Impale is going to miss. And so they'll just stop there. So kind of unfortunate for Perfect. The angle was a bit off. Keria is being bullied a little bit, but Owner over here with Faker.
Yeah, at the very least should be able to get flash there. Owner did have flash, so shouldn't, as very close there for Deft. So he shouldn't realistically ever get taken down by the Impale. But yeah, Perfect predicting a sidestep that probably didn't have to try and predict bigness, and means that Owner does hold on to his clutch, which is a really big cooldown, especially on Zyra, who does not have any other form of escape except standing her ground and trying to blow you off.
Yeah, and she can do that pretty well, but you know, has to be in a position where she's not dying immediately, at least, so she can cast her abilities. If you do impale her in a fight and she hasn't been able to do that, she's probably going to win that fight against the Zyra. And Faker still being bullied here quite a bit. Getting the zoom in from Jonah Strong, thinking BDD's going to go for something. Could certainly try to make a play, but Owner is coming on up. Beryl has been very proactive around the map, just clearing a lot of vision around the bottom side. Owner will deny him a clear on that control ward, though. And KT enjoying another early lead. This looks a little bit like what we had in game number 1, at least in terms of like the gold diff and stuff like that. Obviously different drafts and different situation, but still another opportunity for KT with 3 early games in a row, essentially, that they win. And could be 2 wins in their win column if they do, you know, pull it together from early to mid.
All going to come down to, can T1 ensure that they find the same level of team fighting that they did before? I want to talk a little bit about some of the more intricacies when we get to the 5v5s, because both teams realistically are going to be looking, right? You have double tank front line. Tristana and Azir are both good inside lane, so it's not like they can't split push, but don't think that that is going to be the main focus. Although Faker might want to try and maybe get a turret at some point, you know, give up a second or third Drake so that you can get some gold back into this Tristana. But KT's engage is basically the opposite of what they had last game. Last game they had some of the best engage tools in the world. This time around you have negative engage, realistically.
Uh-oh.
If you get somewhere first.
Yeah, Pusha getting on top of Owner. He's just going to throw his whole kit on the ground. Tries to flash over to Zaze, but now the Impale going to catch him, and Owner goes down. A lot of damage being done by the All Out, but now BDD comes over. He wants more. He wants blood. He wants to take down Cassante, and that he will. Perfect. Picks up the kill. It's 2 more on the scoreboard to KT.
KT Valdez. This team has defied expectations, both in negative and positive ways, so many times. But is it actually happening after the as we said, someone probably should have predicted.
Yeah.
Because if everyone predicts T1, isn't there a chance? Isn't there an inkling? And here we see the issue with Zyra. Once you get on top of her, she doesn't have a whole lot of recourse, and it's, again, I think crucially, it's BDD who's earlier on the play. It's Beryl who was early on the rotation, and you can see this alone is not enough, but this team has struggled so much, both in-game and out of game, over the last couple of weeks, and right now are sitting at a 2K gold lead against the reigning world champions and the team that was so obviously the second best in the LCK last split. If they could actually get a win on the Saturday Showdown after the first couple of weeks they had, and I'm not saying that will happen, and we should all just kind of chill out.
Just chill out, Chronicler.
Chill out. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll take it. I take everything back. Really, if you think about it,
pretend the last minute didn't happen.
If you think about it hard enough, you know how are they gonna get objectives? They don't have engage.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yoshi can't just always.
I guess
run
they're
in and
just
W.
gonna, sit back, let T1 come back. Surely.
Yeah.
No, I think that KT in this position, really, really strong. They're getting a lot of plates. I mean, BDD got 1 mid. Deft is picking up 3. And I think all 3 of those were solo, too. He just got 2 here. He got the first one alone. So just 3 extra plates on First Blood Ezreal, and it's Deft that's piloting it. Yeah, he didn't have a good first game, but this is a different game. And he's not playing against Skarner, which for some reason was his counter on Ezreal. But this is a different situation, and KT, they got that win in game 2, right? It does feel like they've kind of shaken the jitters off, the big crowd there over at the Goyang Sono Arena. BDD actually has picked up 2 plates now, and he's looking for a third. I mean, this is really widening the gap in gold right now. And
the big thing is, because of those earlier kills they found on Owner, they got 6 grubs. Like, that is an insane amount of power for BDD and Deft specifically. Deft has his W, BDD, obviously, with the Nashor's First, has an incredible amount of attack speed.
Faker can't defend this alone.
No. And he'll be able to make it out still.
4 plates!
They might just take this straight up.
5. A turret before 14.
The Grubs!
Carrier's getting in there, and the Grubs, they get it, the first turret, and all of the plates before 14 minutes. Carrier desperate to try to stop them, but instead he's just going to go down. Guma has to get away from the Impale, and Perfect is very tanky. He's still getting in there as Carrier finally will be taken down. The reset comes in, and now the rest of the team is getting baited into this one. Although Zeus is coming in from the top lane, gets the all-out on a Pioshik, who is in a bit of trouble. Does get over the wall there, but he is going to go down. It's a double kill over to Guma. And did KT overextend as BDD finally makes his way back? He's looking for a bit more as Guma will get away. Zeus' stun does come down, but that is Cassante, ladies and gentlemen, as he will get away. Baker, meanwhile, was back here, and he'll hop away.
It gets a little silly, Veldes. we're getting crazy with it. I'm not sure what just happened. We're gonna go for it when we get to the replay. Perfect impales unfortunately remain a big problem area. I like the gusto of KT. Going for this turret I think is great. I do not physically comprehend how Carrier was able to not die here. One of the big things is that Perfect goes off by himself and then whiffs the ult on Guma, meaning that Guma's fine. Carrier actually gets to pilot out, and because of his ult, doesn't go down until much later. And then, oh no.
Well, walls aren't real. Not against Skarner. And Owner's in a bit of trouble, but he drops down the ult, and now the follow-up comes in from T1 as Pioshik has to flash away. But here comes Deft, he's doing a lot. Faker trying to pop him out of this fight, actually. But the first kill will go on Aguma. Faker does get the assassination, but Pioshik is Zeri. And now he has gone back into the Viego form as the Impale again is going to miss. And I mean, I don't know how he keeps missing it, but it's okay. He's got some rocks to throw, and he's going to throw it into that front line, into both of them. There's no escape for the two members of T1. They will both be killed by Pioshik. And that is 6 kills now for Pioshik on this Viego.
They just keep committing. T1 wanting to set up for the river fight. Like, Perfect, he doesn't get the wall slam. Then Pioshik goes in without ult, so he basically gets almost 100-0'd. He's fine. Faker tries to kill Deft. Then Deft already gets out before he gets the opportunity to jump on top of his head, which means that Faker has to get into a position where he effectively uses his escape. And even Perfect, 100% miss rate on Impales doesn't change the fact that two members of T1 are stuck in the pit with Braum standing guard. And the fact that Pioshik somehow ends up getting all these messy fights, this is what Viego lives for.
Yeah.
Braum as well, like, it doesn't matter if KT doesn't have great engage, if T1 is just walking into fight and skirmish after skirmish. Because if you can just get one kill and weave in and out, like that fight started with him at 20% health.
Yeah. That's fine.
But shouldn't be.
Yeah, no, it's a bit of an issue. I mean, KT just got such a huge lead, and they have the confidence they can beat T1 because they won in game 2.
I love that highlight on the experience there as well. Owner is playing Zyra into Viego. Like, obviously, the gold is going to be skewed because of how fat Pioshik is, but realistically, the level of pace you should be able to get on Zyra is what makes her so strong. And in my opinion, Zyra is one of the hardest AP champions to play. I feel like Talia, once you kind of get a feel for her, and, you know, learning to hit W's on your own can be tough, but if you have a good comp for it, it really plays itself in many ways. The rotations are really easy. You have a great jungle clear. I think Karthus is also a great example of, realistically, if you just full clear and press R at good times and throw a wall and a skittle every now and then, you'll be okay.
Fine.
But for Zyra, your positioning needs to be so much crisper because you just blow up, and unlike Brand, I feel like you really want to get multiple rotations up, where with Brand, you know, if your passive triple stack is spreading, you're probably winning the team fight anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. And
you know.
I know. Pioshik is here, and he wants to fight. They want to get on top of a Cassante, though. It's not going to be easy. And they're just going to drop the Rift Heralds, not really actually try to kill Zeus here, just try to pressure this bottom lane. And it's going to be big, especially once we do get to Baron territory. You know, put as much pressure down in the bottom lane as possible, maybe even break down an inhibitor, then you've got a lot of pressure on that very important objective. But it's Hextech Soul, which I didn't even realize.
No, because there's been... we didn't talk about the fact Deft also has gone teleport and Barrel went for heal, right? So that also gives you a ton of utility when you get to the mid to late game. You can park Deft in the side lane. This would be big, but no. And this early on, I don't think the Zeri really has a realistic chance of stealing this. But this is the first relevant Soul. And Ezreal and Azir with Hextech Soul, who cares if you don't have, you know,
Skarner.
The best, well, oh god, yeah. Even Viego can really make good use of the tech speed. His poke actually is really dumb. But the slow adds so much value as well for a composition where obviously I haven't run into any issues because T1 has just been walking face first into them. But there won't be an issue if you are... Oh, that's mean. If you're able to get that Hextech Soul in right now. Like, I talked about the T1 Wombo combo. You're going to have to get one hell of a Wombo combo. And realistically, I know Deft had a lot of oopsies in game number 1. But Ezreal, Azir, and Viego should not be easy to lock down into a big Wombo combo, Azir or Alistar into Zyra type of play.
Yeah, no, I think, you know, he's not going up against Skarner, his counter, so I think realistically he should be fine.
Come on, Valdez.
Also, everything I said about the draft, you know, it doesn't end up mattering much because the Braum actually, you know, you've talked about it a lot. You engage in that, he's going to enjoy it and just hanging out. The Braum is going to feel good. You hold up a door against double AD carry from ahead. There are angles to get value out of it. It's not like he picks, you know, Singe support or anything like that. So, you know, Barrel's been actually having a pretty good game on this one. Outside of even the level 1, he's been very proactive all around the map. Just doing general support things, can pretty much be playing any champion.
Could be putting a little bit more points in E, you know, that's that.
Yeah, we're not going to ask too much of him, you know. Maybe Ox will on the desk.
We'll leave that as Deft does now finish his transformation. So 2 items done for him. KT, you can start threatening. Like, obviously, you need to sweep out the ward, but
the Korean side was heavily showing this off. That the fact that T1 knew 100% they weren't doing Baron, so
but now
there wasn't any reason to face check them.
Oh, they don't. Oh, I love this. The suspense.
Yeah,
they're just backing.
They're not even there.
Because if you're KT, as long as you don't lose Baron, and I really love they keep BDD here, stagger the backs to make sure that if they do try, BDD can go and try to delay, because they don't have the control necessary to go for a big Baron play. This time around, KT can just keep setting up traps. If someone walks in, it's great, and if not, you can set T1 for an impossible choice where you can either go for, you know, for Dragon, and then if they get Baron, who cares? It's a Hextech Soul. Gonna be able to win out on that trade. Or you can just keep setting up and keep fishing with Perfect, and I'm sure one of these fights he's gonna hit an Impale. He isn't even playing bad. This is the funniest part.
Yeah.
Like, only his Impales.
Only his Impales. He's like always in the right spot, always
good,
you know,
flanks,
good target acquisition. Yep. Just, you know, needs to press R button a little bit more better.
Mostly better. He's pressing it plenty of times.
Yeah.
It does have a bit of a
quality of them, yeah.
But that didn't stop Zeus in game on.
Yeah. The wind-up itself, I feel like it's actually pretty quick. It looks like it's longer than it actually is. You can really get caught off guard by that, actually. I remember when I was first playing against Shane Skarner. As Beryl, he's got a wall. It's not leveled up, but that's okay. The poke is coming in, and they're even going to get a flash out of Keria, who says, well, I don't want to blow my ult here, so I'll just flash instead.
You got to start it up here. Keria doesn't have his flash. Oh, KT. Yeah, so this just tells us they want to play for Drake. They don't want to risk it. Baron is a much more high-risk objective.
Yeah.
It's easy to... We're only 23 minutes in. This isn't...
Yes.
We're not like 30-something where, you know, I think the Baron is less of a threat. You get through it relatively quick. You stay a lot healthier.
Yeah, because if they start it and they lose, then you lose Baron and you don't get Hextech Soul.
Yeah,
and immediately T1 are back in the driver's seat somehow.
They haven't lost a turret this game, and then multiple turrets are going to fall. A lot of standing goal there for T1.
Yeah, better to play it safe.
They're so close, Valdez. If they get either Hextech Soul or Baron,
that
might be enough.
I'm very even keel about this. I'm not expecting anything, actually.
Nothing on the inside, nothing on the outside.
Yeah,
it's just a game of League of Legends.
Hanging out, playing some League. And Carriot, he does have that very nice support item. Keeping him alive, some opposition to the damage of Deft.
Is on cooldown now, though.
Yeah. And I think it's more so a show of just how strong Deft is at this point in time. He's got 2.5 items. He is chunking people. And, I mean, Guma's in a similar spot, but especially from ahead, the poke from the Ezreal is going to be very, very oppressive. And there's not much vision at all here for T1.
Oh, they know. Yeah, they have to flip it on this fight. It's all or nothing. I don't know if they can get to the pin in time. Owner can get there. No!
No, they're just not going to get there on time. It's just a Hextech Soul, just like that, and they want to take the fight after, but Zeus, he goes in, and you know what? He's trying to get on top of a Sonya's BDD, who is going to live for now. He goes in, he gets the sweep onto 2. As he gets pretty low, they take him down, but Pioshik's still alive.
No resets!
But no resets, and Guma now is shelling them down. How did T1 win this fight? How is this happening? As Perfect now all alone, he's going to be taken down, and T1 should get the Baron.
Oh, that is so much gold into the pockets of T1. Baron Bounty about to come up here, and it's the target selection that just isn't there. Pioshik needs 1 kill to pop off. 1! And everything looks good, right? Zeus gets slow. BDD gets his stopwatch, and then this is where the trouble begins. They can peel off here. They can just let Deft die and have that be the end of it. But Barrow wasn't in the fight. They're basically fighting so fragmented. Their main damage dealers are either Zonya stop or dead.
Yeah, they both sent themselves into the fight.
Just leave!
1v5.
Just leave! You get.
So Deft arcane shifted the wall to try to get the kill onto Zeus. Misses the Mystic shot, dies immediately. BDD after that goes in, gets a divide onto 2 people.
Got a 2-man shuffle though.
Yeah, got a 2-man shuffle, didn't do much, didn't get any kills, didn't have Zonya's, dies immediately. So you don't have any damage, you don't have a gold lead anymore if both of those guys are gone.
Hear me out. We were getting too ahead of ourselves. They still have Hextech Soul. They're just equaling it up so that there's less. We got to keep it down, Valdez.
Sorry.
That is a roller coaster of a gold graph.
So T1, I mean, credit to them. They essentially were like, okay, they're a little bit fragmented. They're not really set up well for a fight. We have Zeus on a flank. Let's try to force this. And at first I was really worried because Zeus nearly died. But the fact that he doesn't die and stays alive and drags all of the DPS straight into his team so that Faker and Guma, who are just shelling huge amounts of damage even from behind, can just shred everybody down, especially the squishies that got themselves out of position. That's a fantastic fight for T1. Yeah, they lost the Hextech Soul, but now they have Baron and the gold is even, so it's anybody's game from here.
After or during game number 1, we were like, what if it's a challenger situation? What if it was all just building up to coming down to this one flip? And we fought that in game 1, and then the fight was basically lost before the flip happened.
Yeah.
Surely this time will be different, Valdez. The Hextech Soul, the value is so nuts. If you can just hit a little bit of poke, we see for T1, Guma sitting at 3 items. His Ws are going to be doing a whole lot of damage. The good thing for KT is that they didn't lose too much of the base, right? They gave up an individual lowers.
Here comes the combo. It's Beryl and he's Braum and he is very tanky and he's actually going to get away. As now True Shot Barrage going to do a bunch of damage to Zeus and Guma, but yeah, a decent amount used to try to get Beryl there, but at the end of the day, he survives. It is going to take him out of the fight, and meanwhile, Faker utilizing that Baron buff in the top lane to try to get themselves even ahead on gold at this point in time.
Oh, you gotta feel though the shift that's happened when it comes to the momentum of the game. It's T1 calling the shots. Should be harder the moment that this Red Bull Baron power play is going to end. At the end of it now, they didn't get the mid lane turret. They got both outers in the side lane, so it's still a colossal win for T1. There was what, like a 6-7k gold deficit? That's gone.
Yeah.
They're still facing down a Hextech Soul. And as long as KT is able to get to Elder first, take control of their own jungle, get there first, and just have Deft and BDD proc that Hextech Soul again and again and again, Don't take poke. Don't walk into flanks. Don't let Zeus distract you from just killing one single person on the enemy team. And please, Perfect, find some people to impale. And I want KT to win. It would be such a cool story.
Well, might not happen. Faker is going to get out. And he was trying to, you know, we saw this yesterday with Sponge getting baited by the
oh yeah,
by the Void Scuttle. I think it was Sponge.
Yeah, no, the Zyran and T1 TP'd behind them, and
Genji.
then
Right.
No, I'm thinking of a different.
Whoa.
I'm thinking of
Did
another
this happen
Zyra
twice?
that I think I think it was Sponge who got.
Maybe it was T1. I don't know. Faker's gonna get poked out in a big way.
There's the soul.
Yeah, and you know they still got that. So we're essentially saying, okay, T1, they have come back in a huge way in this game, but KT are still in control. They still have Hextech Soul, and the goal is even. But yeah, I mean, as long as you don't send yourself into a Zeri and a Tristana,
okay,
and get totally out of position, you're in a good spot.
There are the backs. Gonna be taking our portals. Gonna be making our way over. Everyone's gonna sit on a bunch of control wards. Free items done. For
Elixir.
BDD. Free items done for Deft. This is what's gonna decide the game. Perfect actually finished his Randuin's super high value against the double AD carry comp. This is the moment. We're gonna have to see KT either poke them down or find a target for Pioshik so they can actually start resetting and take over these fights. He's a very fed member. You want to try and play around him.
Yeah, just don't go all in into the Cassante. I think you're probably feeling pretty good. Faker does get away, but IE is complete here for Guma. 4 items for him, only 3 for Deft. And the Elder has spawned. So here we go, True Shot Barrage. Decent amount of damage already on her. Eating some damage from the Elder Drake. And it's gonna come down to positioning and the way this fight is gonna break out.
For KT, I think you want to play slow. Faker TPing to get pressure on the side wave. Join the rest of his team. Doesn't run the risk of getting caught.
Hextech Soul already getting some nice value with those Mystic shots. And KT, you know, they've dragged this Drake over to their side, and they're just allowing T1 to try to tank it up. Ascaria looking for an engage, but he's getting extremely low. Has to go into his ult. Now he has to engage, but it comes down to a flip, and it goes to Pioshik! As BDD goes in, immediately the Braum goes down. The supports are out, but the resets are coming in, and the Elder Drake is doing its job. Faker and Guma still alive, though, as now trying to go back in here is Zeus. Not sure about that, as Pioshik going to be able to take him down. The TP's coming in. KT, they get the Drake. Can they get the game?
Is that going to be it? Zeus going back in there. I don't think he ever gets out. Was so close to killing Pioshik. Pioshik, I think, got the ult on Q3 there. Even with the Elder buff.
Oh, they're going
It was
Baron.
a tough one. Yeah, they have to. There are still 2 great sources of wave clear available. The health bars are low, and if they run the risk of losing that Elder buff, they can't afford to. And it is Challengers, baby!
It's Challengers, baby.
Just an Elder flip. Carrier tries so hard to keep Pioshik out, but he ults in, gets the smite, and then the fact that the fight is even remotely close, testament to T1's ability to fight. Guma, I imagine his damage numbers after that one are going to be off the chart. But look at those icons. Look at those borders for Perfect, Pioshik, and BDD.
They are Exodia colored.
And Deft is the only one who didn't get anything, man.
Yeah.
No Elder, no Baron. At least Barrel's got a Baron.
Yeah, he's staying alive. Can't say the same about Deft. But
that said, Valdez, they only have 55 seconds left on this Elder.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, they got to do something with it.
Well, they
right?
have Baron, so they should be able to get at least top in here within that time. But I don't think it's done.
Yeah, I don't think they can end the game really on this. Let's see. I mean, this top inhibitor should definitely go down, right? Double buff. We got the cool colors going on. We got Exodia here, and T1 can't really fight this yet. The TP's going to come in as well, just 100%.
Oh, I'd love it, KT. Just send it. Try to end it.
20
Look
seconds.
At the Hextech burn.
20 seconds. They got the burn. They got the Hextech. They're trying to go for these Nexus turrets, but the wave is cleared.
10 seconds.
Kind of. I mean, this Nexus turret is going to go down. And KT looking for the end. And 3 seconds to 1. No Elder buff left, but the damage is ticking. And down will go Zeus. Carrier extremely low, and finally he didn't impale. He impaled an enemy. He finally did it, and KT, they will finally get a big win here in the LCK as they take down T1 at their own T1 home ground and get the biggest upset I think we've had all season.
Oh, KT! What a team! What a victory! The challenger team today, 1 loss into 2 wins. 0 predictions for these guys. Absolute shambles. They were struggling against Brian Valdez.
This week, earlier this week.
That's a couple of days ago.
Yeah, that happened 2 days ago. Oh my God. How did we manage this?
We should have known.
Yeah, I mean, there were some suspicions, right?
There was
on the analyst
something
desk,
in the air.
In the pre-show, you know, they were like, this is a bit weird. As they are crying, the KT group is, I mean, you know, there's always an away team at every homestand. And the small group of KT members, they were screaming their hearts out going into game 3, going into game 2.
Oh, perfect. Again, perfect. This is his first time playing on a stage this big. And he missed almost all of his impales.
But he
got one in the end.
Hit one. That's all that he needed. And yeah, you see that not super happy on the side of T1. How can you be? This was not the game they expected to lose. I'll say that. Because so far, you know, 4-1, they're going to be sitting at 4-2 now after this loss to KT. Their only other loss was against Gen G. Expected to be our 2nd place team in the LCK by the end of it all, but not today.
I obviously had to vote Pioshik, right? Like he won the Elder Flip. He had an incredible game on Viego.
Yeah.
But Beryl, to me, man, this early game I think was run by him. His moves around the map, his level 1 confidence, the fact that he was able.
He hit this impale.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, forgot about that one.
So it's like what, 2 out of 5. And also, we made fun of Perfect because outside of that he was playing a really clean game. And I think he can still be happy with his performance in this series. But man, even now that the Nexus has fallen, I still can't quite believe it.
It's hard to grasp how this even happened. Like game 2, it was a bit of a draft gap. You know, KT utilized it. We were like, oh, that's great.
Good for them.
They made it happen. This fight was a disaster for KT. They got XXL though, so I guess at the end of the day, it didn't matter. It made the game more interesting, made it closer. And then the Elder fight.
The moment that comes down, like you see Guma trying to do as much as he can, but the moment that Perfect shows up, he just has to leave or he will get blown up in seconds.
This is definitely a Pioshik POG, by the way.
Yeah,
like, even just watching these highlights.
Oh, no,
it's like, this is insane. Yeah, I don't know. Like, you talked about inconsistency. Pioshik and Beryl, they were consistent to be good today. They're saying, don't get sucked in, watch the engage. They're the ones that have to engage. Our Elder ends in 5. Focus, Cassante. Take it slow, take it slow. Front line first. We won, we did it. I'm sorry.
I think Perfect there's like, oh, I'm sorry,
yeah,
guys.
That's what he said, yeah.
Oh.
Didn't matter in the end.
Really shouldn't be.
Look at that gold graph.
That is, yep, that's a KT Roster gold graph, all right. What a telecom war, Valdez.
We need to have this happen every time. That's a Saturday showdown. That is a telecom war. And it made it better because it was so unexpected. You know, we came in today, we're like, oh, T1's going to roll them. Look how silly we look today. All of us. I mean, that was the expected result, but props to KT, they did it.
Never been more happy to look like a silly goose.
Absolutely. We're all just a bunch of silly goose up here, silly geese. We're done here for the cast for the first series. We do have a second one later. Make sure you're tuning into that as well. But for now, let's send it over to the space in a little bit. I think we're not ready quite yet. Oh, we are ready. Sorry. Yeah, we got the second series in 15 minutes, so that's what you guys need to know. But we're going to hand it over to the space now to break down that Telecom war.
Thank you very much. Great cast on the day, Maudez. That's Mao and Valdez. We're going with that one. Yeah, those predictions. Hey, who changed my prediction to T1? We obviously knew that KT was going to win this Telecom war.
What did we say at the beginning of the day? We said, you know, we've been here before where it's a unanimous prediction vote across the board, and we're all pretty confident about it. And then we end up being wrong. But we were like, but that won't happen today. There's no way.
We need to nominate someone just to like be the sacrifice. You just always vote because whenever it's unanimous, it makes me uncomfortable, and we just end up looking goofy. And we're on camera while it's showing, so you know people will be like, "Look at these guys." Yeah, look at us guys.
Yeah, we were those guys. Again, a huge victory for KT in their summer split. Yeah, those guys as well. All of us guys. Voting for T1, and that's how big of an upset it was for KT. So surprising the way that they played. Again, let's take a look at the draft. They go back to the Viego to find success. There's something that Piochik had found success on before. What else jumps out at you here?
I honestly wasn't a huge fan of the KT draft. I feel like taking the Braum and the Viego, you lack the primary engage a bit. You're playing into a composition where Alistair Cassante can play bouncer, double AD carry in the Zyra. I felt like they'd have to get a really big early lead, which they did end up doing, but also I feel like, you know, Perfect on the Skarner was able to find some really good angles. It was a masterclass from the Viego coming out from Piochik, and I also think getting the Hextech Soul was the best case scenario. I think if it was a Chemtech, they might have found this game a lot harder, but when you're playing against a composition like T1s and you're struggling to approach on them with a lack of engage, the Hextech Soul with an Ezreal is so valuable.
Not to mention that T1, you mentioned the front line, the Alistair, the Cassante, but they also have the Zyra, which is so good at stopping the type of lack of engage that KT have. The turn is fantastic for T1. KT didn't have that. They also have this Tristana pick, which made it through the draft this time around. They took the Sejuani away again here on red side. It meant that T1, if they were in an even or ahead game state in the mid game, this Tristana can actually split push super hard and slow the game down. Faker tried to make that happen, but it was the massive lead that KT had that you and I actually talked about off camera before. I was like, KT can only win if they get massively ahead early, otherwise there is no way it's doomed. They got the lead. They made it work.
Yeah, we were pretty critical of T1's final pick, or with the Rakan last time. This final pick was a Braum, which was, again, kind of surprising. But early on into this game, they made use of it with engage after engage, starting at level 1.
And I think when you have like an Ezreal and a Braum, this is what you should be looking to do every game. We don't see Braum that much anymore, but he's so strong level 1. Once you flash and Q, even if they flash away, as long as you have someone who can get in range to apply the passive, you can get the advantage. So not only do they kill Faker, but here, Guma opts to hold onto his flash, trades the cleanse instead, but he's now chunked late to lane, and then Faker tries to play this matchup aggressively and ends up having a really rough time.
Yeah, it was mentioned on the cast of Faker just seeing the rotation over from Piochik a little bit too late here. And then in this third play, you know, unfortunately, Owner can't really duel into a Viego at all. I mean, still relatively early in the game, but he gets caught here. You know, Perfect got a lot of flack for his impales, but this one ends up being good. The rotation is faster here for the side of KT. And at this moment in time, after these 3 subsequent plays, you're looking at a massive gold lead, KT's biggest of the series so far. They end up going up to like 3,500, 4,000 at one point very early on before we hit the mid game. And KT have a draft now where they can constantly apply pressure. They can constantly fight over these objectives. They have really good objective control with vision control, with Prio, and with this Azir. And for T1, they couldn't get the Zyra into the pit. They're dealing with Skarner, they're dealing with Viego.
I think a big problem as well when you're playing a Viego, like if the enemy team's ahead and you commit heavily to kill, you know, their Fed AD carry or something and you lose your support, that's normally a really good trade. With a Viego, you're giving him that reset and it can backfire massively if he's the Fed one. So, you know, if we see the Alistair go in, they end up dying to get a kill. Viego now has a reset with an Alistair combo attached, which is so hard to deal with.
Another thing that just kept happening was as soon as they figured out who Tristana put the bomb on, they'd run away. No reset for Faker. We saw that multiple times. Now let's take a look at the final fight here. It was so close. Such a flip. Goes KT's way.
Yeah, and the smite ends up being a massive thing here, but they don't decisively end up winning the fight off the back of this. It ends up being an even trade. Good flash there from Guma to get away. Kind of shows how scary T1's composition can still be this late in the game, just with the the power afforded to these late game champions like the Tristana and the Zeri. We do see a mistake from Zeus there stepping up, who also goes down. But then here, the Elder timer was literally just running out now, but KT are so decisive with their aggressive push that they end the game on the back of its power.
Yeah, really decisive calls. Barrel, you can see in the comms if you watch back at the highlights at the end, calling out the Elders running out in 5 seconds. They knew their timing window perfectly, made the teleport happen topside to get there as fast as possible, knowing they might not get another chance at this. If they ended up just saying, hey, we'll take one inhib, we back off, maybe the next Elder fight is where T1 secure the smite, and it's a completely different end.
Yeah, again, huge close there by KT, something that they very, very much needed. Let's see who the player of the game is for this game number 3, and it's a double. It's Pioshik getting both Pogs.
Yeah, and to me, it's kind of a no-brainer. Like, just the Elder secure is such a massive reason why they end up closing out the final bit of this game. But also, you know, his team fighting early on, his skirmishing, the confidence in a lot of his plays like this. You just immediately flash on the Zyra with the stun. It felt like he really ran. The early game was a big reason why they had those leads, but then still saved them with the Elder Smite at the end of the game.
I think there's definitely a case to be made for some of the other players this early game, but by the time we got to the end and the smite came through, it had to be perfect. Or sorry, it had to be Pioshik, perfect picking it up last time around. But I do think that this one's probably going to be unanimous. I mean, it's just such great play from him. And just like their win against Bro, it is unanimous. Just like their win against Bro, he took over the game. Like his Viego has been insane. It deserves target bans, I feel like, almost in these drafts, especially with how BDD loves to play around these Viego lanes, whether it's the Ahri, the Azir, etc.
It's Pog Media for the Pog Pioshik getting this one done. 12 out of 12. We've got interviews ready to go. Standing by right now is Jisun for the translations.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation. I'm here joined by the POGs on the side of KT Roaster after their Saturday Showdown match up against T1 at T1's home ground event at 고양 Sono Arena. Congratulations on the win, guys. First up, Pioshik. So this is the first time that we ever done an out of the house event for the LCK regular season event. How was it? Yeah, true. As a professional player, you know, I think even though this was not a Worlds match, you know, but still all the fans came out in order to fill up the venue. It was amazing and it was a very special and new experience for me. What about you, Perfect? Yeah, this is my first time actually, you know, performing at a venue big like this. So I thought I would be very nervous, but somehow, after listening to the national anthem and the cheers coming from the KT fans, I was so relaxed and I was not feeling any jitters and I was able to play up to my, you know, full potential. Exactly, I think your performance was very on point. After losing the first game, what kind of feedback went back and forth? I think we made some bad decision around objectives, so we kind of dropped the ball over there. So after that game, we were like, we have to clean that up, but we were able to focus up. And I told Deft, you know, we've become stronger after dropping one game. So we were just joking around, and we managed to come back for game 2. And perfect. Game 2, your Rumble, which is on top of the tier list right now, was able to pop off together with Talia and Vi. How was that draft? I believe BDD's Talia and Pioshik's Vi are the world's best, so I was able to play with so much confidence. Well, early on in the game, you were not able to have a priority, but you were able to turn the table around in the end. How was that possible? I don't think it was my, work. I think it was coming from the hard work from my teammates. They were carrying me, so I was not too nervous because I knew my hyungs are there to carry for me, and I was just there to participate in the team fight for them. And Pioshik game 3 started off with a kill in favor of KT Roaster, coming from a very aggressive play from Burrow, utilizing the passive of Brown. We were actually planning for a early game cheese strategy in order to give a hard time for Zarya in the early game. And then Deft came up with that idea. He was like, how do you think? I was like, that's amazing. Like, how were you able to think of that? So we had a huge respect to his, technology for the early game, and we pulled it off and it worked. However, there was a team fight where T1 was able to actually win. Very big. How did KT players react to that play? Same Deft also arcane shifted forward, so we were like, oh wait, are we doomed? And then VDD was like, guys, it's okay, relax and it'll be alright. So we were able to pick ourselves up together and then, perform at our best level. Tell me about the Elder Still as well. How did you guys manage to close out the game? Exactly, the Elder Still was the nail in the coffin. And today, Deft had his 800th LCK game total. Any message over to him?
데프트 선수 800전 축하의 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Anything you want to say over to Deft?
형이 되게 많이 뛴 줄 알았는데
I thought he played more.
생각보다 많이 안 뛴 것 같아요. 일단
800? Well, still congratulations.
혁경 축하해.
Congratulations, Deft, on your 800th LCK game.
혁경이 800전을 했다고 하는데
Yeah, he just had his 800th LCK game. I
못하겠지만
don't think he can make it to 1,000 games because of his military duty, but in a couple of years after his service, he might be able to hit 1,000. Lastly, KT roster was able to pull off this win under so much pressure. Anything you want to say to the fans? We started off the season very rough, with a losing streak, but I hope with this momentum, we can start off a big win streak. Thank you so much for your support. And Pyosik.
저희가 프리온전 이기고 팬미팅을 했는데
after the fan meet, right after the Bro series, I realized so many KT fans will actually come to the Goyang Arena to support us, but we were actually sitting on a 1-4 scoreline, so I was feeling so sorry for them. I was looking for a bounce back by taking down T1 today, and I think it's a miracle that we pulled it off, but I think it's all thanks to the support coming from the KT roster fans. Thank you so much. And this will be the end of the interview from Pyosik. Perfect, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun. Everyone thank Ji-sun for her translation today. All right, T1 taking a loss here, and KT moving their way on up 2 in a row.
Yeah, and I think an important statistic is that T1 now have a 0% win rate in their home ground. So, perhaps a little bit dangerous to play matches there. We'll see.
I think it's a really big win for Hanwha as well, because they're competing for that top 2 spot right now. They play against T1 in their next matchup, and obviously you look at what's going forward here. KT taking this win, maybe Hanwha actually takes it as well. T1 drops down a little bit from this. Could be a big shakeup in the standings for the weeks to come.
A brilliant event for yet another Saturday showdown. Congratulations to KT for being victorious. Next up, we have Hanwha Life Esports versus Nongshim. A little bit of a statement here. Due to the delays that we experienced, we will be reducing the match transition time as much as possible. As a result, we will not be able to air Replays Season 3's new episode. Fans can check out the episode on the LCK Global YouTube channel. But for the match, we'll be back in just a little bit.
souls turned to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadow,
and welcome back to the LCK. We're back here at LOL Park for our second match of the night. We got Life Esports up against Nongshim Red Force, and already, spoiler, we have already had one very big upset with KT taking down T1 at the T1 home ground for the Telecom War, for Saturday Showdown. A huge match. If you missed that, definitely go ahead and watch it later. But now we move on to a second match where we do have a clear favorite up against Nongshim. Can it happen a second time, Chronicler?
I want to believe in Nongshim Valdez. Don't ask me a question like that. I think, unfortunately, Nongshim have lost the magic. They've lost what once upon a time gave them the opportunity to shine like Brion did, back in 2021, back in 2022. I don't think I've seen that magic just yet from Nongshim. And against Hanwha Life, you can look at this and go, man, can't believe Hanwha Life, lost series. Which, fair, but one of those was against DK, which I think was a really big surprise to everyone. And I trust Hanwha Life to get it together and show us some quality League of Legends. I'm not too worried about this team. I think that they are still top tier, and Nongshim, unfortunately, is very, very far away from that.
Yeah, they definitely are. They did shine bright like Bryman for a bit there, but not anymore. And we are having a dominating head-to-head record between Life Esports and Nongshim, but also Peanut and Sylvie. Peanut has only lost one game to Sylvie, ever. And now, Sylvie is trying to show veteran Peanut how spicy he can be.
But back then he had Chovy for a lot of those, and now he doesn't have Chovy anymore. So it's not a lot better, guys. We're really trying to get some angles here. Peanut will be the first LCK jungler to play 700 games, which is insane, given that jungles generally don't have a whole lot of longevity. And I know that we see the Nidalee here, but let me tell you, this man does no longer have his Nidalee card, okay? That's not who he is anymore, and that's okay. His Vi, his Maokai, his Sejuani, he looks game-breakingly good. He sets the pace of the entire match, but don't let him play Nidalee.
We'll see if he can re-earn that card by the end of the season, but for now, you are right. But might not keep him from picking it, as here is Life Esports moving on to the stage. Recently did take that big loss against Gen G. I say it's big because it was pretty devastating. Gen G did take them down. There were some moments for Life Esports, but at the end of the day, it was Gen G not losing another game. So they need to try to bounce back up against Nongshim, a much easier opponent this week. But you also can't take them lightly. Any team in the LCK can show up on any given day and take a big win, can take a big upset. You never know. And even one game, I would say, for Nongshim is a good day for them, but obviously going to be looking to pull off 2 in a row.
That would be the dream. This team has really been struggling, as it does look like we are going to get Mahao in for the first game. He's a player that's had a decent showing in Challengers, particularly as Xanta, but I do think later on he did branch out to play a bunch of other picks at a decent level, and as much as I love All Reliable, he unfortunately has not been able to play even, and again, this goes for most of Nongshim. I think that Nongshim's laning was always one of their biggest weaknesses, but there were always moments where they were able to make it happen. As Mahao was a little bit awkward there. I was like, sorry guys, I'm in the wrong place. I think Nongshim also know, realistically, this is going to be a tough match. For Doran, for all his faults, generally keeps it together when he plays against weaker players. And Miao has a big task ahead of him here. Jiu, even him, and that's amazing art. I think Jiu is an amazing player, but I think even he has lost some of his edge, and he needs to refine it. That Zeri game, that's what we're going to look towards, the game where he was able to pop off. I don't know if that alone is enough.
Yeah, so guys, we do have a bunch of people here today in uniform. It is the People in Uniform invitation. They were called down here as we do respect and show them off here in the crowd, joining us at the LCK.
So it is the June Remembrance Month So Veterans Month as well, so that includes police, firefighter, military personnel, as well as prison officers. And those are invited here today to celebrate the match against Nongshim and Hanwha Life. And this has got to be the matchup. And those numbers aren't great, but this is all we got, Valdez. And I do have to say, I know that the narrative often has been Viper, you know, is stuck with. I don't think Viper has had the best showing thus far. I think the Light has been a little iffy. I don't think Viper has really shown us what he can do at peak level. And weirdly enough, I feel like Zeka is actually one of the most consistent performing members on Hanwha Life. I think Viper's still good, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But our standard for Viper is extremely high.
It's very high. It's hard. Yeah, it's hard to always reach that standard for any player, and you know, they've played against some good teams. DK took that win against them early on in the season. It was the first match of the entire summer season, and since then they've been a little bit off kilter. And you know, Peanut up against junglers that he should be better than. I don't want to say rookie jungler. Sylvie's not a rookie anymore. He's not even a new jungler, really. He's been around for a decent while now.
Year and a half.
Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah, no,
not a rookie anymore, you know?
I agree.
But Peanut really excels when he's allowed to do whatever he wants. And sometimes, you know, some of the lower level junglers in the LCK, they let him do whatever he wants. So I do worry for Sylvie, and I think they'll have to keep an eye on Peanut.
Hoping as well that they ban away the Vi, ban away the Maokai, and just pick the Sejuani. I think Sylvie is a fine Sejuani. Those three picks, to me, Peanut's just on another level. I think that he is such a different level of jungler than he is on those than on anything else. Like, yeah, he can play Xin, he can play Lee, he can go towards the AP junglers. We know he likes the Nidalee, but I do not like him playing Nidalee. I don't think that the team really can play around it. Because for all of Peanut, his weaknesses, it is very important to note that the way that he plays team fights out, the way that he's able to keep a clear head, picks that allow him to do that and not have to be, you know, the front runner, be aggressive, be in your face, but allow him to hang back and kind of dictate the flow, those are amazing. And I know that sounds weird to talk about Vi that way, but it does feel like that's how the pick is used now, right? It's, okay, guys, wait for my moment, and then we're going to go in.
Yeah, it definitely is. And, you know, Talia, big pick nowadays, feels like something Nongshim have had a little bit of success with as well. So they're going to take that off the board. No Talia in this first game. And not a bad idea in general, just because Delight loves his Rakan. And Talia's pretty good into that, as C1 once again found out today. Maokai.
That's one.
That is one on the list. Where's number 2? And can you afford to just only ban one player in this meta?
I don't know if you can, but at the very least, there are so many good 80 carry picks open, right? Like Ashe, I think, is a standout, but you can go Kalista lanes, not into Ashe specifically, but even like if you go Kalista Rumble, I do think it's still good. Dash is going to get taken away nonetheless. I wonder if Kalista is the final one to be taken off the board. If Tristana still open, Corki still open. We'll often see those taken away as well. Tristana will get taken away here from Fisher. I think Fisher has been better than I expected. Obviously had a really rough split in the LPL.
Yeah.
Was decently hyped before that when he was still in Challengers. And also is, I think, when it comes to average level, a lot higher than what we saw out of both Fiesta and Call Me. I think Fiesta had his moments, but struggled a lot in lane. Call Me never really was able to flourish. I think Fisher has brought a little bit of consistency. The main thing for me has got to be the bot lane. Like, I don't think Googer, the experiment so far, doesn't seem to be very convincing, both in lane, out of lane, in terms of macro. And for Gio, as mentioned, I think the standards that this player has set for themselves are very high, and I don't think he's meeting them right now. Is a Rumble pickup. It is the best top laner by a very large margin. Love this. Probably means it's going to be, I don't know, Vi... Maybe Vi Azir to come out from Hanwha Life. Wouldn't surprise me if that's the angle, or Vi Corki is another that would make a lot of sense. Unless Nongshim pick it away here, which I hope they do.
Definitely a good angle. I was wondering why they banned the Tristana, because if you leave it up, you know, Callista ban comes out, then you just get Tristana for Zeka, but that would leave Tristana and Rumble available. So actually this feels pretty good from the blue side. Just take the Tristana down, give the Rumble over to Doran. You're not really getting traded back in a huge way over to Nongshim, although that Corki will come out. And now we get to see if your prediction does come true. With the Vi very good into Sejuani. It's really, really good with Rumble. And Peanut can also play it to a high level. I think that's got to be the pick.
I don't think in like the last 2.5 years I've seen Peanut play a different champion than Sejuani, Maokai, Vi if he can just play those. And the Ezreal is going to get locked in here. I actually was expecting it to be the Zeri and then combine that with the Vi so that they can pick Vi on the opposite end. Although I guess the Sejuani is already there, and I don't think Nongshim is the team to really go for crazy flexes. See if Peanut ends up going towards the expected pick, or if he wants to do something differently. Nidalee is really good into the Sejuani.
Zed. No.
But no.
I mean, Zed has a pretty good matchup into Corki, but all things considered, we're not picking Zed.
We're picking Zeri?
In the LCK. Skarner.
Oh, I mean, the problem is it's hard to pick something that's good into Rumble. This matchup does feel a little dicey to me. Especially Doran.
Yeah.
Doran is the type of player who will take Rumble and possibly even go Ignite and then just kind of dunk on you unceremoniously, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a pretty big deal. I feel like you essentially just try to take the L in lane and say, well, maybe I get an early kill, like they did to Perfect earlier on today, and, you know, not eventually go on to lose the entire game from there. I mean, the Skarner definitely does have a lot of utility outside of lane, so I think it's all right. And the Yone is going to come out as the ban here. They already have a lot of magic damage with the Ezreal and the Rumble on their side, so expecting an AD mid, especially with Zeka there.
Zeri gets taken out here. See what else is going to come through. More AD mid bans wouldn't surprise me, although with Yone, Tristana, Corki all gone, like maybe you go for Lucian. I don't know if you really... I don't think the Lucian has actually looked good.
Yeah.
I know Chovy won on it, but, you know, that's false data, as we all know. The Leona ban, Leona Ezreal obviously insanely strong, so not too surprised. The Kai'Sa going to get taken away as well, which shouldn't come as a surprise. Kai'Sa, I don't think right now is actually as strong of a counter into Ezreal as she once was, because Ezreal is so insanely strong at the moment. I already can't overstate. We already saw Ezreal being played last patch, and then he was buffed on Q, I think his W as well, and then ult, and like they were substantial buffs. They were. Oh, is it gonna be like a Geo Smolder or like a I don't know, what else would he play? Nila? I can't imagine you play Nila in this scenario,
but yeah, I think you are down. You're going down like the right vein, right? I think it is going to be something weird like that.
Ziggs?
Especially with a lot of bans already.
Maybe Ziggs. Maybe he wants to go for an AP character here. Could be the angle, as it's Corki's here. Yay!
Yeah, yay. What year is it? Where am I?
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't want to know.
know.
Wait, you were doing the voice.
I know.
Don't throw it to me.
I didn't want to do it to myself. That would be weird. Alistair is the choice, and I think that's a great choice. Delight's Alistair very strong. Alistair very strong. And it's Nongshim, so you save R5 counter pick for Jiwoo. And what's it going to be? Could also play the Corki, although I kind of doubt it. Zyra Khan.
It is... so I really like Jiwoo on characters that can carry team fights. And this is a character that can carry team fights. I just don't know if into Ezreal you're going to be feeling great about it. Zaya's biggest weakness has always been when she is outranged. Your ult's going to get forced by so many things, and you are going to have to deal with so many, right? You have the Rumble ult, you have the Vi ult, you have Zeka shuffles, you have Alistair. Veldis is actually pointing them out to me, and just
I'm like the helper for Chronicler, as
but
he's saying.
It's true. there are scenarios where you can go and you're like, man, the Xayah really does the job here. Now, I think we already saw her once this split. Was it? I think it might have been aiming. Did get a win on it as well. I do remember it winning.
Yeah, it's 1-1 actually.
1-1. Okay, I don't remember who the other player was that played it.
Yeah.
But I'm 90%. I actually think that was.
Is it like Envy?
DK. It might have been. Yeah. I think it was DK into Hanwha, if I remember correctly.
Huh.
Xayah came out, and there I'm like, it was really good. There are some parts of the draft that it works well against too, right? Because relatively, the top side of the map is fairly short range, as long as you can stay away from the Azir soldiers, and for Rumble and for the Vi, you get a lot of value out of your ultimate, but Chiu has really got to do some heavy lifting here, and I think the laning phase might be rough. I know we see Alistar and Azrael, and you're like, but in the current form, we've seen them win lane.
Yeah, it's a new day, it's a new meta, and Ezreal Alistar is a power lane, and they got it on their side for Viper and Delight. Let's see if they can carry the game as we move on to the Rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we go. Half-Life Esports up against Nongshim, match 28. As we are getting towards the end of week 3 here. Just flying by is the LCK.
Seeing Guger play Rakan makes me miss Peter. Remember Peter when he came in and he had those couple of Rakan games? That was great.
Yeah.
It was a good time.
It was a good time. How's Peter doing?
He's not playing.
미니언들이
Yeah,
생성되었습니다.
I know.
Well,
yeah.
Never mind then.
As far as last time I checked, at least Nongshim in Challengers was playing Vital.
Yes.
Not Peter. I think Peter's just on the bench for the main team, so he is still here, just not playing. I do see the Ghost, and he'll come out here. If Jiwoo can step up majorly, maybe that's the angle here. But Nongshim's biggest issue, I think, have been how disjointed they look. I think this is outside of the Xayah, I'd argue that the Xayah is kind of a odd one out. But this is a good team comp, right? Skarner Sejuani, really strong front line. Your engage is nuts. You have only 2 carries, but they are capable of doing completely unreasonable amount of damage if you allow them to get to their item spikes. It's just hard to imagine that team fighting power working against Hanwha with Delight on Alistar, Peanut on Vi, and then Doran on Rumble. And Rumble team fighting is so insanely strong. That's surprising to me.
Yeah, it just feels like sometimes you get the Rumble, you have a lane, the lane exists up against the Skarner, sometimes nothing really happens, and then you might hit like a couple of ults, but it's not really consequential, and your team kind of loses the lane. It's kind of like the top lane experience, you know?
Yeah.
It feels surprising, but actually when I think about it, it's like, well...
Doesn't matter.
Sometimes the top laner carries, but it's pretty rare, so just kind of, you know... Sometimes a Rumble that could have won lane just loses anyway. So, doesn't amount to too much in terms of a lead one way or the other. Zeka back on Azir. Azir back in the meta. Up against Corki. Again.
Yeah, that level of priority is really interesting. And I think it really goes to show that if you're confident that you can play an AP jungler well and your team can play around it, you pick AD mids. Like, you go to Lucian. And again, if Chovy doesn't make Lucian look oppressive, like, the pick is not that strong.
Yeah.
Provides what it provides, but like, it's not like he's winning lane on it. I think he wins more lanes on Corki than he does on Lucian, from what we've seen so far. And obviously Canyon on AP jungler is always going to feel amazing. But it isn't a surprise to me that both Hanwha Life and T1 are like, we don't really want to do that as Sylvie.
Viper's in a lot of trouble. He already flashed, and it looks like he doesn't have a Arcane Shift. Down he will go. First blood goes over to Jiwoo as Sylvie was going for the large wraparound. Delight just out in the river, not able to help heal for Viper, who used everything and then died.
Such a big win for Nongshim. Able to get a kill on Jiwoo of all people. Should be your most reliable carry on the team. Take another look here. And Viper, they really want to get the crash here. But he's aggressively. And I think Delight, the moment that they play that aggressive, knows that, like, and I understand Delight trying to walk back there, because if he's a little bit earlier, he can just disengage the Sejuani, and then, you know, Viper uses his sums, but he gets out. But instead, it's a worst-case scenario, is immediate return gank here.
Yeah, Jiu doesn't have flash, so would be the ideal target. At the end of the day, just a good reaction from the Nongshim bot lane, so they're not going to stick around for very long.
Ooh, wave state is a bit awkward, though.
Yeah.
See, I think they ideally would want that to push back right on the next wave, but right now, in a little bit of a tough spot. So Jiu just gets his back. BF sword on the first, but first is Viper with just a tear. And as we can see here, yeah, this is frozen. They're gonna either need to call Sylvie or take some risks of trying to fix this, because they're gonna be losing a lot over the current position that the wave is in.
Yeah, I think, you know, Delight goes back, and Jiu's going to get there, and he's super strong with that BF sword, as you mentioned. So I think even in the 2v2, can probably just push that one in, especially with Delight away. And Sylvie,
please,
the little trickster that he is.
Oh, he's gonna get spotted here.
Hello.
Does it matter, though? He should be able to get the wave in.
Yeah.
There's no sums on Viper, no flash on Delight.
It's not a giant wave, but it doesn't really matter. As now, just gonna slowly approach Viper, and he takes a ton of damage. Will Arcane shift away, the TP comes in, and the stun, Jiwoo is taking the turret! He's gonna die to the turret, Delight takes him down, and Doran is here. Viper even looking to get the kill at the end of this, as down he will go to Guger for some reason at all. I have no idea why he did that, but Doran will get the kill.
Well, break that one down, Chronicler.
Yeah, take it away, Chronicler.
Yeah. So,
over to you.
That play broke me a little bit. So a lot goes wrong there. We have Nongshim setting up the dive, which I love, but at some point, I think Guger went out. I don't know if it was Sylvie or I think, yeah, based on the health, probably Sylvie who dropped aggro. And then as he dropped aggro, Jiu got aggro, who obviously does not have the tools to easily get out of turret range. And then he just kind of died. And because he was trying very hard to stay alive, Viper didn't die. But then Viper saw that, felt bad, and was like, you know what?
Yeah.
Have a little gift.
That must
be because the way they wanted to try and set this up, right, is you have Sylvie take aggro with his Frost Armor. He takes aggro, which he does, and then you get the E, and then that's the end of it. But Delight does a really good job of disengaging, and then here, it's Guger that obviously should have the aggro, but it goes to Jiu instead. And then I have no idea if Viper just walks into the alcove, he's definitely completely fine.
He could just walk towards the wave. I mean, there's a cannon there that they dropped as well. Like, you don't even have to get the kill. You can just go get the cannon.
I don't know, Valdes.
He just greeted for the kill. That's all it is. It's very unfortunate, but... And yeah, it's only a kill over to Guger, but that's Viper out of lane. It's a big deal. As now we get the combo coming in. Jiu still no flash, and just up the lane, here comes Peanut. He's got flash, he's got ult. And Jiu is so dead. Here comes the Sejuani, though, and he was going to go wide. Wait. Like, please kill this guy as he gets another ground pound down. But, man, this is much harder than it really needs to be, guys. They finally got the job done, though. Peanut presses flash, presses R, and I am going to pretend I did not see that. Take it away, Chronicler.
Stop saying take it away, Chronicler. Even though one of those was me.
Over to you.
Oh, it's the double fake. Although now he doesn't kill him because he doesn't have flash to Ian back into the wall. So, I really like the gank timing there from Peanut. That was well done. I think Peanut has been in the right place at the right time consistently, which has been great. So, Jiu gets into engage range here. Means that already takes so much damage before Peanut is even here. And then you see Sylvie's immediately trying to path bot, but he's just not in time. If Jiu is level 6, this is a breezy counter gank, and you're able to turn it around. Instead, not the case. Nicely done to Belite there to not walk in turret range. If he gets W'd while he's underneath the turret, it would be a disaster. And then Mahao, I appreciate him trying to go for the flash E play. And if you trade flash for flash, it's fine. But he uses his flash, does not get the ult. Or the E rather, and then Doran also just walks off when he does find it with the ult. And now it's almost 30 CS lead.
Yeah, I'm glad we don't replay that one.
Please don't. Nothing happened. It's fine.
Nothing happened. We're just, you know, a natural lead. The Rumble's enjoying a good time. The first pick Rumble, it's Doran. He's having a great time up there in the top lane, up against a newer player to the LCK, Mihail.
I gotta say though, and this is the same case with Frog, I really hope that these new top laners, like, they come in, they play against Keen, they play against Zeus, they play against Doran. That's really tough. Think back to Perfect in the first couple of weeks, and I think Perfect is obviously not a really realistic standard for everyone to hold yourself to. We have players like Clear that I don't think have improved nearly as much, but do hope that we just keep them in, you know, and even I love Dunden, but I would rather have Mahal get a couple of weeks in the LCK and then see how that goes.
Yeah.
Right now, though, obviously getting completely pummeled here by Doran, as is to be expected when Doran gets his Rumble.
Yeah. Doran had a lead, and then he even TP'd bot, got a kill down there, and then returned with that gold. So it helps out in his lane. Mihail wasn't really able to punish that or get a big lead from that just because he's Skarner. Now he's going to freeze this in front of his lane. No flash, though.
With ult, he might still die if Peanut opts to go in.
Yeah, he gets in range of the R as Doran just waiting for it, but that is the E into the turret, and Peanut is going to go down. But it's still another kill onto Doran, and you drop a whole wave, and Doran might even get that whole turret.
It's definitely worth it, but Peanut, just wait. Doran had his ult in like 3 seconds!
Too long.
No! Not too long!
The timing was perfect.
That's fine, Doran's fed. You know, he gets the proxy the next wave, gets another blade.
Nice ult, actually. That was going to hit him, so Zeka has to flash. So Sylvie on the mark with that one.
Sylvie has really stepped. I think we collectively have been mostly impressed by him. I mentioned Fisher earlier. I think Fisher was better than expected, but I don't think the expectations were very high. Sylvie has just been good. Got that Brand POG, but I think his movements on the map has really shown that he has gotten a lot more consistent after his time in the LCK.
Here's Doran trying to win the third lane of the game. He is just going to drop an equalizer on top of Fisher, who's like, wait, why is the top laner here? Is Sylvie going to get in front of Peanut? And now the flash over the wall, and the burn from Doran will get the job done. And now Sylvie, who was just trying to help out, might have to flash out of this one. But no, he's got Guger to come over and save him and save his flash. So 3 kills to Doran now.
Yeah, Doran is really not giving Nongshim any room to breathe. As Peanut, I think they should be okay. Might have to flash though.
I mean, TP's coming in, so maybe Nongshim back off of this one, saying, okay, we don't have the damage, and if we stayed, maybe we kill him, but maybe we all die. Now Doran goes too deep, and Zeka's like, wait, I wasn't going that deep, and that's just a shutdown.
Doran!
Porky.
Come on, man!
And now Delight. Yeah.
What is happening, Veldas?
Take it away, Chronicler, please. No. Please take it away.
I don't want to take it away. What? And if you're wondering why we're already a little bit cooked, we had a really classic KT roller coaster series, but also this game is so silly. Why? What is happening? Why is Peanut just diving a Skarner with ult up when he can wait and then they have an equalizer? Why is Doran TPing into like 4 people? And every play up until this point has been great. Shows in mid, right? Peanut is there for the backup as well. Doran makes sure that Sylvie doesn't get in him. Sylvie doesn't have ultimate because he used it in the earlier play. And as a result, we do see Doran make his run. And then here, just back off. What? Doran obviously is going to TP back in, but still Peanut... if you don't have your support on the map and Guger is already on the roam, you need to respect that.
Well,
and then Alistar isn't here. You don't have to go that deep, especially not against Skarner. I like this TP from Fisher a lot. That's the damage that they really need. Otherwise, there might have been an opportunity here. But you don't have your vials. Zeka already used his ultimate in the play earlier, so just leave.
Yeah, I don't know. They didn't utilize the walk strategy in the right direction. They went too deep.
This is Nongshim we're talking about. I love Nongshim, but you're supposed to be up more than 500 gold at 14 minutes.
That's true. I mean, especially given the way the early game went. But now Nongshim are like, hey,
you know what?
They just got such a gigantic shutdown over to Fisher. It was like 650 gold.
I'm turning
to
it
the
around.
Corki.
This is all due to Nongshim, actually. It's Nongshim playing it perfectly.
Okay.
That's where we're at. So they're gonna lose the turret. There are 3 grubs. Don't have TP available right now. We'll see if they can win the race. They might try to hard force here in mid.
Yeah.
As we do have a lot of damage being taken here by the respective members. You gotta place it down now. I don't think it's gonna be in time. I think bot lane is gonna go down on this wave. And there it is, first turret blood. Mid lane turret is a lot more valuable though. Doran is here. They don't have it just yet.
I mean, they get the crash, but now Jiwoo in a bit of trouble. But they go so deep into the Xayah that the feathers come back. And now the CC chain on a Doran. He's going to die again. As the rest of the team from Hololive Esports, Peanut and Zeka, who are in the bot lane, they come over and they save the mid turret. But man, Ocean really finding some angles in this one.
Now, an auto or 2 and the mid lane turret is going to go down. Doran graciously deciding that being 3-0 on Rumble isn't the way to go. Instead opting to give over a couple of freebies to Nongshim, who were already struggling. Still a gold lead here for Hanwha. And Hanwha have an amazing team fight from. I think it's very likely that Hanwha are completely fine. Oh, can they get this?
The smite's good. Peanut, though, might be in a little bit of trouble. Might be forced to flash a wall or 2. He is actually going back in, and the ward over the wall, he just throws up the Pangu ult. It's Hextech Soul.
Ooh, I love that.
Yeah, so probably more action.
So I imagine Doran used his ult top to clear a wave. So Jiwoo actually, normally what happens is the Xayah ult gets forced and then there's an equalizer on top. So the moment you come out, you're toasted.
Yeah.
And Jiwoo had a late ult. As Mahao unfortunately not hitting that Impale. Could have been big. Don't think they should still go for this without Impale, no wave, and Zeka having summoners, and they decide not to, which I think is very prudent of them.
Yeah. Good decision after all of that. If Maya lines up the Impale, then sure, you can maybe get something going.
I gotta say though, Valdez, out of all the teams that I don't think you should play these type of messy games where then they get to actually just straight up 5v5 you, Nongshim is probably my front runner because they have Jiwoo, and he's a really good AD carry, even though right now not necessarily having the best performance either in this split or I think in this game thus far. But that play in mid, that might be a precursor of what's to come.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, if you're ahead and Hololive Esports aren't in a position to really isolate the Xayah, and you get to get a lot of value out of your Featherstorm, then sure, it can be good. You know, if Equalizer comes out early, you know, Hololive Esports are kind of reaching, and they have to go for other targets. Like, Fisher's really fed as well, so there is potential for Jiwoo. You know, we said originally in an even game state, okay, the Featherstorm's not going to have too much value just because there's too many threats. There's too many ways to force it out. There's tons of damage, range damage from the Ezreal and the Rumble that can force it. As the ult's going to be thrown in there, Fisher has to flash away. There's a Vi in the brush they did not expect and did not account for. Now Sylvie is all alone against 3 people and should be going down. They would absolutely dive if they had to, but they don't even have to. It's a kill over to Zeka and Peanut in the top lane.
Big moment there. Peanut, yet again, right place, right time. Even if Sylvie hits that ult, I don't think it substantially changes the play. Peanut will just come in a little bit earlier and imminent collapser on Gugur and Jiwoo.
Well, that's the forced Featherstorm, and now the entire team's coming in, but Peanut, oh no, he's under the turret, and he is going to live for just a moment, but Mihail, surely, he gets the kill. No, he beats his whole team in as the bottom lane goes down, and Mihail's dead too. Oh no! Cover your eyes. Hololive Esports just dunked on them.
Everything was okay, Valdez! Couldn't have been okay for just a little bit more time. I don't even know what healed Peanut there at the end. I thought Mao actually had him. And then he ended up being fine. Maybe it was the auto from Sundered Sky?
I think so, yeah.
That's probably what ended up keeping him
heals
alive.
a lot.
It does heal a lot, especially if you're that low in health. Gio and Guger being that far pushed up, though, is a little tough. We see there as well with the Xayah that one of the weaknesses, if you get flanked from multiple angles and you can't just kite back, as we take another look here, even if the ult would have hit, wouldn't have really made a difference. Really like Zeka there, making sure Sylvie isn't there. Not really an opportunity for him to either do anything, and it sets up the follow-up play where Delight also shows up to ensure they get the kill.
Let's watch the mid lane play again.
So Peanut fails his flash Q because Gio flashes, then gets pulled back, and then here Miles like, we can do this, and then Doran just, you know, he died a bunch of times, but he's still fed, guys.
Uh-oh, and now they're diving the enemy jungle. Down will go the Rakan. The Impale is pretty good this time, but there's no follow-up, and he is just falling apart like a piece of paper.
There's no damage!
Just way too much into Mihail, and yeah, there's just no follow-up. Nobody was there, and they kind of got caught with their pants down in the jungle. So now, you know, we had that insane early game. It was so messy, but HLE Esports are very easily and very comfortably in the driver's seat right now.
They really went from, in that 5-minute window, from like 15 to 20 minutes, from like 600-700 gold leads to 5.5K.
And they saw Sylvie. So
they're TPing, Valdez.
Yeah, they're TPing. They want to try to punish this, but there are a lot of members of Nongshim up here. I do wonder about the gold diff at this point. They're trying to get, the Zhonya's value. But the TP will come in, and Charm does follow up, but now Doran putting in the damage. Guger will go down.
Zeka lives!
And Zeka lives after all of that. Jiwoo will also bite the dust, and now you're just being chased down. Fisher says, hey, you want a 1v1? I'll take a 1v1 versus you any day. And he will actually get the kill, but he also does pay for it with his life. So that's an ace over to HLE Esports.
Fisher just making sure they don't get the clean ace, Valdez.
Yeah.
I think he could have made it out. Guger is already alive because we are 21 minutes into the game. As I guess this oh my god. Thank you for showing that, observers.
Yeah.
That's what led to the earlier play, where then the turrets are up, and they're diving 2 turrets deep.
Yeah, the turrets are fake.
So a lot of what we've seen, as they're keeping the Baron alive so that Viper also gets the buff, a lot of what we see here is just a very clear signal in league terms that we don't respect you as a team, and we can just do whatever. And without a fight having going, unfortunately, that seems to be somewhat warranted. Zeka doesn't end up going down because there is no Feather recall. Gio is dead, and that means they don't have the damage. And yeah, that's Zhonya's value. Absolutely nuts. That could have been a difference maker. They invest so much into trying to kill him. And even if they killed him, obviously they would have lost the fight, but he's not even phased.
I think he said nice, and then I played well, right?
He did!
You did. Zhonya's pretty strong. Pretty strong. I'm just glad it's not, you know, 650 gold like it was in the beginning.
I just give my POG vote to Zeka because he's the only one that played like a clean game.
Yeah. You know, it's true. It's actually true.
He's had a good game.
Yeah, besides him, I mean...
No, Delight's been good. Delight hasn't had any silly moments.
Yeah, not really. He got baited that one time. As we're going really deep once again, you might as well. You got Rumble, you got Vi, and you have huge amounts of money, which you are dumping on their heads now. That is a couple of takedowns. We do see the Rakan and the Corki gone, and now the Inhibitor also taken down. HLE Esports, they're not going to break any records, but they're looking for a quick win here in game number 1. As Peanut, you know, bit of damage comes in. Nice little combo from Delight. Gonna flash on in there and take down the Sejuani. As that will go one next turret. But Gio a little bit scary. You can see they need to get a bit more damage onto him if they really want to pressure here. And even with 1:10 left on the Rebel Baron power play, it looks like they do want to slowly back away and take it slow.
Maybe a flash ult. Gio was like, where was my lethal tempo? I keep autoing them, but I'm not getting any range.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. Ooh.
Yeah. Again, the poke, it's rough for Xayah.
I don't know if he had to ult there.
I don't think so.
It's level 2. At this point, I don't think it matters quite as much. Even though the cooldown on Xayah ult is quite long. Like, what do? We already saw this earlier today. Vi Rumble, there's no counterplay. Like, if you start falling behind, Vi will press R on you because it's point and click, and then Rumble lays down the carp. That's the end of it. You can't do anything. Even with Rand wins on Doran, doesn't matter.
Yeah, as we're seeing a little play in the enemy jungle here for Humble Life Esports as the Impale comes down on a Peanut. Will he live again? No, he will not. It's a shutdown for the Corki, but Delight won't be shut down nearly as easily.
Okay, that's a good moment. Peanut's down. Doran used his ultimate. Maybe an opportunity here for Nongshim.
It's just tanking turret, man. He's just getting in there. As now the flash, the E into the wall. Doran in a little bit of trouble, but the follow-up is non-existent. Jiwoo getting burnt to a crisp, and now Viper just wants to go 1v9 the enemy team right now. And he's going to take down the Skarner at least. As Humble Life Esports looking for their second inhibitor.
Alive gonna bring them down to only one inhibitor left standing. See if they want to wait. They don't have to wait, obviously. They can just run top and blow them up. I can't believe Viper has... That is with Doran also going Leandries. It's really hard to outdamage that. Also, Zeka's going for the kind of hybrid tank build. Didn't go Grasp, but is building towards a Frozen Heart right now.
Yeah. I mean, Ezreal's always had good damage in the past, and now that he's buffed, you know, he's doing it again. Ezreal is back in the meta. First pick by some teams. And now, essentially, you get a pick on anyone, and if Viper's there, they might just die. Speaking of which, Guger's dead. As Doran just going to light him up with that equalizer.
As long as they don't funnel 5-man into Jiwoo, this is going to be the end of the game, Veldas.
Yep, that it should be. Jiwoo, you have a lot of work to do. He does have a Featherstorm, but he did not cast it as he gets flashed on instead. The Impale comes down, but Humble Life Esports just checking the boxes here. Just a little bit of extra BM right at the end. Want to up those KDA scores and also down those KDA scores. Down will go the Nexus, as that was game number one of the games of League of Legends of all time.
It feels like Humble Life went to the theme park, you know, and they wanted a remembrance, so they took a picture, and then the second one they said, let's do a silly one.
Yeah.
And that was this game. Yeah. It was a silly one, and then the moment they were like, hey, they're actually relatively close. They turn it on, had 3 back-to-back plays where they heavily outplayed them, and then that was the end of it. At no point could Nongshim really do anything. And Humble Life wins a win in game number 1.
Clean 1-0. Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
Just move on. You had a bit of fun. Nongshim made it interesting. Pino was having a great time. Every time he was on camera, he was cackling. He was laughing. And yeah, I mean, they had fun. They got the win. What else can you ask for? It's fine. Nongshim, though, I'm sure they're going to be disappointed. I mean, they got some decent wins early on in the game, but that mid-game, man, that 15 to 20-minute stint.
Look at that.
You can see it. A couple of gigantic jumps in favor of Humble Life Esports, and they kind of let that one get away from them very fast, did Nongshim. So back to the drawing board, especially when the 80 carry damage gap is 3x.
I know that there were a lot of 80 carries banned, but it couldn't have been Xayah.
Well, it was this time. And, you know, I think there was one decent moment, but we'll have to see how it looks in game number 2. Humble Life Esports taking the first win in the series. We're going to take a break and be right back with The Space.
나오면 볼게. 텔도 있어. 볼게 여기. 그러면 이번에 탑 가. 이번에 그냥 세게 하자. 나텔 갈게. 잡았어. 끝낼 생각하자 이거. 나 공돌아. 코르키한테 막아줄래? 오케이. 갈게. 천천히 막아, 천천히. 오케이. 형, 공풀 해볼래? 일단 몸 될게. 코르키 튀었어. 성공했어. 탱커. 스카너. 라이브 하자, 계속 죽이고 끝내자. 사냐? 코르키 노플인데. 다 죽여줘. 나이스. 끝내자. 이제.
누구보다 빨리 뛰어야 하고 상대가 누구든 이겨야만 하며 때로는 모든 걸 걸어야 한다. 승리는 없다. 메달도 없다. 그러나 우리에겐 반드시 지켜내야 할 대한민국이 있다. 국가보훈부
Well, a spicy game by the Noodle Boys was not enough to slow down Hanwha Life Esports as Hanwha Life Esports goes up 1-0. We'll break it all down here on the space. Digon here alongside Wolf and Dan. I don't know why. I just completely forgot your name, Ox. I'm sorry.
That's a bit hateful,
Not the first time it's happened here on the space.
I know. I saw it happen last time too. Atlas did it too, but my bad. Anyways, let's break down that last game. I'm sorry, Dan.
Okay, we're in it. So I'm gonna bring it back to the real world where like Ox is actually here. He's real. I remembered his name, Ox. Dan Harrison, as he's otherwise known.
Thank you.
Our good friend at the LCK. But look, it's hard to be a host sometimes, especially after a game like this one where, look, Nongshim had a draft where I didn't take issue with the Corki Sejuani rotation, especially with how Sylvia's been relying on this pick. My problems started when they prioritize the Skarner on the top side instead of some of the other prio picks that could have picked bottom side, especially considering that you already knew you were playing it into a rumble. We saw how absolutely blasted Mihao got in the top lane. It was massively far behind Doran, was making plays all over the map because he won the lane super hard. And what they ended up with was losing the Kai'Sa, losing the Zeri, and then they went for the Xayah Rakan lane, which is fine because there's a lot of dive, right? Like, you're going to get away from some, but ultimately you only get one ult. So it's kind of a trap pick, I feel.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to see the Rumble really take control. I mean, this pick has been pretty heavily fierce rotation banned by teams, so we're starting to see it slip through as things like Tristana and even Talia have been pushed in the bans, and we're kind of seeing why it was locked away. And I think especially in games where, like, you get your hands on Skarner, like, Skarner has been such a high priority, but, like, someone who's piloting the Rumble well will just do so much more damage. And obviously, Doran had a little bit of an oopsie days in this one, but the team fight power is still there, and I feel like, even though there's some individual picks on the side of Nongshim that are solid, I just think the way the team fights play out, like, I think you're going to struggle really hard to get on top of the Ezreal. I think the Vi gives so much power when you have, like, the Rumble as well to follow up on the ult with his ult. And also the Azir, like, I feel like you're really going to struggle to reach those backline carries when it comes to those critical team fights.
Well, since my hosting's not so good, we'll take a look. We'll just read the prompter now. Highlight 1, 18 minutes, mid thingy. That's what it says. Let's take a look at it.
Very accurate.
Good point by our host. I forgot his name right now, but all right, so let's talk about this fight. Like, I know we're memeing a little bit here. I'm sorry to tease Digon, but you can see the power of this Rumble in these team fights that happened in mid-game. We had a few shaky ones, a few messy ones, but when it's all coordinated like this and it actually ends up working well together, Nongshim do kind of leave themselves a little bit out to dry by pushing up that far. You can see the punish does come through, but even though Doran made some huge mistakes. Like, imagine if he hadn't made those mistakes with the lead he had, the impact he was making both, in mid lane and in bottom lane, how much bigger of a Rumble he could have been. And even after those mistakes, he just carries these fights.
Yeah, I mean, we have a time limit on these segments because there was so much we could show to really illustrate what went on in this early game, but there was just too much. It was so scrappy, it was so back and forth. I feel like it was easier to kind of identify the few players who didn't make big fumbles at times than to sort of go through how many actually did do some pretty big mistakes at times. So definitely a very messy game.
Chronicler said it best. I think it was, if a game is going to be messy in a 5v5 kind of skirmish style, Nongshim is a team that would definitely be able to win this one. However, Hanwha Life closed the door here in the top lane, as I'll just read the prompter again. Top lane shenanigans.
Once again, very accurate, and they try and collapse onto Zeka here on the Azir, but the value here of the stasis is so huge, and the fact that they've committed the Rakan on top of that with the ultimate, the Rakan gets melted just on the back of the equalizer. There's nothing really for Jiwoo to do on the back of this. He's caught out, and then it's just cleanup from there. And I feel like the Xayah, specifically into the likes of like an Azir and Ezreal, you're always going to get outranged by those picks, and it's always going to be so hard to really deal with them because the picks that come into range of you are like an Alistar, and it's just not easy to deal with that.
Yeah, the Zhonya is just getting incredible value there with the equalizer layered on top. So you went all in, you went all super deep to try to kill this Azir, and then he just ends up basically going, see ya. He's like watching you through the lens of the Zhonyas as everyone burns down, and then they're way too out of position. Have already used all their abilities, so there's no way out. And you made a good point, Digon, like as Chronicler did, hey, you make it scrappy against Nongshim, they often win those, but from this far behind, you make it scrappy. He's got that extra Zhonyas of extra money. then you lose the game off it.
That's kind of crazy because you said 2 other people's names in that, Degon and Chronicler. It's really impressive you can remember 2 people's
I also
names.
can name Valdez, who's on the space. Atlas on his day off.
Yeah, really talented. You know, well done. I respect it a lot.
Our last member, I got them all.
Wow, great job. Great, well done.
Let's take a look at the POG from game number 1. After that one, could go many places, but it'll go to Peanut in the jungle.
Look, I think there were a lot of different people you could have voted for here because it was a messy game. Like, I think for Ox and I, we didn't vote for Peanut because there were a few whoopsies. I wanted to vote for Doran, especially because even that Zonia's play topside was really his play that Zeka was able to then kind of force the Zonias. I voted for Zeka because I felt like he made the least mistakes in this one, but it's got to be a split vote.
Yeah, I mean, this one was definitely not the cleanest coming out from Peanut, but he led the charge in a lot of plays, so I can understand it. I do think this is going to be a scattered... I'm saying this, it's probably just going to be everyone but us votes for Peanut, but I'm hoping it's a bit of a votes all over the place, because it kind of is when it comes to these scrappy games. There's a lot of mistakes all around.
Yeah.
It looks like it is.
Ooh.
Yeah, kind of everywhere.
All right, so Degon, identify which position is missing.
It's the bot lane.
There we go.
Yeah, did it.
He's got it.
His name's Viper.
Good work.
Yes!
There we go. All right. Thanks for setting me up there.
Do you remember his name?
Yeah. This whole segment, Mr. Dan Ox Harrison has been staring at me, and I just can't look. If I look at it, it's over. Let's send it on over to those other guys that do the yelly thing. That would be Mr. Brandon Valdez and Mao. Go ahead.
Thank you, Spacers. Yeah, we are the guys who do the yelly thing. I forget our names at this point.
Man, I you know, when I got introduced to the LCK, when I came in, I always felt so welcomed. You know, everyone was so friendly, so nice as a Peanut. Well, hit his 700 here. And nothing compares to the hazing I just saw Degon go through in that segment. Top tier content, Peanut. Again, I want to highlight, the only jungler in that list is Score.
Well, there's also Peanut.
Well, outside of Peanut. Because he was...
Okay.
Yeah. The only other jungler in that list is Score, because it's so hard for junglers to remain constant. Now, I think Canyon is eventually going to be added to that list because he has been, you know, contending for being the best jungler.
Playing a lot of games.
Region. Play a lot of games, make a lot of deep runs since 2018 summer, I think, that they came in through challengers.
Yeah.
But that's in the grand scheme of League, not a very long time. So still has ways to go, and hopefully some of the players on Nongshim still have a long and fruitful career ahead of them. And if they can get it together, maybe they can bring us to a game number 3.
Yeah, hoping for a long and fruitful series between these two teams. But after what I saw in game 1, we're going to have to see Nongshim really step it up because...
gotta lock in.
Because Hololive Esports, they really, you know, they didn't play a clean game, and they still won with flying colors very quickly. So, you know, there needs to be a bit of a step up. Perhaps Nongshim will hope that Hololive Esports will continue to play it fast and loose and have some crazy moments just like in game 1. Because then they'll get another opportunity to try to get the upset. Otherwise, might just be Hama running away with this one. Hololive.
I hope Rumble is taken by Mihal this time around and he gets to play it, and then he gets to have a little bit of fun. Although we have actually seen, literally, not just today, but I'm pretty sure it was, I want to say Doran against Frog, where a similar thing happened, where you have both sides of the matchup, and then both sides were just kind of unfortunate, and then really do a whole lot.
So
it's going to be B1 Rumble.
Hololive Esports are going to leave Rumble open, and then, I thought they were going to leave it open, and then Nongshim are going to pick Sejuani.
Oh, God. They wouldn't do that.
They wouldn't do that, surely. Anyway, Rumble's banned, so we don't have to see... we can still see it instead of Tristana.
Tristana?
It has to be Tristana. It has to be. It's Fisher. It's Tristana.
It's Zeka.
It's 2024 patch 14.12.
It's Tristana.
It's Tristana.
It's Tristana.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Good.
That's good. First test passed.
So Skarner Vi?
I like the Vi. I think you don't necessarily have to slam the Skarner super early. And it's Sejuani.
Saw the hover there from Peanut. It's like, let me out! And the coach is justifiably sort of like, no, Peanut. You play Sejuani.
Yeah.
No fun for you. Viper, as far as damage goes, was having a great game. As far as game goes, not necessarily looking the cleanest in that one. Didn't end up mattering a whole lot. What is the pick going to be here? I imagine the Skarner lock-in is basically guaranteed. I would love this and Skarner. I think Sylvie actually has a pretty decent champ pool. I think there's a good enough amount of champions that he doesn't have to be worried about getting banned out. You know, we've seen his Viego, we've seen his Brand. He can always go back to things like the Wukong, although obviously I don't think that is necessarily the best spot for it. Skarner feels like a safe lock-in because either Hanwha Life are going to go for a last-minute pick into it, and really, outside of Rumble, the only thing, you know, you can go Crescente.
Yeah.
Which is fine. As Meow does lock it in here. Doesn't look very excited about it, but it's Skarner, so how could you be?
Yeah, I mean, he's not playing into Rumble this time around, but he is playing into Crescente. I think this is kind of the way it goes nowadays. If you don't pick Crescente, it will be banned. Now, they might want to really prioritize going for the Yone Sejuani combo. It is Zeka. And that's fine as well. It means you won't get Crescente, but now you've got a really strong mid-jungle duo.
You'll still take that if you're Hanwha Life.
Yeah.
Zeka on melee carries has been exceptional for a very, very long time. There is the respect ban to Sylvie. We mentioned it earlier. The Brand is, in fact, going to get taken away. Can even, realistically, we haven't seen it that much, but you can also flex the Skarner into jungle if you'd really want to do that. In case that Hanwha Life, for example, lock in and top laner here on R4. Bans expect to be like Braum, Leona maybe, and then they'll pick a top laner, then you'll pick Nautilus. Because ideally you want to get Nautilus Kai'Sa. That's kind of the golden standard. See if that is not going to get taken away by Hanwha Life. Wouldn't be surprised if they deny it.
I feel like Delight was saying Ali, like Alistair there. But, you know, I'm not a professional lip reader. It's just something I do in my spare time. We'll see if that's where they do head towards. But it's going to be the Zyra ban at first, which, again, another one of those AP jungles that can really shred through the Sejuani. Going Leandries and stuff like that.
It's so interesting to me that Zyra has become a higher priority ban than Karthus. Because I really, really, truly, to my core, believe that Karthus is so much easier to play than Zyra is. As there is the Alistair ban, so I think Alistair or Leona were always going to be on the chopping block. Leona looks even better now here for Hanwha, right? Because you often pick the Alistair into Leona.
Yep.
So that should be the
slam it
outcome here.
Slam it down.
And then you go Nautilus. What is Sylvie gonna go?
There it is.
Nautilus Karthus. Nautilus.
How about a Nidalee?
Definitely not Sylvie. I'm sorry, but I don't think you should try that. Even though the matchup in theory is good, I think it'll be really rough to play out.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, Karthus, Lilia.
Lilia.
Yeah, I think Lilia with Nautilus and Rel or Nautilus or Skarner will definitely still be strong.
I feel like Lilia in theory is definitely... Oh, there's the Nidalee. I mean, you know, say what you want.
It makes sense.
It makes sense, right? In terms of tier lists, in terms of AP junglers that are left available, in terms of matchups, I think they say, okay, let's send it. Let's see if it works out this time. And it might not, but I think the pick in itself in this draft is fine.
So the Rel, Guga might not want to play Nautilus into the Leona specifically. Rel also has more setup when it comes to team fights. One of her big weaknesses that her damage is a lot lower, as the top TF for Doran. This pick has dropped considerably, and it really, to me, in its current state, feels like you have to hard win your lane to be viable. And then it's still good, still does the same stuff. But it definitely, if you get punished and you fall behind a little bit early, which it's Doran, could happen, I do think you are going to be in a tough spot. The main thing, though, can Nongshim play around Sylvie or Nidalee. Because I think Sylvie's had a good split, but I think Nidalee's a champion that is so hard because it requires both a player to play perfectly, not make any major mistakes, not get caught off guard by a Leona or a Sejuani or a gold card or a Yone. There's a whole.
You want me to point to the champions again on the screen?
We get the point, right? There's a lot.
Yeah.
You're going to have to really play a clean game, and Nongshim is going to have to play around it as well. In theory, though, you look at what Nongshim have, and you have, especially if you go for the hybrid build, you have good poke, you have good CC, as love the actually bringing the noodles to this.
Huge Jiwoo fan. He wrote Jiwoo in Korean with little Jiwoos.
I know. Respect.
And he also wrote it on top in English, and he brought the ramen.
If this is Gen G, you're like, man, 10 out of 10 draft. Impeccable.
Yeah, true.
But it's not.
It's not. Meanwhile, on the other side, lots of pick, lots of damage here on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Let's see how it goes as we hop onto the Rift for Game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, game number 2, Delight. He's in the top lane. He's being a silly goose. And he's gonna back. Do you think Peanut, do you think he saw that coming and he just didn't move on purpose, or was he not looking?
I think with Peanut, it's equally likely.
I feel like he would have emoted if he did that on purpose.
Yeah, I don't know where else he would be. No, maybe just... Yeah, I don't... Not sure. To have Sylvie with the Canyon skin. Fisher just putting down a ward. Nothing too shocking to come out here in the level 1. No invades. Looking at what Nongshim have, I again want to reiterate that...
What is happening here?
I think it's Fisher just spamming emotes, like voice lines. Oh, yeah, Zeka.
GG.
He stacked his Q on the Raptors, and then he Q-freed, and it was great.
That is the Yone experience. Just wait till he hits level 3. It's a whole new level.
I just want to remind everyone that Veldis is a known Yone anti.
Yeah.
Banned him for a very long time in solo queue.
Yeah, it was like 6 months, actually. Just only banning Yone every single game.
Was that when Lethal Tempo was still a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It was just not fun. It was unfun to play into, personally.
Guess what? This bot lane, unfun. I think the main reason why because we saw Ezreal before, pulled out by Gen G, most notably, but Aiming also played, I think, a game of it before it was buffed, was because it was a very safe pick. You can leave alone. You know, everything that Ezreal's always been good at.
Yeah.
He's really good in scrappy fights. There's a lot of innate safety. He doesn't have W.
Yeah.
There you go.
There it is. Yeah.
Delight's on his way, though.
Uh-oh, yeah, Fisher in a lot of trouble here, and he is going to have to flash, but the follow flash is going to come through, and now you've got a Leona on your back, and there is Permafrost and the First Blood going over to Peanut with a very early gank, clears his red buff jungle, and then just goes mid.
You gotta feel a little bit bad for Fisher. So that was a chain of events. So what happens is he's pushed up his lane. So Kaisa actually on a... Okay. I want people also to look at the teams that played it and not read too much into this.
Yeah, Hanwha Life Esports, man.
Yeah, exactly. So what happened is, which they should, Hanwha Life have the Ezreal. So Ezreal in particular, very strong early. So you're able to bully out Kaisa and Rel. I think that Kaisa used to be really strong, but right now, unless you can get like isolated Qs off, especially with Rel, who doesn't have nearly as much damage as a Nautilus or Leona would, it's a bit tough. So you're doing a prio, so you get shoved in, which allows the Light to roam earlier, and then Peanut also getting the timing while Sylvie's on the other end of the jungle, meaning that he can't assist, because if you have Nidalee in a skirmish like that, then you can maybe turn it around. Ends up being a really big win. The only upside for Nongshim is that the kill went to Peanut, who is the best person. Probably, maybe Delight would have been better, but both of those are, you know, not too bad. Fisher, again, He took a turret shot. He is down a TP. So he might be able to back after getting the shove in here. Does get the cannon, thank God.
Did he?
He did get the cannon. I don't think he got the other. So he'll be able to get it back in. Ideally, I hope. Because Zeka can just back and then TP in. Hasn't actually used the TP yet, even though he did get the back off after the earlier play. He picks up a dagger.
Yeah, it's waiting for a better moment, I guess, in that fight up against the Tristana, which, you know, Homolife Esports did give that one over. And they said, that's okay. We're going to get the Ezreal for Viper. Definitely the big one. Also the Sejuani, you take it away. You say, okay, we don't have too much confidence in you to play the Nidalee as... Now we have this TF who is trying to bully the Skarner. Doran, though, is he's just tanking up the turret, and he is going to die as well. They get the kill. They don't deny too many minutes, although there is a wave coming in. So should be worth at the end. Probably didn't need to die.
I don't know if it is, because Doran doesn't have TP, and Meow does.
That's okay, just run up there.
Oh, Meow's going bot. Oh, they'll never see this one coming.
Okay.
Oh, God. Oh, they're going to lane swap.
Yeah.
Okay, I was actually thinking, given the wave state, that a gank is most likely not going to end up working out. The back?
Well, he's going to stop Delight's back.
Yeah, that's big.
So
it'll severely delay the response. Might lead to Nongshim also picking up a couple of grubs here. As we take another look, what is really big here is that I guess Doran still had aggro on him from earlier, because I'm not seeing him do any damage here. Ends up being a really big moment, because it means that Meow gets a kill, makes his way back towards the bot side.
What? All right, well...
this should be doable as long as he doesn't get the TP out.
Well, he definitely can if he wants to. Yeah, there he goes. Just gonna TP about
Guger did
50 meters to the right. Yeah. Anyway, they are pushing with the dual lane, and the Nidalee will have some prile from that. As Mahal, now level 6, trying to gank Zeka in mid, who will just ult away. Also has flash.
Good enough.
Yeah?
You take that. That's a win. It's a small win, but it's a win nonetheless, Valdez.
We take those.
Grubs are being taken right now. We'll also see if Homolife is going to get anything besides the Drake. Do expect to pick that one up. What about dive number 2? Now that Doran doesn't have his... I really like the light, though. Shadowing here, making sure... don't think...
Nice. Going in.
Should they, though?
Just going to get him off the red for now.
Yeah.
Well,
he was 6, so
never
you definitely
mind.
should... Yeah, you should peace off now, or peace out now. Because if you do actually go in, I think you might be in some serious trouble. Level 1 on Killer Instinct really doesn't have that much range. It's like, I think, slightly larger than a Dragon Pit.
Yeah.
Take like the outer circle, but especially once the second level is hit, you're gonna be in some serious trouble. Nongshim, it's not bad. You know, get grubs, get a rep buff or 2. Sylvie's actually slowly pulling ahead in the 1v1. It's not enough, especially not after the last game, but it's something.
It definitely is. I don't know what happened to Fisher here.
Am I not convincing you, Valdez? What's happening here?
I'm just taking I'm not taking sides right now. Just letting it happen.
What do you got against the Noodle Boys?
Nothing.
Huh?
I would like them to make this a close series and a close game too. But again, that's up to them. As meanwhile, Zeka's getting in there, trying to get this turret plate. Will he be able to from some of those hits? Nope. Not going to happen. And he took a lot of damage, actually, to get in there and chip away at that turret. Still has his teleport. And Fisher's going to have his by the time Zeka uses his.
So I appreciate Mayhel being out on the map this much.
Okay, nice little combo here on a Delight. Will force, well, nice combo from Delight onto Jiwoo. Does get the flash out of him.
Jiwoo, ideally there, you look for cleanse and then reposition with your R, but you don't have the opportunity. Oh, Guger's on his way. There you go.
Well,
yeah.
That's the reposition. Does get behind Peanut, gets to safety. Now Guger in a lot of trouble, still doesn't have a splash. And the freeze will come down and Guger is dead. They'll give that kill to Delight. Yeah. It's a nice kill.
Oh, Gugur.
Yeah. Pretty rough, but maybe not assuming that his teammate will get out. Speaking of which, Doran will get out with the ghost.
Flash.
Yep, just ghosts away. And we'll continue bullying here onto Mihail, knowing that he's got his flash, and if they have the timers right, Mihail doesn't have his.
It's a tough watch, Valdez. You know, sometimes you recommend a movie to your friends.
Yeah.
And you're like, I know it's a little bit painful, you know, some stuff happens. That's part of the experience. That's how I'm feeling right now. Because Nongshim keep trying, and I really want to commend that. But it also doesn't really work or necessarily make sense in some of the cases. You're going to have to see some spears be hit, be set up. Maybe 6 grubs can be a turning point. One of the things with how Meow has been playing as well, I think he has been very active on the map, right? He's been roaming, went for the lane swap, which has been, I think, pretty decent for his bot lane. Outside of Gugur dying, they have been able to do decent in that 2v2.
2 plays.
Yeah, Fisher's going aggressive, does have his sums available here, also has the buffer.
Yeah. He's just gonna hop away. And Sylvie gonna throw in a spear now. Yeah, just hopping back in the bush. Will run away. I feel like I'm you know, we expected Sylvie to play the Nidalee in this game, but so far haven't seen too much of an impact in this one. Peanut having a lot more opportunities with his team.
I didn't even see the start of that, where he doesn't actually Hex Flash over the wall. And then he tries the W in and it gets cancelled! Oh, and then the Q doesn't actually have the range to connect into the damage dealers.
Uh-oh. Well, now we got Cougar caught once again. This time, though, no cancel, and he will get away.
They got the grub. That's 4.
Yep.
An angle? A possibility, Valdez?
It's their Guardian angle coming in right now, and now we got a nice little Magnet Storm pulling into light. He's in a little bit of trouble, but actually Cougar's the one that has to flash away. Doran now frontlining as this Skarner still pretty scary. Peanut wanting to continue the fight now that Zeka's come over. Trying to zoom in, thinking about if Zeka would go for an ult angle as well, he's just gonna get his Q3 up and get over the wall. But that is 6 grubs over to the side of Nongshim in this early game.
That's a win. I'll take it, Valdez. Nongshim secure one of the objectives fully as, oh boy.
Yeah, well, he does have cleanse and he does have his ult, but still a lot of damage put in there by the Oni.
Gio really showing off the power of Kaisa as a, you know, self-sufficient woman who doesn't need no help. Has her ult, can reposition, use the shield to not get blown up by Yone, who doesn't have an item yet. The one thing that I am a little bit worried about is that Sylvie hasn't really been able to accelerate the way that you ideally want to. And that's not really his fault, right? I think that playing a jungler when a lot of your lanes are really struggling is quite tough. And unfortunately, in Sylvie's situation, it's even more so the case with something like Nidalee. Heist successful, gets the red buff. Fisher also going for Infinity Edge first, which isn't something that we generally see on the Tristana.
Definitely pretty interesting.
Yeah, we'll let the space handle that one.
Yeah, I thought, you know, maybe he was building towards it, and perhaps it wasn't fully built, but no, it's just there. It's just right there.
Yeah, it's not
in our
components.
face. Okay. We'll see how that goes so far. Doing a decent number to Zeka, but Zeka did more to him. Here comes Sylvie up to the top side, still looking for something to do with his spears.
Some plates.
Throw them at.
You know, they can. This is not a big wave though.
Ooh. Meanwhile, Cougar's dead. Okay.
So how about them plates, huh?
Yeah, let's look at the plates in the top.
Serve them up, boys!
Uh-oh. Yeah, Viper, he wants more. And he might get it. He gets the flash at Ziwu as, ooh. Nice try on the predict, but not going to happen.
Yeah, he didn't actually have vision there, so he didn't know which way GU went.
Oh, boy. Meanwhile, we have the catch over the top side. Delight getting some big value.
No,
on this
Sylvie!
And Fisher.
You were the chosen one!
Q's up. The Q's up. There it is. And the Q3 comes through on the Yoni. Still has Assault 2, and that's going to be the end of Fisher as well. So that's 2 kills to Hama Life Esports. And once again, I mean, the early game not going so horribly for Nongshim, but eventually something happens and the game gets ripped wide open by Hamalife Esports.
Oh, a couple of back-to-back plays. Back breaking for Nongshim. Is it the... Oh no!
Yeah, I mean, his scanner didn't even last long enough to get the board, so...
No, he didn't get the board, didn't get the cancel, and then he got, unfortunately, punished. This is what we were talking about, and this is... the flash is obviously really rough by Sylvie there, but to me, one of the things with Nidalee, particularly when you're playing into a loader, you can't make mistakes. We've seen Cuz die to that exact play, right? And Cuz is an absolute top-tier jungler. For Sylvie, I think it is just insanely tough to have a carry performance on a champion like this. You don't have the team, your individual performance, even though I think he has been probably the best player on average in Nongshim, just doesn't warrant it. And because of all these shenanigans happening around the map, Doran has actually been able to do what you want. As the Kraken Slayer, he's going to get first turret blood here as well.
Yeah, he's also got Peanut shadowing him on the bottom side as Guger's going to put a ward down on that Tri-Brush. I thought for a second they were going to go for that. Instead, we're going to see Jiwoo in a bit of trouble once again. He just keeps getting bullied, man. They keep going for him as the flash forward. Fisher, he wants blood, and he will get it here. A nice little solo kill on Adoran, who was not expecting that. I'll tell you that much. Meanwhile, this mid lane is going to be cleaned up, and so they can't push any further.
Big moment there for Nongshim, because that might also lead to a turret. TP is coming in, a possible collapse here. Nongshim, Maihao can TP in if they read the play, but will they?
Yeah, they see the light, and now the jump over the top of the Leona, but you've got a lot of stacking here. As the Magnastorm is very good, actually, from Guger, but Sylvie is going to be isolated. There's the heal, actually, and Peanut struggling to take him down, finally does so. And now the rest of Nongshim, they do not want to take a fight, even a flash, going to be utilized by Maihao to get him out of there.
Jiwoo was already really low. I imagine that was from the play in mid, so because of that, I don't think they wanted to go for it.
Well, they're going back in as the Impale will miss, and that will be the end of the Skarner. And now the follow-up. Oh, excellently done by Zeka, just able to dominate Fisher once again. Meanwhile, in mid, it looks like Jiwoo is in a bit of trouble. Doran just diving the turret and actually is going to win the 1v1. Jiwoo. And Doran's got a very sheepish look on his face now.
Yeah, Doran was like, oh boy! Had some fun with that one. Jiwoo, he's trying, man, but you can see Nongshim know that, like, that kill, it's nice if it happens in isolation, but it just isn't enough. The bot side play going completely alright. You can see Hamalife in these fights, in these skirmishes, are just running circles around. Because I don't even think that was unwinnable from, you know, a champion perspective, from a goal perspective. This is well done by Fisher. Finds the 1v1. But, like, realistically here, you're looking at a 4v4 with Doran still dead. He shouldn't be able to get here in time, and Jiwoo has his ultimate. So in theory, and Zeka also doesn't find anyone with his ult. Like, yes, Sylvie goes down, but I think maybe there's an angle where if Maihao can get a big ultimate off, right? Like an aggressive flash impale. When they're grouped up, Jiwoo ults in. But instead, they kind of go for the middle of ground where they don't do that, and then they just walk up afterwards. Hamalife read the play, already for the impale. And that's the end of it. Fisher ends up going down, and the small win that was gotten there immediately gets cancelled as... this is just classic Doran. Like, there's nothing about this that we haven't seen before.
There's nothing strange about this. Like, this happened a million times.
Yeah, I feel like we're... Yeah, just watch this.
미치겠네.
I'm gonna go crazy, sis.
왜 안 죽냐?
Why doesn't he die?
This is just who Doran is. It's like he should have died.
Should have died.
That was
I calculated
a perfect play.
Unfortunately,
perfect play.
Not very accurate on the calculation. Again,
man, he did his calculations, but boy, is he bad at math.
Yeah, he loves his calculations. We're gonna get another charge here into the inner. This is 44 health. You're not going towards Nongshim with that, so he's gonna run away. Utilize the movement speed of the Rift Hermit to get to his jungle faster. What a play.
What did we learn in this game, Veldas? What are we learning? I was waiting!
There's nothing. I got nothing. Maybe, you know, today there's been a lot of Skarner prioritization, and it just feels like the Impale is getting read more, like better and better and better by pro teams. Like even Perfect, you know, was it the most accurate? No. But when, especially when it's really predictable and he's just kind of running at you and you know it's coming, it's like, okay, well, I can just dodge this.
You know what? So obviously, like, Gen G made it look good because that's unfair because it's Gen G.
Yeah.
So
doesn't count.
That doesn't count. I think it's going to be the same thing with Cassante, where we went through a lot of... So first when he came out, people genuinely thought it was bad, right? And then eventually... people got caught every single time by like his Q3, by his combo, by his slamming you into the turret, by getting dragged back in. And then people never started dying to that. And then eventually Cassante's kept getting better and better. And finally, I think Skarner's the same thing, especially because this is basically a completely new champion. Where now we're at the point where the Skarner prio kind of feels overdone. And then we're going to get more games. What? Did he just miss?
He just missed.
Where the Skarner prio is...
sometimes.
Yeah, we saw, was it Owner? Miss one earlier. Where you're going to get to the point where the Skarners get better and better at finding the angles, and then it's just an eternal chain of that. Won't help Mihao in this game, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, not in this game. Because at this moment, we're kind of in the iteration where it's like, teams kind of get the Skarner now. So the Skarners have to now go beyond that.
They have to go beyond, absolutely. His win rate's still good. You know, still doing his thing.
He is still top prio in the LCK at 100%. And no other champ is 100% at this point in time. Number 2 is actually Rumble behind him, which is not really that surprising. Getting banned a lot early on, and then, you know, afterwards, just picked sometimes, but still just seen in almost every game. As now they're trying to collapse here on a Fisher, who is in a lot of trouble. Does have a splash, but in will go Zeka. That's another hop, and now the Magnet Storm coming in. But Peanut not going to let him go down. Zeka, though, does get dove on by the rest of Nongshim. Maybe an angle for them, but now Viper's going to show up, and nobody really can deal with him. He gets out of the Impale. They're so deep for the Viper that they get very out of position, and now Jiu has to fight against the Sejuani in a fight that he is not going to win. And Doran, an 80 carry in his own right, will eventually take down the Skarner. And that's going to be the ace going the way of HLE Esports.
The light showing off the Gen G mode there. That was as good as a fight as they were going to get, realistically. A lot gets thrown into Fisher here, who makes it out, gets the buffer and the buster shot, flashes away, and then is actually able to get out as well from the gold card. And then here, they're able to get the kill on Zeka. Jiu goes in, but unfortunately that does mean that Viper is just not really getting checked at all. And if Jiu is like full health, then maybe he wins this 1v1 against Peanut, but that's not the case. We're seeing some weird stuff, but I think the picture-in-picture everything is fine nonetheless. Yeah. It's a 2-for-4 trade, which isn't the worst, but yeah, actually, and also they also used all their subs.
Yeah,
I'm grasping.
You're trying. It's good. No, I like it. I like it. You got to play devil's advocate. There's still a chance, but
not really.
Not right now.
There is a chance. Just keep looking.
Just not at this moment right now. Yeah, don't look at that one. It was actually a really nice ult that was lined up by Zeka there. Just knowing that Fisher didn't know he was there, you know, it doesn't have flash.
I really felt like Fisher was doing well, but then I'm looking at his kills and his deaths, and I'm like, well, maybe he wasn't. Maybe it was a lie. Sylvie.
Yeah, he's being hunted down.
No way. Zeka's way too strong.
Yeah. You know, they let go of the Cassante. They said there's other choices into Skarner. We don't have to play Cassante. Let's get a really strong mid-jungle duo. And Pino took it a step further and kind of just carried the whole early game by himself in every lane. And then now we're seeing, you know, later stages of the game with the Yone Fed and the Sejuani Fed. It's really difficult to deal with.
This right there is why the TF remains a pick. Coming up pretty consistently is all a trap. Is it? Can they get through Elfar?
No. Peanut is just that tanky. He has 7 kills and 0 deaths and 5 assists. Last time I checked. He might have gotten another one there in that last play. The Red Bull Baron power play coming through for HLE Esports. 7,000 gold to lead here in game number 2. Looking to get the 2-0. And yeah, he's got 3 items, 7-0 and 5. Peanut will not die.
7 kills on Sejuani. Actually, it's very funny. I had a little puff paper from the previous game that I put my jungle vote on before Peanut started being silly. And then now I can just...
Now you can just put it up this game.
Put it back up. Wow. I know.
Conservation, using all of the paper as well as we possibly
Well, otherwise I would just cross it out and put in something else.
We don't like that. That's messy.
The Rebel Baron power play. He's looking good already to an AFK.
I love how Jonas Strong's like, oh, okay, Peanut's going to ult someone at some point.
Right.
Peanut's been really proactive this game. He has thrown his ults in and been very accurate as well.
So that's Horizon Focus, Leandries. And like it barely does any damage, and he is Warmogs.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, the Nidalee had to get ahead earlier on in this game. And when this happens, I mean, you really have to walk that thin line you were talking about. That's why it's so difficult. Like, you have to put on pressure, but you also have to not get caught by all the CC on the enemy team. And sometimes...
There's so much...
It's just so difficult.
It's so much of it as well. Is like, there's an auto-attack based one. There is Peanut, who has, if you ever get any melee attacks, there's the point and click of the gold card.
Who can also TP on you if you're out of position. Yeah, it's really hard. And if the whole team's not on board and playing around it, it can be really rough, which is what you said in draft, and it's very true. That's Infernal Soul for Humble Life Esports. And they essentially just utilize their Baron to push bottom inner and then get the Soul. So now they're kind of in a unlosable spot. We saw a relatively close fight based on the current game state in the last fight. But after that, it's been all Humble Life Esports all the time.
And Veldas, Nongshim, their schedule doesn't get a whole lot better. So, because they face KT, who, once upon a time we might have been thinking, oh, that's doable.
And then they have the Giga Chads.
Well, yeah, that's actually the one where I feel
huge
a little
matchup.
bit better. That Brion versus Nongshim, that's definitely going to be one where they do have a shot, and then they face Genji.
Oh boy.
I'm just happy for them that they got that DRX win. I think it matters a lot, and then they might get the Brion win as well. The Giga Chats are very benevolent. They are a generous...
It's not about winning or losing for them. It's just about having a good time. About existing, being friendly.
What was your favorite
Generous Giga Chads, GG.
Favorite silly moment of this series? As it is...
I think it's when Viper died to Gugur in game 1.
Oh, he walked back in?
He's like, no, I need this kill, and then he just dies. Now, Nongshim, they are going to miss the Impale. They did get the first part of that very nicely, but now it's just the Viper show. Lines up a huge two-shot barrage, and then eventually Nongshim do all get away.
Oh man, some of these teamfight moments from Nongshim, you can see the idea, you can see a world in which it would work. It's just not this world. And it bums me out, Valdez. It bums me out.
It's just not this world.
They keep trying.
Seems relatively depressing. But, yeah.
They're down 10k gold and an Infernal Soul, Valdez. I think I get to be...
Yeah, they've taken a page out of the B&K Fearex book where it's like, you know what? We're not going to go down without a fight. And even from this far behind, they're fighting. They're looking for angles. They're utilizing what CC they have, the Skarner and the Rel. Mihail and Gugur, they've gotten in there for the team. And it hasn't always worked out very often. But they're trying to make plays. Take it away, Chronicle. Break down this team fight.
It really is. That's actually a good play by Mihail, where he goes in for the Flash E on Peanut. If he actually hits him, if he drags him in, they could kill him. Like, we're getting to the point where between LDR and Jiwoo being on free items, the Kai'Sa passive is gonna really chunk. So that would have been a kill on Peanut, which would have been a big bounty. I think they might have then, invested too much, and then there would have been trouble in the fight. But we're gonna focus small steps, small victories. That could have been a possible turning point.
They know that Sylvie's in that brush because there was a ward spotting the traps that were being laid. And Viper was very ready to get in there if his team called for it. But
hey, Geo now has his W evolve.
Tell me about it.
No, Stop being like that, Velvet.
Sorry, I just can't help myself.
No, I understand. It's a rough
Hey,
one. For
Sylvie's
the
got
boys.
some items. He's healing above 300 now. He's getting some big heals in there. And Mihail just on the run. Oh my, that's a big one. We got some dashes out of there, and Humble Esports, they say, well, we have enough damage, we can just kill the front line. And Mihail lands an Impale. It's not gonna matter as he gets taken down. Humble Esports will take the Baron.
It was also on an unbound soul.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
that guy's
it landed.
It's just
Am I wrong?
He's roaming Summoner's Rift unbound. Unfortunately, all that the Miel can get ends up going down. Yeah, you see the damage that Viper did there with one ultimate because they have Infernal Soul. There's an unreasonable amount of AD available here. It's half their health bar. And they have to... You know, Geo gets healed up a little bit by Sylvie, which is nice. But Miao is unfortunately not tanky. That's going to be the Baron. That should be the end to this game. And unfortunately, I don't think Notion is going to bring us to a game number 3, Valdez. It's not looking likely.
Q's got his W evolved. You know? I'm sorry,
Come on, man.
I'm just being mean now. Okay, they're going to take down this mid inhibitor. And Humble Esports grouping up for that top inhibitor as well. I think they're going to put Nongshim out of their misery. The gold card, keeping Mihail in place for quite a long time. And there's the ult as well. The chain comes in. Nice. Magnus Storm does come out from Googer, but unfortunately the follow-up is just not there. And now we got the ult as well into the Tristana. Just going to go down. Jiwoo to follow soon enough. A gigantic heal comes out from Sylvie, but it's just not going to matter. Humble Esports will go home with the 2-0 tonight. Zeka nearly goes down, but he's just going to be fine. Delight eating some fountain damage because why not? And that's going to do it. GG, Humble Esports. Big 2-0 win tonight. Peanut's got a big smile on his face. He knows what he did.
Game number 1 got very silly. I think game number 2, there were a couple of moments, but it really did feel like the coach came and said, guys, come on, get it together at least a little bit. And they did. I think it wasn't the cleanest showing, but I also don't think that we really can draw any conclusions about the strength of Humble Life after this. We've seen this from a lot of our top teams where you come in against one of the bottom tier teams and you're like, hey, what are they going to do? Sometimes the answer is, like in a T1 Nongshim, a whole lot. And sometimes, like in this series, the answer is nothing. Unfortunately for Nongshim, that's some good individual moments, but just couldn't string them together.
She had so many Peanut signs. And yeah, he was the guy. Here it is again. There's the Peanut in a cape. And I would not be surprised to see the solo POG going over to Peanut tonight. I mean, he gets it for game 1. He's going to get it for game 2. And he was just everywhere. And this is what he does against junglers that just aren't on his level. He just comes in and he just owns the rift. He looks unstoppable.
It's to me, it's the combination of against weaker junglers and better teams that can match Hanwha in lanes can just ban out 2 of them and pick the 3rd. Yeah. Which is something that I think is a large reason of why DK was able to win, right? Because they were able to ban out and then pick 5 for Lucid. I think for Gen G, it's self-explanatory because of how good their lanes are. They can always make sure that Peanut isn't on one of those picks. And even they, I'm pretty sure, still keep banning the Maokai against very consistently because it is a pick that he just has so much control on. But if you're a team like Nongshim, you need to use your bans to just make your lanes even remotely playable, which means he always gets to do whatever he wants. The fact we didn't talk at all about Zeka playing Yone, which is one of his iconic picks, and he also had an amazing game on it, or the fact that Delight, maybe, I don't know, maybe Ox will, give him another shout out, because he did actually
There's no way.
No, I'm not saying in terms of vote, but in terms of what because he did actually have a really big impact on the early game and on the map.
Yeah, I'm just saying there's no way that Ox votes for Delight in this game, right?
I don't know.
Surely.
It's a summer of supports.
No. Even so, I mean, this is... No.
No.
Peanut just had too big of a game. I think he just did too much in this one. I mean, Delight was good. Don't get me wrong. The whole team of Humble Esports had a good game, but yeah, I think Peanut was just everywhere. And he ganked mid early, you remember, and then he went bot, and he went top. And all the lanes were in his favor, and he was able to play around them. Sylvie wasn't able to play around much, and it ended up being the Peanut show once again.
It's another issue, as we highlighted in the draft as well, but if you have losing lanes and you're playing Nidalee, It's really hard to make a big impact. I can only imagine that we're gonna see Nongshim still continuously swap around players. Even though I don't think Mihao's showing today inspired a lot of confidence, I still hope he gets to play more just to give him a couple of weeks, see how he develops, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
In Challenger, he was quite weak at the beginning, only good in Cassandra, and then as he played more and more, I think we slowly started seeing him level up. I'm also worried about the Gugur experiment. This was obviously going to be something that we all look to with a little bit of skepticism. I feel like age is one thing, but it's more so not playing for quite a while.
Yeah. Making a comeback in any sense is really insanely hard.
It is. It's insanely hard. But it's also, like, I get in theory it makes sense, the idea that these players need guidance in-game. But the problem is we haven't really been seeing a whole lot of that, and he has come. It's similar to the Bible situation, where I do think his laning is at the point where it actually is a bit of a detriment to his team. And we'll see what happens there. For Nongshim, unfortunate day. For Hanwha, quick 2-0. Nothing to see here.
I only have one more question. How many media votes for Viper?
2.
2? Left and right? Or you think mid?
No.
Mid media?
Mid right. Left media, I would.
Mid left? Do you think left?
I trust
a little
left,
bit too base.
I trust left media.
Okay. That's all I'm really curious about after that series. Yeah. Clean 2-0 from Hama Life Esports. Not much else to see here. We're going to throw it over to the space to break down this series.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day as Hanwha Life in a day full of upsets. Make sure it doesn't happen in their series. They take care of business. 2-0 against Nongshim Red Force. Digon here on the space alongside Ox and Wolf. Ox is still staring at me like that. Guys, that game pretty taken care of there by Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, I think compared to the first game, a lot cleaner. You know, I don't think we're ever going to get like a flawless game where it's all smooth sailing, but this was definitely a lot more what we'd expect from a matchup like this.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are groaning about the Nidalee pick, you know, that Sylvie pulled out here, but, you know, you could have played Karthus, I suppose, but doesn't really fit the theme of the draft. Yeah, maybe you could get somebody near killed with the Kai'Sa Tristana combo, then the Karthus, you know, leads into it, but otherwise you're very vulnerable as a Karthus and aren't going to be able to offer much utility. I'd rather see the Nidalee, to be honest, because you have the empowered Void Seeker from Kai'Sa later on in the game, and you have the spears to at least control neutral objectives with poke and trade back some of what Ezreal's got. So I was okay with that. The gameplay, though, in the laning phase really just didn't back up what this draft was trying to do.
I think for me, the Hanwha Life Esports draft, what I liked a lot about it was how many tools they had to close the distance. I think sometimes I've seen these compositions where you're playing into like these double AD carry, something like a Nidalee, and you just don't give yourself like the right engage tools where you can really close on them. But there was so much CC, so much potential to lock these targets down, and I feel like that's really what Nidalee is going to struggle into, because against the likes of a TF, against the likes of like a Yone or Sejuani, it's hard to like play on the outset, like on the edge of the fight, throwing spears. It's very easy for them just to get on top of you immediately, and there's so many good targets on the enemy team. Also with like a Rel, not quite the same as an Alistar when it comes to like disengaging those threats.
Yeah, and early on in this game, it felt like Sylvie was just a passenger. It was like in the teens of minutes before finally they registered a point on the scoreboard, which was a death. Let's take a look at some of the highlights, though. Early on here, at 8 minutes, it's a couple of compilations here.
So Gugur is up here trying to push this top side, or sorry, this mid lane out as the TP comes back. He's just clearing a ward and trying to help push this in for Fisher, but this means bottom side. You know, you have the really tough situation where he has to come over here and set this pick, and support just a little bit late to come over. Peanut blocks him out. He can't actually get in, and in fact it ends up dying, trying his best to try to save the play there somehow, but outnumbered, of course. And then moments later, here on the top side, you're looking for a play, you're looking for a pick, but you're just way too far in, and then burning the flash after you're 100% dead there. Really rough tidings. And these were the two moments for me, I thought, in the early game for Hanwha that were pretty proactive, but also kind of punishing some really unusual decisions, more than proactivity, I'll be honest. Punishing some unusual decisions here from Nongshim, and just really took the wind out of their sails.
Yeah, I felt like a bit of a disconnect between the jungle and support, you know, in that situation. Like, I feel like if maybe they'd backed off the AD carry and then had Guga fully commit to that topside play, it would have been a different story. But also, you kind of seeing how the composition works, where like when one bit of CC lands, the layering comes in and you're just completely locked down.
Well, Nongshim gave it one more good attempt on the bottom side of the map, and Oh man, it just continues to reinforce the narrative of Skarners and landing ults.
I mean, I don't want to talk about the Skarner ults too much, but this composition is just so sticky here for Hanwha Life because you have the engage that Ox was talking about that you can layer, but you also have this extremely large Sejuani that's difficult to take out. And when you have Tristana and Kai'Sa, you often want to just try to turn and burst somebody down. So I get the idea of, okay, maybe we could find something. Maybe they split their recalls here, but it's just desperation at this point because you're so far behind. You're really hoping that you can just go, hey, like we able to somewhat get a Tristana reset. Like it's viable. Like we get 2 kills, we would take this back. But just fishing for nothing really there, and good return, good reaction by Hanwha Life.
And they were kind of banking on Hanwha Life Esports having split up and not being there in force. They were banking on them making a mistake because they didn't have their full force. They sent the Kai'Sa towards mid, and I feel like they were hoping for a mistake and kind of forcing, being a little bit optimistic around that, and it backfired massively.
Yeah, Nongshim has found success when they play around Jiwoo or Sylvie has Brand, and they didn't do either one of those things in that last game. Let's take a look at the POG for Hanwha Life Esports as it's Peanut on the Sejuani.
Yeah, no surprise here. You know, I think he just became such a force to be reckoned with. And honestly, Sejuani, as a pick, has had some rough games, I feel, especially in some of the AP junglers. But the skirmishing power here was really good. And also, I feel like there's so much value here with this setup having both a Leona and a Yone who can very quickly stack your passive in these skirmishes, but also later on just getting huge value from the ults.
And the fact that he's just so tanky, frankly, into the Tristana and the Kai'Sa means that if you get this far ahead and you make some big plays early and punish some mistakes, then it's so hard for them to ever offer damage back into you. He's just always at 50% or more health in all of these fights and just empowers the Yone. And another jungler joins the 400 club.
Man, it's so deserved because Spring was so dire for junglers where, I mean, it's funny because Peanut just got POG playing Sejuani, but Spring was all just like tank junglers, low econ, no gold. And I mean, that's even the difference, right? There was a Fed Sejuani there.
I think that's a decent vote, though. He had a pretty good game.
Yeah, I think he had a good one. But yeah, I feel like it's so nice that we're seeing the return of some carry junglers. The junglers getting so much love because Spring was just all mid lane when it came to the POGs for the most part.
Well, what happened? Just literally a couple of weeks ago, we were saying, support Summer, it's supports all over the place, and now it feels like the junglers have sprung up and started getting the recognition for their contributions.
I think you see a lot of the junglers picking up PUG when it's a strong team against one of our lower level teams because the enemy jungler just gets run around. Like they're just completely outpathed, they're completely outpaced by the top team's jungler, and then losing lanes that are already kind of struggling get then further pushed by the jungler, and I think the jungler just kind of ends up being the one who says, we are the better team, let me actually just tie up these loose ends, and then we see dominant performances from players like Peanut, Canyon, Lucid, etc.
Justice for support. Support Summit didn't last long enough, you know. It's tragic, really.
Well, we'll see if that changes, but we've got the interview ready. Standing by for the translations is Jason.
2024 LCK Summer 28번째
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the POG interview translation, joined by the solo POG on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, Peanut. Congratulations.
피넛 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
네, 승리와 함께 LCK 정글러 최초
We have another thing to celebrate, actually. You are the first LCK jungler to hit 700 games in the LCK. Congratulations on that as well. How do you feel?
오늘 경기장 와서 오늘 700전이라는 거 알게 되었는데
I actually just realized after arriving to the low park, so it's amazing that I got a victory on the milestone day and also won a double POG. Now, you also joined the POG leaderboard, and all of the POG leaders are actually junglers. Do you think this is a jungle meta right now? I think, yeah, a little bit, because, changes in the items adds more momentum to the jungler's power. So, luckily, I'm also joining the jungler POG club. Game number 1, your Vi was so on point. Opponents had Sejuani Zaya, which is actually a pretty good counter into Vi. But your Vi managed to find the angle and always make a play. What does make Vi so powerful right now. Her initiations are just so strong, you know. I can rather, you know, turn to Corki. I don't always have to go for Xayah, so I can go for like enemy other champions like Corki, Rumble. So it was pretty good pick into opponent's comp. And Peanut, you always manage to draw some target bans to your champion pool. So today, especially your Maokai always gets a target ban in every 14 games so far this season. Your Maokai gets removed. Any thoughts on that? Over the past few years, he has been a really good fellow of mine. You know, we've been really good friends. Me and Maokai had a really good time together, but even in scrims now, we just assume that enemy will just remove that Maokai card, so we try to opt into different picks. Sometimes they let it through, and I won every single game on Maokai when enemy slipped on my Maokai, so maybe. And then game 2, we had an R5 TF for Doran. Was that Doran's idea? It's been a while since we saw that champion. So yeah, Doran was, you know, making a list of the top champions that we can go for, and TF was one of them, and I thought it was pretty viable. However, Doran had some frustration with his TF performance throughout the game. So how did the rest of the players manage to play around the map in order to help him out? I mean, he did die, you know, a couple of times in game, but it didn't really affect, you know, the situation of the game. So we just wanted to focus on what we have to do. And out of your 4 POGs so far this season, you have won 3 of them on Sejuani, and your Sejuani was legendary, especially in game 2, 8, 0, and 7. How are you able to get so fed on Sejuani? I think the early game setup was really successful. After ganking mid, I was able to get a kill, and then Doran was managed the top lane wave really well, so I could also go for a turret dive on the top lane, and then I got another kill. So my Sejuani got pretty accelerated. Then looking back at your Sejuani performance in game 2, what is the favorite play? Probably the early gank on the mid lane. That was like my first gameplay attempt, and it worked really well, and it got my Sejuani going really fast. So I would like to say that early gank was effective. Next week, we're having a week off due to the EWC happening. What is your plan for the downtime? A little bit of a rest, you know. I don't really think that the vacation is really long, and also we're still playing the LCK. The season is keep going, so I just want to keep focusing on my, you know, practice and get a little bit of a rest for myself. And Peanut, before we go, anything you would like to say to all the fans out there? Today was a very meaningful day for me, especially considering the milestone that I got to hit. So winning on a day like this means even more. So I'm so happy that I get to share this moment with my fans, and I always really appreciate all your support. Thank you. And that is the end of the interview from Peanut, and back to the space. Thank you.
Congratulations to Peanut for his milestone, and to Hanwha Life for getting the victory here, as they are following along with the theme of this week, which was taking care of business against teams you're supposed to beat, that everyone was doing except T1.
Yeah, speaking of, we mentioned it earlier, but now Hanwha is actually even with T1, both of them at 4 and 2 plus 4. They match up against each other after that break, so I mean, Hanwha could actually end up getting in second place. Kwangdong, of course, and D+ big players fighting for that second spot. Nobody's talking about first. We know who that belongs to.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like tomorrow's matchups, I think the Quantum Freaks D+ one is really going to be interesting, who comes out on top. I think both of them have been in good form, and that could really shake up where things are in the top end of those standings.
Oh, Dan, it's the Bros. The Bros against BNK. Bros rise on up. Giga Chads have fun tomorrow. Again, it has been a heck of a day of League of Legends today. Shout outs to T1 and their home ground. What an amazing venue, an amazing event. Hopefully we'll get to do a lot more of those in the future. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching, and we'll catch you tomorrow to close out the week of action.